Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us here today. My name's Sue Higginson, I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Sharpe and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of climate change, energy, the environment and heritage. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. And parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. So I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome to all of you and thank you for making the time to give evidence. While all witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence, Minister, I remind you, you do not need to be sworn as you've already sworn an oath to your office as a member of Parliament. And Mr Lean and Mr Chappell, I also remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn again. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15 to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only. Then 15 minutes is allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. So we will begin with questions from the opposition.
Do you need to swear in my officials?
Anyone else?
No, they've been sworn.
They're done?
They're done.
Oh, you've done last time.
Yeah, we're good.
Efficient.
Over to you.
Great, thank
Ms.
you,
Ward.
Chair. Thank you, Minister, for coming today and to all of your the service by all of your team and public servants. Thank you. Minister, you'd be aware that the Net Zero Commission has said that unless faster and more significant progress is made, quote, the target for 2030 will not be achieved and the 2035 target could be out of reach. Serious concerns have been reported about both the New England Renewable Energy Zone and the Central West Renewable Energy Zone, including time delays and cost blowouts. Are you confident that New South Wales will reach its 2030 target?
This time in 2025, I'm as confident as we can be, but no doubt the reports from the Net Zero Commission are very challenging, and that's exactly why the Net Zero Commission was established, which was to set up an organisation that will monitor and report on how New South Wales is meeting our emissions reduction targets and whether we're going to meet them or not. The way that the New South Wales Government is doing this is obviously the report's been received. There's currently a parliamentary inquiry that investigates that report and provides advice to government. The government will then respond to that. But we're not waiting around for the Net Zero Commission report to be finalised or to get all the feedback. This is a continuous project. We're very serious about meeting the targets. I expect that we will meet the targets, but I'm not going to pretend that they're not challenging. I actually believe the science and believe the work that a lot of really good people across government and academia and others are doing to actually measure our emissions reduction. The good news is that we have actually had significant reductions since sort of 2005, but it needs to go faster and it needs to be harder. We're committed to that, and that's why we've got the Net Zero Commission. It's why we're taking all the action that we are.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about the Net Zero Commission. The Net Zero Commission report makes a series of recommendations for the state to hit those targets. In light of the Commission's report, what further advice have you sought on hitting those legislated targets?
It's probably worth just explaining to the committee how it operates. So we've got the report. That report is public, obviously. We've got the parliamentary inquiry, which is also a way in which members of the public and others can interrogate that report and give us further advice. But across government, we have, climate change and meeting emissions reductions targets is built into everything that the government is doing. We actually have across government, I don't know whether it's called a steering group or a working group, they're all got slightly different names, but they've got very senior people on them who are working through. Each of the secretaries now are required as part of their KPIs to report about how they're reducing emissions targets. What we're really trying to do is make emissions reduction part of BAU, business as usual, not something that is just an add-on to whatever government is doing.
Sure, and thank you for that. But my question was more specific about further advice. What further advice have you sought on hitting those legislated targets?
Well, our response to the Net Zero Commission report and the report from the parliamentary inquiry, that advice, some of that advice can be done now, some of it will require further inputs from those processes, but I'm getting advice all the time. The way that advice will be formed will be in our response to the Net Zero Commission's report later in the year.
All right, and when later in the year do you expect that?
So I need to be very clear with the committee here. When we originally put the legislation in, we had wanted to have the report from the Net Zero Commission, which I received in December, finalised, I think, by the end of March. It's now likely to be towards the end of April. I'm going to be actually seeking legislative change around this. This was just being about being optimistic. What I didn't want to happen was for us to have the Net Zero Commission report, then have the parliamentary inquiry into that report, and those to come separately after the government's made its response. So, look, I'm happy to fess up to the committee that we were too ambitious in being able to get a 4-month turnaround. There may have been public servants who gave me that advice, but I was did not listen to them and have learnt my lesson. But no, the point here is I expect sort of end of April approximately, because we're waiting for the parliamentary report, and we'll bring that all together so that the government response is a joined up one that's taken in all the advice.
Understanding all of that, given the cross-government working group, are things moving as quickly as you'd like?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about it, actually. We legislated last year for Net Zero Commission. The Commission was stood up, and I thank the commissioners and the Chief Commissioner, Paul Grimes, for his work in actually standing up a brand new organisation. There's 18 staff that are operating. They've done their first report. We've got the work happening across government. We've also finalised the adaptation plan in that time. This work is ongoing. We've had the excellent work that's been done through NARCLIMS, which is some of the best work in the world when it comes to climate modelling and the impact that it has. I mean, I don't know whether people know, but we actually have our system is so good that you can go down to, I think it's the nearest square kilometre, and actually look at what the climate projections are for that area out to 50, 60 years. It's pretty great work. So we're doing all of this in government in a whole range of different ways.
Appreciating all of that, and thank you for their good work, but it does sound like the timelines themselves are slipping.
No, I don't believe so. Other than reporting for the government, the government reporting back from the Net Zero Commission, which I've just been very upfront with the committee about, and I think is just going to lead to a much better outcome in terms of coordinated government approach. No, we're right on time.
All right. Does this uncertainty around the extension or not of Eraring Power Station make achieving the legislated net zero targets harder?
No.
Why?
Because the legislated net zero targets are a point in time. Eraring will be out of the system by 2030. Its emissions are already factored into the modelling.
Just on that then, how is the closure of Eraring tracking?
Well, Eraring, as members of this committee be well aware, the government's entered into an agreement with Eraring where they have indicated that they'll be they've indicated to the market they'll be closing in 2027. The hard drop dead date for Eraring is 2029. All
right, and so based on all the information you have before you, as at today sitting in front of the committee, do you believe it will be closed on time?
Well, it's a matter for them, and that's their market advice, and their advice both to AEMO and their advice to ASICS is about that. So I have to believe that advice.
All right, but I'm asking your belief and the current view that you have formed based on the information that you've been provided and all the information before you. You believe it will be closed on time?
Well, I can't say it's not a matter for me. What I can say is that potential government underwriting of Eraring finishes in 2027.
So that will cease. So will the orderly exit management framework and rules, which commence in January, change the way in which the government compensates Eraring?
No.
All right. Can you talk us through the orderly exit rules and how they will specifically benefit New South Wales taxpayers?
Well, the orderly exit management rules, for people who don't know what it is really about having, as it says, really orderly exit from coal-fired power stations. People would be aware across the country we've got coal-fired power stations. Most of them are exiting the system. Many of them in New South Wales are exiting pretty much before 2035. The challenge that we've got is making sure that as they come out that we have the renewable energy to replace it, and that's really all of the work that we're doing under the industry roadmap and all of the action being undertaken by governments across the country.
But I guess, can I just draw you back
Yep.
to the specifics
Yep.
of that question and how
to
that
give
will
you that
benefit New
context,
South
I mean,
Wales
that's the
taxpayers?
context for that. So the way that the
Yep.
orderly exit management, OEM is what I call it, the way that system operates in the legislation that's been agreed to is that if we choose to opt into that, if we choose to, and there's a coal-fired power station that indicates that it may want to retire early, it's really a process for us to work through with them how they may or may not do that.
Again, specific taxpayers, benefits to taxpayers?
Keeping the lights on and having businesses being able to get the energy they need and in a price that they can afford is, of course, in taxpayers' interest.
All right. Given the urgency of the energy transition then, why has it taken more than a year to write the terms of reference for the transmission planning review, which was from the Marsden-Jacobs review that you put in place? Why has it taken so long?
Well, I think there's a lot going on in this space, as you'd be aware. I'm not concerned about the terms of reference in relation to the transmission review. I think it's appropriate. Part of the biggest challenge we've got in this whole transition is that we're working in privatised arrangements where government don't have the levers that they used to have if we continue to own the assets. That's long gone. I know that Ms Abigail Boyle would like us to totally renationalise and rebuy all of our assets. We're not going to do that. So no, I'm not. I have no issue with the fact that we're getting underway with the checkup. We're rolling out many actions across what came out of the Marsden-Jacobs report, and this is the next one. And as you'd be aware, the terms of reference are finalised, and there's currently consultation being undertaken.
Given with the transmission review finally getting underway, will you commit to not slowing down or changing the published gigawatts and timetables for the reserves?
Well, I'm not completely in control of all of the timetable, but the point that I would make, and the job that I do every day, is to work with Energy Co and all of the various generators and with my colleagues across government to try and get as much renewable energy being built as quickly as possible.
So just on those then, it seems that the review took an entire year to stand up. That's not exactly working at pace. The terms of reference have taken all of this time, and there doesn't seem to be a commitment to changing that. So it seems that is this committee to take that you're comfortable with the timelines, you're comfortable with where it's at, and it's otherwise not within your control?
I'm comfortable with the terms of reference for the transmission review. I'm comfortable with it taking the time that it takes. I think you're probably failing to mention all the other things that are actually occurring, which is that we've got planning approval for Central West Arana. We're just finalising the final contract with Ace Res, who will be building that, and early works are underway.
Sure.
And many of the generators have been dealt with. We have signed the commitment deed in relation to the Hunter Transmission Project with Transgrid.
Sure.
And we've got the Hunter Central Coast RES, which again we've signed the commitment deed with Ausgrid on that, and we're also progressing with the New England Renewable Energy Zone. There's a huge amount of work. I'm happy to take you through the number of things that we've approved since we've been elected.
I
think
can
I've
look
got a
those
list
up for
there.
myself, but thank you. What I'd like to get to, though, is the delays, and part of
Which
our
delays
job,
are
as
you
know,
specifically talking
I'll
about?
get to those. As I've raised, the terms of reference have taken some time. It seems that let's move on to another then. As recently as last week, Snowy Hydro has again been in the media for delays. What's the latest advice you have on a completion timeframe for Snowy Hydro?
Well, as you'd be aware, Snowy Hydro is not a New South Wales project, but it is located in New South Wales, of which is a matter of record. Yes, Snowy Hydro is costing about 3 times as much as it should, and it's taken way much longer than we would like. The point that I would make here is that this was the idea of Malcolm Turnbull, the former Prime Minister, who I think we need Snowy Hydro, and I think it's going to be an incredibly important project. But let's be clear, the due diligence was not done in that in terms of the time and the length that would take. And the current federal government has had to clean all of that up, and that's what they're doing. So, yes, there's no point. Yes, it's delayed. That's a matter of record. But it is getting built, and it'll be very important once it's plugged into the grid.
So what does that mean for the transmission lines within the national park?
Well, so HumeLink has been approved. HumeLink has got its requirements through the Australian Energy Regulator, and it's done a lot of the acquisitions that are required. HumeLink is a project from Transgrid, and it is progressing. I would remind you again that the previous government had HumeLink and it wasn't even ready to plug into the Snowy Hydro.
We're getting a bit desperate. There was a few Prime Ministers ago, and I think that's a bit of a long bow. You're the Minister sitting here today, and we'd appreciate some answers from you about what your perspective is, and it seems that we're not going to get those. But then again, you would agree that certainty for developers and communities is important for renewable energy projects, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. It's why I'm so proud that the investor community says that New South Wales is the best jurisdiction to actually invest in. The feedback that I get is that the work that we've done, particularly the work I've done with Minister Scully in relation to the planning system, is really coming to bear. And again, I think it's important that the committee knows that since we've come to government, we've approved 33 renewable energy and storage projects, 6 wind farms, 12 large-scale solar, 14 budget battery energy storage systems, and the compressed air storage.
Time, as you'd appreciate.
It's fine,
appreciating all of that. There are some specific parts, and you've got plenty of opportunity to do those in press releases and otherwise. But in the less than 6 minutes I have, on the transmission lines then, if more transmission lines need to go through national parks, would you support that?
No.
Okay, then in terms of that certainty and renewable energy projects, and I think you mentioned Minister Scully, what's the status of the New South Wales wind energy guidelines and New South Wales large-scale solar energy guidelines, both of November 2024?
They're out.
Mm-hmm. Do you think those guidelines, in part or whole, should be mandated to provide that certainty that you speak of to developers in the community?
That's why they've been made. The point that we've got is we're trying to move things through the planning system.
Yes, my question is, should that be mandated?
Yes. If you let me finish, I'll explain to you how they use. The guidelines are actually fairly standard instruments in terms of the way in which the planning system operates. Because New South Wales's planning system is a bit different to others in that it has all of the agencies at once, so that it's actually dealt with all together. The guidelines that we provide in the EPA, Mr. Chappell can talk to you about our energy emissions.
I'll talk with him this afternoon. I'm just interested in your view.
But I'm not asking about that. What I'm saying is those guidelines are what gives the certainty. If people meet those guidelines, it moves through the system much more quickly.
All right, so that mandating, you agree with?
Well, they're guidelines that people should follow on the way through.
So mandating, yes or no? To provide that certainty?
I'm not writing them into law, but the guidelines exist as part of the planning process, which is giving the certainty that people need. And we've had a lot of industry support for those guidelines. There was a lot of industry input into those guidelines.
So you have tested that position? Yeah, on that industry input, you've tested that position with the renewable energy industry?
Yes, they welcome that.
All right, speaking of things on track or not, is the New South Wales hydrogen strategy on track?
The New South Wales hydrogen strategy, as you would be aware, was done under the previous government. It is rolling out, but it is finding some challenges along the way. People would be aware that the hydrogen, in terms of hydrogen projects, that they have been slower to get off the ground than people would like. We have 3 hydrogen hubs that were approved by the previous government that are yet to make financial investment decisions, yet to get to FID, but their work continues on that. We're working closely with the federal government on the hydrogen hubs.
When was the last meeting that or briefing that you had on the hydrogen strategy?
I'd have to take on notice exactly when, but I'm updated all the time on where things are at.
All right. In terms of the hydrogen strategy, are you aware of how many actions in the hydrogen strategy have been delivered?
I would have to take on notice the exact number because do you know exactly how many actions are in there? I can't recall. I know 60. The broad. Yeah, 60. Of the 60. I'd need to take that on notice.
All right. Is the government still committed to production commencing by the middle of this year?
We're committed to supporting, we're committed to doing the work to support organisations to deliver that. Delivering that's a matter for them, and we continue to work with them to do so.
All right. So in doing so, are you committed to that production commencing by the middle of this year?
Well, I am committed, but I don't make the hydrogen myself, so we need to kind of wait
It's
on...
like saying, no, I won't even go
Well,
there.
well, we're working very closely with very good organisations in Moree, in Port Kembla, and in the Hunter to bring online hydrogen. So what we want to do is support them to do that. There are
Slightly
grants
different.
programs that have done that, but as I'm flagging and being very open with the committee, that the final investment decision on some of those projects has not been made, and it's a matter for those organisations, and we hope that they'll
But
get
Minister,
over
I'm
the line.
asking you about the government's commitment,
Yep.
and while you may not make the hydrogen yourself, you certainly are responsible for the government's commitment.
Yep.
And so I'll ask you again, are you still committed to production commencing by the middle of this year?
We're committed to fulfilling the support for those that will do production. I hope that they're able to do it by the end of the year, but I'm not sure that they will be able to.
Okay. That's not a yes. Is the government still committed to providing up to $3 billion of incentives to commercialise hydrogen supply chains and reduce the cost of green hydrogen by
Yes.
an estimated $5.80
Yes,
per
to
kilo?
$4 a kilo, yes.
$5.80 or $4?
It's 4.
Thank you. So you're committed to that. You'll ensure that that $3 billion is provided.
Once hydrogen's been produced, yes.
And is the renewable fuel strategy for New South Wales still on track to be delivered in the middle of this year?
Yes, it's getting finalised now. We should be able to have that, I'm not quite sure of the timetable exactly when we're finalising it, but I know that it's very close. And look, I think the thing we need to understand here is that hydrogen is going to be really important, but it's got a much longer lead time. The good news about renewable fuels is that actually we can there's already production happening in the state. We're really setting up a system that will allow us to fill the gap between doing that and doing hydrogen. So pretty excited about the renewable fuels scheme, and it's pretty close.
Can I just go back to the transmission lines then? So if they do need to go through national parks, and given your support for that, communities are asking for certainty out there and they want to know. Would you be willing to discuss mandating the guidelines with specific communities out there?
Are you asking about transmission lines through national parks, or are you asking about privately owned land? I'm just not quite sure what the question is.
I mean, in each of these, the community has given us feedback that they're keen to have that certainty, and they want to be able to discuss that with you in an ongoing way. What we've heard today is a bit more about it's everybody else's problem. We'd just like an understanding of whether those communities would have the opportunity to meet with you.
Well, I disagree with the assertion of your question, but that's fine.
Sure.
Look, there's a very extensive program that is being undertaken by my agencies in relation to the proposed routes of transmission lines. And so there's a number of things. I do actually meet with people regularly. I've met with many groups that I can probably take on notice the number of times I've met with people who've actually been interested in transmission line routes. I'm happy to do that. Can't tell you off the top of my head, but it's at least 5 or 6. But the issue around certainty is and the process that we operate on is that there is a proposed route, and then Energy Co go out and talk to people and they reduce that. Very much so the aim is to try and reduce the number of landholders that are actually impacted by those routes, and we've had some very good success there. So, for example, Central West Arana, which is the one that's the most developed, 97% of landholders have agreed to the easements and the arrangements in relation to their land, and there's only 3 that are actually going through the sort of Valuer General Court process. If you look at the Hunter Transmission Project, I think we started off, and people will correct me, I think it was around 80 landholders. I think it's now down to about 24. And the work on the Hunter Central Coast Renewable Energy Zone is the same. So there's actually extensive consultation. It's not all done by the Minister, but I do meet and receive a lot of correspondence and have done a lot of meetings with landholders in relation to these matters, online and in person, and in my office and on the ground. So that's a work in progress. We start with a 1 kilometre wide easement, and at the end, when the route's finally done, it'll be between 70 and 140 metres, and that's the careful work that's being done, looking at trying to balance all of those things in terms of you can't have a line that goes like this, but you do want to have a line that's as straight as possible, that impacts as fewer people as it can, and tries to balance issues like whether it's going through very sensitive biodiversity land as well as very sensible agricultural land as well. That's all of the things that we're trying to balance through the process.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Oak.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for joining us, Minister. The draft water sharing plan for the Murrumbidgee Unregulated River Water Source 2025 was placed on public exhibition in November last year. The water sharing plan establishes rules for water management in the Murrumbidgee Unregulated River Source. The new plan is due to commence on the 1st of July this year. The Natural Resource Commission reviewed the previous water sharing plan and recommended that wetlands of international, national or regional significance be identified and protected. That the criteria from the Natural Resource Commission required that the priority wetlands identified needed to, amongst other criteria, support threatened species, support significant biodiversity, be a vital habitat. Now, the New South Wales Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and the Water confirmed on its website that it completed a desktop-only assessment due to time constraints, and that this has resulted in areas being identified as wetlands that should not have been included. The implication from the declaration of these wetlands is that there will be no new works or agriculture within the prescribed wetlands. The department has advised that updated maps for draft plans will be available in early March this year. Now, you, as the Minister for the Environment, are required to give concurrence on these plans prior to implementation. So will you require the Minister for Water to undertake further community consultation and receive further objections on the water sharing plans prescribed wetlands prior to giving concurrence on the water sharing plans?
Thanks, Mr Ruddock. That's quite a long question.
Yes, good question. Great question.
Thank you.
Yes, I am aware of the issues around wetland mapping. So I'd make a couple of points about this. One is that the reason why we go out to consultation in relation to the water sharing plans is to identify issues that people have had and for them to bring them forward, which they have done. I know that the Minister for Water, which this is primarily her issue, but I accept that I have concurrence and I take that very seriously, that we work through those issues. So I think that the shorter answer to your question really is yes, I'm aware of the issues. Yes, our departments and my colleague Minister is also working through those. Before we do final concurrence, all of those issues will be taken into account as they should be.
And what briefings have you received from environmental experts which require the prescribing of hundreds of new wetland areas along the Murrumbidgee? And are you concerned about mission creep and harm being done to agriculture by over-classifying areas as wetlands?
I haven't had a direct briefing in relation to the wetland mapping. As I said, it's caught up as part of this process of which I would then get advice in relation to concurrence. So I'm happy to sort of say that we would definitely look at that. The point that I would make is that wetlands are extremely important and we need to, some of them are in very good shape because we've had a lot of rain, some of them less good shape. The impact on bird species and the health of the rivers is tied up in the health of the wetlands. So it's something that I sort of keep an eye on, but expect really would deal with once the concurrence papers and the other work comes forward.
So we are in March now, Minister, and the maps for the draft plans are scheduled to be released this month. Are we on track for that to happen?
I need to take that on notice because, as I said, it's sort of it comes to me for concurrence, but actually, maybe Mr. Ling can tell you.
We are. Yeah, we're within the agency. We're working towards finalising revised maps, and I think we're intending to release them in early March. It should happen over the next couple of weeks.
And so when they are released, that they're still drafts. They're not final, is that right? And there'll be further opportunity for community consultation.
Can I take that on notice? But they certainly will be publicly available, and people will have the opportunity, if they're still concerned with it, to raise concerns with Minister Jackson or with the department.
Okay, so turning to another area now, Minister. So on October the 22nd in 2021, National Parks and Wildlife entered into a Part 4A agreement with local Aboriginal land councils for a nature reserve of 589 hectares off Thunderbolt Way west of Armidale, now called Bulla Granda Aboriginal area. I understand from the lease agreement the government has agreed to the following payments: an annual rent of $20,000, annual payment of operational funds $65,000, annual payment of $70,000 for community development funds. So in total, $155,000 per year is being given from taxpayers to this Aboriginal Land Council. The department remains responsible for all outgoings and obligations and costs under associated land management practices, along with the costs associated with public liability and other things. According to the lease, there is to be no change in recurrent spending on the reserve, but this is clearly not the case. Can you or the department provide a sum total of all payments and departmental costs associated with the formation and enactment of the lease agreement and payments made since the 22nd of October 2021, including costs of outgoing and payments made under the land management status?
Look, I'm happy to provide that information to the committee. Clearly, it happened before before this current government was elected. But the point that I'd make around Part 4As is that we have them across the state. They're part of a range of different models that we have working with Aboriginal communities and traditional owners on national parks. Aboriginal Part 4A is a well-known and quite well, it's been running for many decades, really, as a way in which there is an Aboriginal-owned park that is leased back to the state that works in partnership with the National Parks and Wildlife Service. I've been very lucky to go to a couple of these. One of the ones I've been to is Moodwingie, which is in far west New South Wales. Fantastic national park. If anyone ever gets out there, there's some incredible things to see there. Very well maintained and run by the traditional owners in partnership with parks. I think it's a really successful model. We've got a breakdown of those, but yeah, happy to get those figures for you, Mr. Ruddick.
So prior to the agreement, I understand costs for managing the park came from National Parks and Wildlife recurrent funds. Can the department provide annual recurrent spending for management of Bullangranda Aboriginal area for the 5 years prior to the lease agreement being signed?
Sure, I'm sure we can find that. It might take us a little while. It's going back a while, but yeah, no problem. Okay,
now I'd just like to use my last few minutes to talk about Mount Warning, where we've been before, Minister.
Yep.
So your office helped us get some documents. We were planning on doing an SO52, but your department was cooperative and gave us some of the documents that we were after. So the Wollumban Consultative Group minutes show that in 2016 and 2018, National Parks and Wildlife and the Wollumban Consultative Group were pursuing a permit and fee system to manage public access to the summit. And I quote from the minutes from December 2016, quote, massive increase in people climbing the mountain, 465 people a day is not sustainable. So the Wollumban Consultative Group wanted to limit it to 250 a day by introducing our fee of $20 to $25. And that was endorsed by the Wollumban Consultative Group. In July 2018, committee members still desire a permit system. This is all from the documents that your office helped us acquire. Can the Minister please explain why this compromise approach to public access to the summit was not pursued? So we're wondering why the people up there were saying, look, let's charge a fee. Too many people are climbing it. It is doing some damage. If we put in a fee, there will be less. That seemed to be, according to those documents that we have from sort of 6, 7, 8 years ago, there seemed to be the consensus of the people on the ground up there, but we seem to have lost that idea of charging a fee. What's your view on that?
Yeah, well, again, I mean, I can't comment too much about what happened under the previous government or previous arrangements, but what I can say is that I have met with the Wollumban Consultative Group, as I've met with many people in relation to the future of access to the summit, whether it's and that work is ongoing. It's not straightforward. I take on face value. You've seen the documents. I haven't seen them, but I assume that I know that there'd been a variety of discussions and views within the Wollumban Consultative Group over time, and that changed. When I became the minister, I went and met with them, and I think that there was a desire to work out what was actually going on. There is, a preference for that the summit to remain closed and to think about, future access a long way into the future without wanting to put words in people's mouths, because I haven't met with them for a little while. But it's something that we continue to work through. I mean, those 2016, 2018, I think I was the Shadow Minister for Family and Community Services then, so it was quite a while ago.
Okay.
So I'm not across the detail at the time, but we're happy to give you the information that you want. But look, the point that I would make is that I've met with many people up on the North Coast. There are a variety of views. We're still working through those. There's still the safety aspects which are important. It's a very, very steep place. We don't want people going up there where it's unsafe. And so we'd need to work out how that was going to operate in the future. Those discussions continue.
Okay, so just there was in 22nd of February last year, we have a document where you are quoted as saying to the Wollumben Consultative Group, I would like to explore if there are opportunities for joint management around treaty arrangements. So what did you mean by treaty arrangements, and is the government proposing some type of a treaty with the Wollumben Consultative Group?
No, look, I actually haven't seen those minutes. I'm not certain that they're necessarily a direct reflection of what I may want to say, but I'm happy to explain to you what the conversation that I was having, which is that you'd be aware that the New South Wales government has set up, I think it's a commission, or there's a group of people who are beginning the conversations around treaty making in New South Wales. That doesn't mean that a range of other, things that have been long-standing just sort of fall away. So the discussion around joint management, and as I indicated previously, the various different ways in which National Parks works with Aboriginal and traditional owners across the parks network is part of that. If I was reflecting on that, I was probably talking about the fact that the government was setting up a treaty process, and that in some ways, my general view would be some of the Part 4A and other arrangements are not dissimilar to small treaties anyway, because they're actually in agreement about how that national parks and country is being cared for jointly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, can I ask you please about the Great Koala National Park? Yep. When can New South Wales expect an announcement on the Great Koala National Park?
I welcome the question. Soon.
Is there any explanation you can provide as to why it is March? We haven't had a decision yet. Understand that the advisory committees completed their work at the end of last year, including the incredible table document about the koala assessment that's taken place, which was clearly an incredibly good, comprehensive assessment. Can the people of New South Wales understand why it's taking so long?
Yeah, I'm very happy to explain to people the process. As you know, this is our single biggest environmental commitment that we took to the last election. It's incredibly important in terms of saving koalas in the wild, which, as we all know, are on track to extinction by 2050. I don't think there's one person in New South Wales who's happy if that occurs. There's also been a whole lot of other scientific work that's gone into trying to count koalas and working through that. But I relied previously on very important work that's been done that showed that 90% of populations are actually in decline. So that's the context that we're working in terms of the importance of which the New South Wales government and myself as the minister take the creation of this national park. We did say when we went to the election that we'd do a comprehensive assessment process, and the commitment was that it would be done in our first term. Now we're just heading up to 2 years. I know people are impatient to getting the park created. So there's been a lot of different work being done. There's an industry panel, there's an environment science panel, and there's also a First Nations panel. They've put in a range of different models, thoughts about the way in which the park should be created, how big it should be, what is the assessment area, what we should be counting, what we shouldn't. That's pretty comprehensive work. I would say, and be very upfront, that some of that remains contested. The one thing that I've learnt through this process is that the facts in relation to these matters are not easily agreed by people, and that's really part of what government is doing. So it's a very important thing for us. Anything that we do there will have an impact on the communities, and we're looking through what those would be, and to understand what we need to do to support communities through the change. There's a lot of positives that come with this, but let's be very upfront. There's an impact. There will be an impact on timber jobs, and we need to work through that. We've been working closely, and I've met with the timber industry on many occasions through this. So we're working through it properly. I really, of course, look, I think I should just probably have a little sign that I hold up. Yes, I wish this was faster, but I'm doing. We're trying to make it go as quickly as possible. But having said that, when we make the decision about the Great Koala National Park, we want it to be as robust as it possibly is, as it possibly can be, so that we're very confident that we've got it right.
So when you say soon, Minister, can people expect that in the next month?
I'm not providing you with any more information other than soon. That's the best that I can do. Government's still considering it. I'm not in a position to give you a time frame.
Do you think it's okay in terms of no time frame at all? Can we say within 6 months? Is that I'm serious? I've got people ringing me 3 times every day, and I'm sure you have too.
Well, you should see the call. We get plenty of traffic to our office too.
Yeah.
But look, I've been very upfront about what this is. Government will make the decision. and we will do it properly. Of course, it will be soon, but I'm not putting a time frame on it because we've got issues that we're working through.
Is it fair
one thing I would say to anyone who's watching and interested here, can you please stop telling journalists that I'm announcing it tomorrow, because it's not the case. And every Friday and every Sunday I get phone calls saying you're announcing the Great Koala National Park. No, I'm not.
Perhaps there's a way of mitigating that. I think there was really clear rumour that it was going to be before the end of last year, and I don't think people
rumours
are
are rumours until they're facts.
Well, that's
so,
right.
You know.
So is there anything that you and the government can do to assist all of those people? And I don't think this is just something that is fanciful to suggest, but people are really, really disturbed and anxious. People on the front lines who are watching logs and koala habitat being taken out en masse, truck after truck going through their community main centre, are really stressed because they thought that this would have ended by now. They've planned their lives around it ending. So I'm just wondering, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, is there something that could provide something around the word soon for those people?
No, it's soon. But the point that I'd make is again, those that have campaigned for the Great Koala National Park are people that I know well and that I have dealt with for many years in relation to this. This is, as I said, this is the biggest commitment that this government's making in relation to the environment as part of our election platform and that we were elected on, and we have a mandate to deliver.
But do you accept that we're losing the faith of all those people that believed and trusted that this would be delivered?
No, I don't accept that. I accept people to think about a couple of things. If this government wasn't elected, there'd be absolutely no commitment for the Great Koala National Park whatsoever.
So
secondly, we've also done a lot of work through the koala hubs to actually remove very sensitive areas from harvesting in the area. And thirdly, we're working through, and we're very, very clear about this, and some people don't like this, that plantation is going to be harvested within the area.
I think
that is absolutely what we've been clear about. So I understand people's frustration.
I think people on the front line understand.
I understand
Point of
that people,
order, Chair. You've got to let the Minister answer.
Thanks, Wes.
There's time for everything. Sorry, go on, Sue.
Can I please, I think the people I'm referring to who are really stressed out, they do know the difference between plantation and native forest logging, but is it true that the logging lobbyists that have been roaming around this parliament for the last few weeks, are they having an influence on the outcome? You may not have seen them. I certainly have. I'm just curious. Has the Premier been meeting with people? Is he being swung? Is this decision being influenced by...
Look, with respect, Sue, if you want to know all of the answers to those questions, I'm happy to give you a Labor Party form, and I'm happy for you to become a member of the Labor Party caucus so that you can provide that information. That is what government does, and that's what political parties...
I'm a member of the crossbench doing my job.
No, I know you are, but what I'm saying to you is that what you are asking questions that I'm not in a position to answer, but B, are also just fueling the rumours that are there. Please take me at my word.
Minister, with respect, are those it appears no decision has yet been made about the Great Koala National Park. For some people, that would be quite alarming at this point, given the assessment was completed last year and the decision is coming soon. We still don't know whether the decision includes the whole 176,000 hectares that people thought was promised and implicit in the promise when the Labor government formed. Is it true that the decision is still being influenced? And if so, is that decision being influenced by those lobbyists on behalf of the vested timber industry voice?
Government pays attention to a lot of information. We've got all the information from our experts, and there's people roaming the halls and no data. There's also environment groups that are doing the same. So, people do their work through the democratic process in the way that they see fit. Government takes on board and makes its own decisions. The main thing I just want to emphasise is that no one should underestimate the commitment in relation to getting this park done. And yes, it's taking longer than people like, but we need to do it properly. It's not as simple. People just wanted me to say, this is what we're doing, and we're just going, we're going to close the industry, and that's it. It's all over. That's not how That's not how good government works. Good government actually does the work that understands the impact on koalas and how important this park is for making sure that koalas actually have a future in the wild in this state. We absolutely agree with that. But we also understand that there are communities that are impacted, and we need to understand the differences of that. And look, it's absolutely okay for every group, no matter who they are, to front up and seek a meeting with an MP to actually talk about the issues that they want to do that. And environment groups do that, as they should, and ordinary citizens do that, as they should, and different groups, as we know, go and argue their case, as they should. What government's job is to look at the facts and to work through it and to come to a decision. We're working through that. We're not there yet, but I hope that'll be soon.
Are you aware that the biomaterial reports for those areas, in terms of what was coming in and out of the what was coming out of the forest and what remains, have been false? They've now been corrected. And can you provide any guarantee that in the assessment process, any figures around compensation haven't been overinflated based on the incorrect material?
Well, I'm aware of the issue. Obviously, I'm not the forestry minister, and I know that you asked me. I think people asked Minister Moriarty about that. All of that. There's actually a steering committee with all the relevant agencies. These issues are part of the assessment of what finally government decides.
Thank you. Back to the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, could I ask, have you or anyone in your department had any conversations around delaying the announcement of the Great Koala National Park until after the federal election?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that you're aware of?
Well, I can't speak for conversations that I'm not in.
Okay, fair. Will you commit that an announcement for the Great Koala National Park will not be delayed until after the federal election?
As I've said to Ms Higginson, we'll announce the Great Koala National Park soon, but there's still work that's ongoing.
Ms Higginson sort of touched on this issue, but I'm surprised that it's now 2 years since effectively this government was elected.
You don't even support the Great Koala National Park. I thought you'd be happy.
That wasn't even. I haven't even got to the question, and you're interjecting on me. I
Can't
mean,
help it.
I feel like the chair should.
Old habits die hard. Come on.
No, I know. I appreciate that. Now, are you not slightly embarrassed that we're now 2 years in and
No.
you haven't got to announcing the Great Koala National
No.
Park? You're not?
No.
Okay.
I believe in government doing its job properly.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. The former head of National Parks and Wildlife Service, Atticus Fleming, did he leave National Parks because he failed to deliver you the biggest election commitment that the Labor Party made?
Wow. Okay. Where to start with this? The first thing I'm going to say is this. Atticus Fleming over Christmas decided that after 6 years in doing an incredible job as the head of National Parks and Wildlife Service, that it was time for a change. He'd previously come from the non-government sector, and he's, I think, reflected on that and been thinking that maybe this is, that it was the right time for him to move away. Never easy to leave these jobs. He was not encouraged by me to leave at all. In fact, I'm very sad that he's going. But
So
I
he
will.
wasn't
But I
sacked
will
by
give.
you
But
then?
I will give this. I think what you have just said about him is disgraceful. I think that to traduce a public servant who has done nothing but work very hard, including and mostly actually with the previous government, to progress national park and protected area protection across this state is frankly beneath you. And I'm very disappointed that that's
Chair,
what you've
I can
decided
put
to
the
do. But the
questions,
point
you
that
can
I want to put
answer
on
it as
record
you
here,
are.
Atticus Fleming is leaving. I'm sad about that. I wish him really well with whatever he does next. He's a great loss to New South Wales.
So you didn't sack him then?
Absolutely not. Did you not just hear that? That is
No,
disgraceful.
I'm
I
just
did not.
I'm just confirming that you
Also,
did not
it's
sack
not
him.
actually up to me whether I did it anyway. So it would really help if you actually understood how it worked.
No, I'm just making sure that you didn't sack him.
Well,
have
you're
you
just
filled
so
his role
rude.
yet?
So
Have you
rude.
filled his role yet?
Beg your pardon?
Have you filled his role yet?
No, if you're paying attention, we've actually got advertising out at the moment. We have the very excellent Naomi Stevens, who'll be here this afternoon, who's acting in that position. She's excellent at doing that. Boy, you've gone. And we are recruiting for that position. It'll be hard to fill. If there's anyone who really wants to do this job, one of the best jobs in Australia, and we want the best and the brightest to come forward.
Minister, is Mr Fleming still contracted and working for National Parks and Wildlife Service? If so, what is he actually doing?
Yes, I'm happy to give this to Mr. Lean. There is Because Mr Fleming is going, and as you'd be aware, there's two particular issues that he's been working closely with, which is the Great Koala National Park, and given you've just chipped me for apparently taking too long to do it, my understanding is he is contracted, I don't know whether it's 1 day or 2 days a week, just to do some work that's finishing up as he's finalised, which I'm very comfortable with.
Okay.
Mr Lamb,
Yeah,
do you want to
so-
finalise that?
Atticus is employed on a part-time basis 1 day a week, and he's focused on doing work associated with the carbon methodology and also continuing in his role as Lord Howe Island Board Chair.
Excellent. I will be asking some questions related to some of those issues a bit later. But you said, Minister, that he was doing 2 issues, was that? Or was it just...
Well, I think I just refer to what Mr Lean just said.
Okay,
It's
so-
basically Great Koala National Park, of which the climb method is, and I failed to say that he's actually on the board of Lord Howe
Lord Howe
Island.
Island, yes.
I'm glad you've got a newfound interest in this, given the Port Macquarie by-election. I hope that the Liberals are as interested in it as you are. There's a lot of work going on at Lord Howe
Probably
Island,
not, Minister,
and we
but
want to
that's
actually
okay.
clean that.
Just in relation to that, is he on a pro rata rate of, like at a secretary level, or...
He's not at secretary level because I'm the secretary, but...
I mean, that's what I'm asking. Like, is it secretary level, DepSec
We'll
level?
find
Like,
out
what's
how
he-
much.
what is he?
We'll come back to you.
Yeah, and a prorated rate, I'm assuming?
1 day
Well,
a
it's
week.
1 day
Just
a week.
heard it.
Right. Minister, when did you first meet Amit Singh?
I think I first met him. I'd need to check. It'll be in my diaries, but it was, I think, when he was providing me with the first bit of information in relation to some of the modelling for Great Koala National Park.
Okay. Approximately time?
I'd
2023,
need to.
2024,
I'd need to.
early, late?
It would have been maybe 23 or perhaps early 24, but let me confirm.
Thank
It
you.
was a fair way into the project.
Okay. When did you first learn about Mandala Partners?
So I was aware of Mandela Partners, obviously, when we established the process to go through with the Great Koala National Park. We wanted people to do modelling in relation to industry impact and all of those issues. I'm aware that Mandela was on the preferred list and came recommended from other government agencies as well. We were keen that, well, there was a view that they would be the appropriate people to do the work because they'd done industry work before.
Do you know who that work was for, Minister?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. I know that they had done some work for unions previously, but I couldn't tell you who. I'm not.
You didn't think to ask?
No, because
Okay.
they were.
No,
Well, can you just let me finish?
Yeah, sure.
I don't know. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to allege here. This is a consultancy that has been through the government procurement process, which means it's on the preferred tenderers list, which I think, and I need to check, was probably even before it was under the previous government. They'd done other work for I couldn't tell you what that was. We followed the proper procurement process and they've been doing that work.
So have you assured yourself that nobody, certainly not you or anyone in your office, did anything in any capacity to appoint Mandala Partners to lead the economic social assessment for the establishment of the Great Koala National Park?
No, all I'm aware is that when that we would have talked about who would are there organisations that have good level of experience, and we and that we would have done that. So I'm sure there were conversations in my office, but it was basically led as is appropriate. All things were followed, and DQ worked with Mandela to get this services. And
So-
can I just confirm that
sure.
I first met with Mandela on the 4th of September 2024.
4th September 24. Thank you. So you're just confirming your office did discuss appointing Mandala Partners in that
I recall
process?
a conversation where we said we need to have consultants. People are thinking about that. Mandela is there. They've got industry experience, and that was the last of it.
Okay. Did your office sign off on Mandala Partners being appointed as the pre-approved consultant to the New South Wales
No, I
government?
don't. Well, let me just take that on notice, but I'll just check. I don't believe so. That's not how it works. I might hand over to Mr. Lean in relation to this. Like my office does not directly employ any consultants.
Yeah, so the procurement was undertaken by what was then the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, or Planning and Environment. All of the procurement rules were complied with, as the Minister has indicated. They're a pre-qualified supplier, so they were engaged directly by the department in accordance with the procurement rules that allow those sorts of engagements.
And how was the assessment done in relation to which of those approved pre-tenderers were already that were already approved were selected for that role?
Look, I'll have to go back and get further information on that, but the rules allow for a
This was
direct
prior to
engagement.
Mr. Lane's time. so-
No, I appreciate that. I guess I'm just trying to understand how they were appointed.
I can give you the
whether
advice
there
that
was-
I've got. I can give you the advice that I've got,
Yep.
which was that in December 23, Mandela was engaged to deliver the independent economic and social impact assessment and cost-benefit analysis for the Great Koala National Park. DQ did this as a direct negotiation because partly because we wanted to get this up and running as quickly as possible, partly because Mandela was already on the complied with the New South Wales procurement framework, and they were a pre-qualified supplier.
Yep.
You'd be aware that we're trying to get these things done as quickly as possible.
Maybe not quick enough.
You seem to be.
You know.
Well.
Depending on who
You
you
can't
ask.
have it both ways.
No,
You can't
look,
have it both ways,
and,
Mr. Fang.
Minister, I'm
this is the
simply
process,
asking
but we'll get that
questions.
other detail for you
I'm
and happy
simply
to
asking
provide it.
questions about the process. You know,
For which
it's
I'm
budget
giving
estimates.
directly relevant answers.
Thank you. You are. Thank you very much, Minister. So, Mr. Lane, are you able to provide, perhaps on notice, any work that was done around the assessment for that appointment, and whether any other companies were considered in that work?
I think we've already indicated that it was a direct engagement.
Yeah,
but
I appreciate that, but I mean, did
certainly
you engage
take-
with anybody else in parallel, effectively, before they were, selected?
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice.
Thank you. Minister, was it appropriate that Mandela Partners were allowed to work for an activist group, also a member of the Social Environmental Advisory Panel for the Great Koala National Park, who are advocating against public native forestry, while at the same time the team was writing the economic assessment for the National Parks and Wildlife Service?
I'll make the following comments in relation to that. Yes, it is appropriate if conflicts of interest are properly managed, which I believe in this case that they are. It is not unusual, and some members would be on. I don't know which one of you are on Ms. Abigail Boyd's committee in relation to contractors and consultants, but it's not
Would be the
unusual.
Parliament
It's not
committee,
unusual
actually,
for
Minister,
just. I'm giving you the information. It's not unusual for their people to be working for multiple clients, for them to have things in place. This is what I can advise, that in May 24, Mandela provided information to DQ about their intention to undertake work under a separate contract for the Australian Climate and Biodiversity Foundation. I think that's who you're talking about. Is that who you're talking about?
Sorry, yes.
sorry,
for
yeah.
the benefit of Hansard, well, yes, that's my understanding.
Yes. DQ was
I'd be interested to see if they declared any other conflicts.
Are you going to let me finish?
Yes.
DQ was advised that this work did not overlap or conflict with the work being undertaken for the department, and protocols would be in place for the duration of the project. These protocols included removing all data received from New South Wales government entities related to GKNP prior to starting work on the other contract. No GKNP work was used in the separate client's work. Finalising GKNP draft work was also done before commencing the new work. All these protocols are normal, that companies use regularly to manage different contracts. DQ Legal and Governance confirmed that the measures were satisfactory, and Mandela was requested to confirm adherence to all protocols throughout the duration. Just to be clear here, Mandela returned all data to DQ. Mandela do not own or use any of the data that was used in relation to the Great Koala National Park. On 28th of October 24, Mandela wrote to DQ to confirm that the protocols were in place.
Thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive answer. However, were the conflicts of interest raised with you, and with you, Minister, and also you, Mr. Lean, and was approval given?
Well, as I've just said to you, the conflicts are managed at the departmental level. They were declared, they were managed, and
So
I'm
you weren't aware.
I'm satisfied with how they're there.
So, Minister, I guess taking a step back, were you made aware that there was a conflict of interest there, and that the department was managing it at I guess, below Secretary and Minister level?
Look, I believe that my office is aware, and at some point I was told that this issue had been raised, but I was satisfied that the protocols that were put in place have been adhered to.
Mr. Lean, when were you made aware?
When Mandela wrote to me, I believe, on the 16th of May 2024, I just make the
16th
point.
of May,
You've said
was it?
that
Sorry?
there
Yeah, May 24.
was.
Yeah.
You've said that there was a conflict. I was actually satisfied that there was no conflict.
So is that why the
because-
minister wasn't told that there was a conflict of interest in place?
Sorry?
Well, the minister just said that she's not sure that she was actually made aware
No,
and
that's
or
not.
that her offers.
Don't put words into
Well, no,
my
I'm
mouth.
trying to- I'm
That's
trying
not
to
what I
understand
said.
this.
Well, what I
So-
said to you is I became aware. I couldn't tell you when that was, but there
Yeah.
was a discussion. I asked about it, and I was satisfied that the protocols had been met.
But Minister, you can understand, the answer you gave me previously indicated that there was management of that conflict of interest. Now, Mr. Lean is indicating that he was satisfied that there wasn't a conflict of interest. So I'm getting
Well,
two
that's a
different
well, that's
answers,
a
one from
well,
the
that-
Secretary
well,
and then
if you,
one
if you, if
from the
you
Minister.
actually pursued that line of thinking, you'd probably get a better answer from the Secretary rather than trying to verbal me in my answers.
Well, I'm not trying to verbal you, Minister, at all. I'm just trying to understand how you've described it as a conflict of interest, and the Secretary has now indicated that he didn't believe it was a conflict of interest. Therefore, how was it managed?
Can I just clarify? So there was no actual conflict of interest given the nature of the work that Mandela was doing for this other organisation when it was looked at compared to the work they were doing as part of the GKMP process.
Yes.
There remains an issue around perception of conflict of interest.
And
I
will come to that
Do
issue.
you mind if I finish?
Yes, but I'll come to that issue in
Well,
a
let
little
him
bit of
finish
time.
then.
So, recognising that there were still risks associated with that, there were various protocols put in place to manage the perception of a conflict. We sought confirmation in relation to compliance with those protocols, and Mandela advised us that they were complied with. Our legal and governance team also looked at it and advised the arrangements that they had in place were satisfactory to manage that perception.
Mr. Lean, you would appreciate you can't be half pregnant. You either are or you aren't, and there either is or there isn't a conflict of interest
Actually,
here.
you can be
Now,
half pregnant.
you've indicated
You
that
can be
you didn't
halfway
believe
through
there
your
was a
term.
conflict of interest. If that was the belief of the Secretary, how are you convinced that it was appropriately managed, given that the Minister said that there was appropriate management of the conflict of interest?
I think I've answered that. I've said there was no actual conflict, however, there was a risk of a perception of conflict. There were protocols put in place to manage that, and we sought confirmation from Mandela that they were complied with. That included return of the data, making sure that it wasn't used as part of the separate piece of work.
Minister,
Is it your allegation that there is a conflict of interest? I'm actually understanding what
I
you're-
believe
what you're
I believe
trying
there is
to-
an absolute conflict of interest,
Right,
Minister,
okay.
and
Well,
that's
we
what I'm
disagree on
trying
that.
to.
Okay.
I'm now trying to, I guess, elucidate
Gotcha.
some responses about. Now, Minister, do you accept that by having selected Mandela Partners, there's now, I guess, there's been a creation of a cloud over the work that was done in relation to the assessments?
Despite your best efforts, no.
Well, Minister, it's not about what I'm seeking to do or not do. This is the
Well, I've answered the
opinion
question,
of
no.
stakeholders. It's the opinion of people that have
Well, let me
had
say
access to
this.
the.
Let me say this. There is a lot of different modelling. There is a lot of different assessments. There is input from the timber industry. There's input from previous reports. All of that has gone into and is part of the assessment for government making the decision about the Great Koala National Park. I don't believe that there is any compromise in the work that Mandela has done, despite the efforts of many to try and introduce that work. What I will say to you is that the government has a lot of inputs, and I would again say to the committee and those that are watching that there is actually no agreement on this, and this is actually what actually makes this assessment very challenging, which is trying to get, and this is where the way that I want to try and get us to with the panels is to get as much agreement on the facts as there are. Mandela have presented to all of those committees, and actually there's been no issues raised in relation to that. Whether there's a conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest is a separate issue to the work that's been done.
Minister, you're saying that none of the stakeholders have raised concerns
No,
about the
that's
fact
not
that.
what I'm saying.
Well,
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the work of Mandela was presented to the various panels. I mean, we're still going through, there's a large volume of work, but my understanding is that there is, in good news, actually quite a lot of agreement around where we're going. There is still some outstanding issues, and there are some who believe that there is a problem with Mandela. I don't share those views.
Minister, I want to just briefly turn in the little time I have left to another issue. The count for the Kosciuszko Brumbies
Yep.
has been delayed,
Yep.
it would appear. There's concerns that this is because the raw data is showing there to be less than 3,000 Brumbies left in the park, and that you've breached the Wild Horse Heritage Act by having overshot the number of Brumbies. Can you explain the delay in the release of the numbers, and understand that by delaying that release and the raw data, that people are questioning why it is the case?
Well, the first thing I would say is that there are those people who told me that there were less than 2,000 horses in Kosciuszko National Park. I can advise the committee, and these numbers are well known, that over 6,000 horses have been removed from the park in the last 12 months. In fact, I think it's more than that. Thanks. I can give you the numbers. So the total number, since the plan commenced, that the total number of horses removed from the park has been 8,954. So what I want to say to you about this is that we've just did the most recent count was done in October. Mm-hmm. We actually have used a new group of people that are doing that, and they have done the count. And I can confirm to the committee that the numbers are way down, that the numbers... I don't have the final numbers, but we are around the 3,000 to 4,000 mark. This is being peer reviewed, and it's taking some time. So that's why that hasn't been announced, or hasn't been finalised. But the thing that
I've got 10 seconds left. I just want to ask one more question on that.
Okay.
Did you trial the other type of count that you indicated?
Marked
would
recount.
be?
There has been. I can get you details of exactly what else was done. But as we've said, like marked recapture and those kind of issues, we're trying to improve the count all the time. But the main thing for people to realise is I've never given that there was one number. I've always said that there was between 12,000 and 20,000. I actually stopped the previous practice of just picking the middle number. I think that the figures that we're showing is that that's probably about right. We're waiting for the final count. And the thing that I'd say is that even if it does, if it's slightly under 3,000, I don't believe that we're in breach of the Act. But what we will be doing is it means that we won't need to be doing aerial shooting anymore, and we can get into what we want to do, which is actually manage that population, do the work on reproductive control, and see where that takes us.
So it could be below 3,000, Minister, is that correct?
Well, no, I don't know. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying to you, and this is what I want to show you, the difference. This is the difference. This is what the bogs look like. They're all trashed and all terrible. We've removed almost 9,000 horses from the park.
Picture, and now you've come with an A3 print that none of us can see on that camera.
Well, you'll be very lucky because I've actually got them. I'd seek leave to actually table them to the committee. I've actually got copies for
that's
everyone.
better. Usually, you spend a decent amount of money. The budget must be being cut. I don't know.
Well, we're very prudent with the way in which we use public
Where
money.
was that
Okay, we're now in
Broadcast that we
crossbench time,
Yeah,
so
no,
I'll hand to you,
apologies.
Mr.
But
Ruddock.
the point being that the numbers are coming.
Thank you, Minister.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, still on Mount Warning, in a meeting attended by yourself on the 22nd of February last year, a member of the Wollumban Consultative Group is quoted as saying, "Let's start the process of entering into a Part 4A leaseback arrangement," end quote. Is arranging this Part 4A leaseback arrangement the reason for the continued temporary closure of the Summit Track?
No.
Okay. Is the Minister planning on handing over ownership and control of Mount Warning National Park to the Wollumban Consultative Group under a Part 4A agreement?
The short answer is no, but it's more nuanced than that because, as I said, the whole conversation about the management of the parks, what form joint management takes, doesn't necessarily need to be Part 4A, and there are differing views within the community in relation to that. So really I just need to go back to where I'm at, which is that we've extended the ban until the end of the year, as you would be aware. I'm hoping that we can work through and actually, provide a pathway for what happens in the future before then. But this is not straightforward, and we continue to work with people in relation to that. And there are a whole lot of people that have got a whole lot of views. Many of them don't agree with each other.
So when we do get to the end of this process and we have a long-term arrangement, are you confident that the public is going to be able to access the national park?
Yes, in terms of accessing the national park, yes. In terms of where and when and how, that's a different question, and the way in which the summit is able to be accessed is still an ongoing discussion.
Minutes of the meeting show an acknowledgement by National Parks and Wildlife Service of the economic importance of the summit climb to local businesses. Given National Parks' temporary closure of the summit route will be 5 years on the 30th of March this year, unhappy anniversary, and the economic damage of the closure is estimated by some to be about $75 million to local businesses. Does the government have any plans to compensate businesses for lost income arising from the government's decision?
No, we don't have plans to do compensation, but we do have plans to try and work this out for the future.
Well, I mean, do you acknowledge that there have been lots of businesses that have been acutely negatively affected by the government's decision to stop accessing?
Look, I know that there have been some businesses that have had big impact, but also there's been other impacts that have occurred. COVID, roadworks, that have, actually locked off access in relation to that. There's been some really positive news in terms of what the government's done around driving other tourism opportunities on the North Coast as well. The what do you call it? The rail trail. Yes, the rail trail is a roaring success, and the numbers of people that are actually using that rail trail and appearing that actually is on par with some of the climbing that used to occur. So look, it's a dynamic situation. Yes, I know some people have been severely affected. I wouldn't say it's just been because of the closure of the summit. There's a lot of other intersecting issues that have also impacted that area.
Well, I think the Northern Rivers area is certainly back on its feet after COVID, but I think the town of Yukai and Murwillumbah have definitely...
Those ones very close. Of course there's been impact, yes.
Okay, so former Minister for the Environment, James Griffin, announced the development of a new model for Aboriginal joint management of New South Wales National
Very
Parks
good,
on the
Minister.
3rd of July 2022.
Yeah.
A new Aboriginal joint management unit was established by the New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service to oversee the development of the proposed new model. Stage 1 consultations are complete and National Parks is now moving to Stage 2. Now, Stages 1 and 2 are limited to Aboriginal groups, whereas the general public may only get involved at Stage 3 when the model is complete or at least near complete. Am I right to fear that this opportunity to get involved by non-Aboriginal groups will not be communicated widely?
Sorry, that was a very long question, but my general my answer to that is no. I mean, of course, like national parks are some of the most precious assets that this state has.
Yes.
We give them the highest level of land protection for that very reason. We're getting close to 10% of our state being a protected area through a national park or all the various reserve systems. It's something that New South Wales should be very proud of. The other part of that, which is intrinsic to that, is the Aboriginal cultural heritage that also sits within and on all of those parks. There has been a decades-long work with Aboriginal communities, traditional owners. I mean, I'm very proud that National Parks and Wildlife Service has the highest number of Aboriginal people working in it at about 14%. This is deep relationships with the community that value the incredible, literally 60,000 years worth of heritage within those parks. Some of those, and that's a very long way of saying that we're always looking for ways, and the previous government was committed to sort of joint ownership and management. As I've said to you, that occurs in a range of different ways. Sometimes there's MOUs, sometimes there's Aboriginal places, sometimes there's Part 4A. That's the conversation that we're having with Aboriginal communities all around the state around how we can work with them and how we can protect that heritage, but also how do we actually share that heritage with the entire community. So the very long way of saying is yes, of course, the broader community has a conversation about that, but we also are doing some work, and the sad reality is that we haven't even done a lot of the work that traditional owners are wanting to do now to even map some of the incredible sites that we have. We're finding sites that have been there for tens of thousands of years that no one has recognised that we are looking at protecting. We've just acquired a property, Broughton Vale, west of Broken Hill, that has a very important Aboriginal place on it that we recognise and want to value. In terms of whether everyone can access those all the time, there's different management in different places. Some are sensitive. That's not unusual. We have a range of other items and areas. People can't go and visit the Wallamai Pine, for example, in the national parks, but it doesn't mean it's not valued. So that's a very long way of answering your question, Mr. Ruddick, but really is national parks are an asset for all of us. Aboriginal communities have a very special place within that in terms of how they manage that, and that it was originally Aboriginal land, and we're working through the way in which that can operate.
But you would acknowledge that there are a large number of Australians who do not have an Aboriginal ancestor, who have a deep natural love of national parks.
Sure.
Our chair has spent many
Myself, of
much
course,
time
all of us.
in national parks.
Everyone should love national parks.
Yes.
They're, as I said, they're our most precious asset. Can I just give? Someone's just given me a note, which is very helpful, which is that the stage one consultation. So this would have happened before I was the minister. Actually, had broader groups. It wasn't just with Aboriginal communities. So I can just confirm
Okay.
that.
Well, thank you. The facilitators of the consultation are the Thiri-Wiri, and the report I refer to is the Regional Aboriginal Workshop Aboriginal Communities Engagement Report. Participants identified opportunities to generate economic benefit to communities from royalties and fees derived from third parties accessing parks for commercial purposes. People called for equal or majority Aboriginal representation on any joint management governing body, with a view also put forward that the governing body should consist of Aboriginal people only. Most concerningly, many raised a desire to not only own the parks outright, but to be able to transition from joint management to full community management, even though this is not within the current scope of the New South Wales Government's proposal to establish new joint management model. Minister, do you support majority Aboriginal representation on any joint management governing body?
Well, we already have that in the case of the Part 4As, which are actually Aboriginal, by far Aboriginal majority, with some community members on them. So that model's already in acceptance. Can I just check, when was that report done? Is that done by the previous government, or is that a new one?
I don't have the date here, but I will get that
I think
to
it's
you.
an older one. But anyway, regardless, I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all that consultation with Aboriginal people, they have strong views around the way in which national parks operate, the opportunities that there are for caring for country, for economic empowerment, for working through that land management. As I said, I'm really, national parks in New South Wales, 14% of our staff are Aboriginal people. It's a place that Aboriginal people, I hope and I know, like to work, but also it gives a huge amount of opportunity for Aboriginal businesses to do work on country, sharing cultural heritage and the specialness of the places. It's a great strength.
Am I right to be fearful that we could be on track in the next sort of 15 to 20 years to give every national park in New South Wales handed over to Aboriginal ownership under these?
No.
That's not the case.
Well, no, as I've said to you, that there are different arrangements in different places, and that we need to work through. They need to fit. I mean, not all Aboriginal people are the same. Not all Aboriginal people in relation to traditional owners have the same views around the ways that these are managed. We have, the fact that we give this highest level of protection to national parks means that they're they're an asset that we all need to look after. So I'm not really quite sure what your concerns are, other than.
I'm worried that under these 4A agreements, that we give the ownership of the national park to a local land council, and then we immediately then enter into a lease where the National Parks and Wildlife Service can continue to manage. But that lease goes for 30 years.
Yes.
What happens after 30 years if the land council says that they don't want to re-enter into a lease?
Well, it's renegotiated. So that's what we do. That's the whole idea. My understanding is that hasn't, they take a variety of forms. And this is what we do. This is a partnership approach with Aboriginal people that we take very seriously, that has led to great strengths. I again encourage you to go out to Mootwingie or to other parks to really, Mount Grenfell Historic Site. I was very privileged to go and have a look at last year. When you see the traditional owners, what they're able to do on park with their communities, but also to the education piece in the broader community, it is a very special thing that we're able to do that very few nations on earth are able to do, and I'm very proud of it.
Thank you.
Minister, I just want to pick up very quickly on something in the previous round of questioning about the Great Koala National Park work and the ACCU's work being similar or one of the same things. Can you confirm that if we can't generate ACCUs from the Great Koala National Park area, would that have any or as many as may have thought, would that have any impact on the final decision about the size of the Great Koala National Park?
I think we need to take a couple of steps back. So just in terms of the carbon method, just to be very clear, it's an independent process that's done at arm's length from the federal government. It's done through the federal government. As part of the examination of the Great Koala National Park, we asked Professor McIntosh from ANU, who's an expert in the field, to work up a potential way that we could look at how, whether we could generate accus through the creation of the national park. That process is far from finished. That process it's been added to the list. It's something that sits with an independent group from, here we go, I can give you the full thing. There's a lot of technical words. I'll just get you the right words. Professor McIntosh. Yes, the Federal Emissions Reduction Assurance Committee, better known as ERAC.
Yep.
ERAC is basically assessing the method. So they're going through that process. There's a public part of that where people can challenge that, or kick the tyres on it or provide input. It's then a matter about whether they put that forward or not is yet to be determined. So that's not something that I have control over. So that's a very long way of saying our commitment to the Great Koala National Park remains. The impact of accus could be positive, or if we don't have enough negative, it doesn't mean we're stepping away from that commitment.
Will any decision by the government on generating accus play a role in assessing the creation and expansion of any new protected areas?
Well, the way that it's supposed to, the ACCU method is being developed so that we can apply it to the Great Koala National Park. That's what it's for.
And so then is it your view or that national parks should be used to allow the continuation of emissions generating industries in the balance or payoff of any offsets rather than actually them reducing emissions?
Well, I think that you'd find that national parks basically are probably carbon positive anyway. But the point that I would make here is that there are opportunities for us to, if the methods are rigorous, which is why we got Andrew McIntosh to do this work, we believe that we can sequester carbon and generate accus, and we would be able to apply them, which means that we would get funding to restore and look after that landscape. That's something that I'm interested in. Whether it plays out, that's what we're willing to do. I understand that there is, some people just believe that we shouldn't have accus at all, and that people just need to reduce their emissions.
Would you consider, though, ruling out certain really polluting high emissions generators from being able to access any component of a public forest or protected area generated credit?
I think we're getting a bit ahead. I think we're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. Let's just see whether the method is actually there. Obviously, the policy parameters around the way in which the government may implement that are yet to be determined.
Just going to the Net Zero's annual report, we saw in that there was a clear finding about the New South Wales climate change emissions reduction targets in real jeopardy based on expanded coal mines and extensions, so new coal in New South Wales. It's an urgent matter given that DPHI is likely to make decisions in the next few months on two major projects, the Tarmor South coal mine project, which is the third highest emitting coal mine in New South Wales. What will you do, Minister, to take urgent action on any of these new projects given the Net Zero Commission's advice in the annual report?
Well, I'll tell you what we've done. So, I'm sure that you can take Mr. Chappell through this afternoon. If you're interested, is all of the work that the EPA has done regarding high emitters and the guidelines and the way in which they have to account for emissions through the planning framework. That's been an enormous piece of work that's now finalised, and that's being applied to new projects that are coming through the system. There is also, when we had I have written to, did I write to Mr. Scully or to? I've got to remember. I wrote to the planning minister, who then wrote to the IPC.
You did.
In relation to, I just couldn't remember which person I'd signed the letter to. which obviously shows the implications and and ask the IPC to consider
think,
those things.
Minister,
They're the things that we're doing.
I know, I realise that, and obviously when we saw the letters, we were incredibly hopeful that, grateful that action was being taken. But since then, the Net Zero Commission has tabled its annual report, and as you say, we will examine that in the inquiry. But do you think that at this point now, given that they have made that statement in no uncertain terms, this is a real problem area, they say, we're really concerned as well about the glaring fact that some sectors are going to be overburdened if other sectors don't do the heavy lifting. Are you inclined to be providing advice or asking the Net Zero Commission to request advice of the Net Zero Commission under your powers or the powers under Section 15.3 of the Net Zero Futures legislation to actually provide advice about what we can do about this? It does seem pretty clear. Coal and that sector is a problem. It's not doing or proposing to do the heavy lifting. Other sectors are going to have to do that lifting. Are you inclined, now you have that knowledge on the table, to provide advice or request further advice in relation to this?
Look, I think all sectors have to do their heavy lifting. We've got, transport has to do it. We've got some pretty big challenges there. Agriculture's got to pick up all of that. That's why we have the Net Zero Commission. That's why we have the report. But the way in which we'll respond to that is formally via our final report for them.
Would you consider, though, asking the Net Zero Commission to provide specific advice on that really particularly obvious factor in their annual report? Would you consider that?
I don't know whether you've met our commissioners. They've got pretty strong views about what they're going to do. I try not to. They're actually independent. I try not to direct them. I do realise that I'm able to ask them. Look, well, I'll consider it, but that's not, my focus is really about the commission and getting the government to implement the recommendations, as we're working through the whole of government response and as we're working through the parliamentary inquiry, which no doubt will make recommendations as well. But, the government knows that this is urgent. We've taken more action in the last 2 years than has happened in the last 20.
In relation to the annual report, and I say as we will examine it, are you cognisant of those parts in the report where they make very clear the benefits of protecting forests for their carbon benefit and what that could do for the carbon budget of New South Wales, just forests alone, if we were to protect?
Yeah, well, the good news they also tell us is that, land use is actually, has done the most, is doing a lot of the heavy lifting in relation to this. So, yes, I'm aware of it.
Do you have updated figures in terms of where we are tracking? In terms of
I can take it on notice. I'm not sure how often they're updated. I know that people are working on the dashboard all the time, but I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Because we, from what we saw, is that between 2005 and 2022, we had a decrease of 27%, but 18% of that is the land use sector. So when you look,
it's really hard. It's really hard.
And
let's also be very clear about international factors where people are walking away from climate targets and reducing emissions and walking away from renewable energy projects is catastrophic for the future of the planet. New South Wales is not doing that. We're actually going in the other direction, and we're doing it. I know that some people want that to be faster, but I would, happily stand by the urgency with which we're taking this, the importance with which we're embedding it across government, and the consideration that's given with all of the challenges that come here to make sure we meet those emissions reduction targets.
Minister, just on something very different, you received heritage listing advice about the Ravensworth estate before Christmas in 2023. In March 24, you said you have a decision to make and that a listing decision was under active consideration. Are you able to provide an update about this? Because there seems to be an extraordinary delay, and I'm concerned about the law being applied. Apparently, decisions are meant to be made within 14 days.
Yes, and I think that other than Ravensworth, I think every other decision I've made in heritage has been within that statutory figure. So yes, I'm aware that I'm over time, but it remains under consideration.
Is there any indication of when we will receive a decision?
I'd like, yes, soon is right. As soon as I can.
Where's my white card?
Yeah, soon.
Soon. Okay, thank you. Okay, we've got just we've got 1 minute each. Over to you for your 1 minute time.
Okay, 1 minute
Thank
very
you.
quickly. I'm looking forward to the chat for a few questions. Minister, 1 minute. With those numbers you've just mentioned on the Brumbies count, so shooting of Brumbies has now ceased and won't recommence?
Aerial shooting of Brumbies has ceased in Kosciuszko National Park. It is occurring in other places. It has occurred in the Warragamba catchment area and also in at Barrington Tops, but it has ceased for now because we believe we've actually met the target, and the numbers are coming down, and we're moving into what was always intended, which was about population control in the Kosci.
Yes, and so the focus is going to be the management from this point.
It is. That doesn't mean there won't be. I mean, we need to see how it goes. So let's try and work out exactly how many we've got. But the point here is that we've started the work to see what's the best practice. And I know that the Honourable Emma Hurst has got a lot of views on this, and she's talked to me about this at length around best reproductive control. Could we try that? But we'll still be doing rehoming. There's still going to be breeding. We're not doing a boom and bust cycle. This is not about getting the numbers down
management.
and then just letting them get back up again.
In accordance
That's not
with the
idea.
management plan.
So there'll still be trapping. There'll still be rehoming. I anticipate that there will be some ground shooting that occurs, but basically it means that no, we're not. The need to actually have them shot from helicopters is not needed anymore.
Thank you.
Can I
Because of the
just
excellent work that the staff have done.
Can I just follow up from that? If, though, the staff think that aerial culling or aerial shooting for the broader management outside of the retention areas is required, as say for deer, pigs, etc., that's still on the table.
Yes, I think
Thank
that's
you.
right. Because don't forget that aerial shooting occurs. The only way where the issue is specifically Kosciuszko and specifically horses, but aerial shooting occurs across all national parks for pigs, dogs, cats, rabbits, goats, camels. There's a whole range of that work. The staff that do it are incredibly skilled and incredibly careful about the way that they do that, and they do that as carefully as possible. But yes, that will continue to happen. I'm not saying that there's an end to aerial shooting.
In the last 10 seconds, Minister, will your department do anything about releasing the Forest Industry Action Plan? I know that this is the Minister for Agriculture's responsibility primarily, but
we're involved in government decisions.
I knew it
Yes.
was a whole of government decision.
Yep.
Do you know when we can expect the outcome of that process that was
No, that I
taken?
can't.
I was going to say soon.
All right, we will now go to government questions, of which I'm sure there's many.
We're all good, thank you.
Okay.
You don't want to mop up that Mandela
Bank
stuff?
them up.
Happy with the
Nothing to
comprehensive-
mop up.
The
We've already had answers to them all.
conflict / non-conflict, maybe, sort of,
You've been
kinda?
very disappointing today, Wes. I would have thought you would have been a bit more antagonistic.
No table
Surely-
documents. There's no table documents with the
I'm
wrong
not
numbers
being
on them.
mean.
I'm
I'm
looking
being-
forward to them.
Surely the government wants to ask the minister whether
We can
the
ask the minister.
guidelines are
We
the
talk to the
same as
minister.
they are under this government as they were under the last
talk to the
government.
minister.
So before we go, I think Mr. Lean actually has got something he just wants to talk to you about the water sharing plans.
Thank
So-
you.
Yeah,
Please.
I just wanted to confirm for Mr Ruddock that yes, there will be a further period of stakeholder consultation once the revised wetland mapping is settled, and we'll be conducting a webinar with interested parties to explain the approach and the position that's going out in the further draft for consultation.
There's a word I never want to hear
So,
again.
So there's another round of-
how will the public know about that? Because I'm just fearful that sometimes when the government doesn't really want consultation, that they don't promote it widely.
In the
We will
ordinary
make
course.
sure that there's a high level of awareness. We're certainly talking to key industry bodies like New South Wales farmers. We'll also look at, putting stuff on our website, and if necessary, we'll also advertise
You
publicly.
should sign up to the Water Group e-news. I'm a member. I'm on it. I
I'm
get
a
regular
member too,
updates from
very
them.
regularly.
Well, but just an important
All
point,
right,
Mr.
folks,
Lean. Just
we-
you did say it's optional that you might advertise it to the public. You might speak to the farmers and a few other people, but I mean, surely we should be communicating it widely to the people it's going to impact.
We will endeavour to do that. You can have my assurance on
Thank
that.
you very much.
They'll put it
Right,
in the
thank
Guardian.
you all. We'll now take a short break and we'll be back at 11:15. Thank you.
about this really.
Okay, welcome back, and we'll now go back to the opposition for questions.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. You met with Experience Co. Proprietary Limited on 5 September last year. Are the wild bush luxury cabins in the Gardens of Stone Conservation Area on track to open this year?
I don't know what the time frame for whether to start, because the final decision hasn't been made. So there's been extensive community consultation in relation to Gardens of Stone, but the decision was made that we'll go out for the review of environmental factors in terms of the impact of the cabins at the same time, so that we don't have to do it twice. So that process is underway.
All right, so it says on the Wild Bush Luxury website they'll be opening in 2025. So is that happening? If you say
Well,
underway?
I'm unaware of that. That's possible, but the final decision hasn't been made because we're doing the review of environmental factors.
So will you update the website to say that?
Well, it's not my website.
Sure. Well, will you indicate to them that would be good
Well,
if
now
they
that
could
you've drawn it to my attention, sure.
Thank you. Are you supportive of more cabins in national parks?
I'm supportive of more people accessing it, and with the appropriate infrastructure, as many people enjoying national parks as they can. So yes.
Is that a yes to cabins?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you think cabins or hard infrastructure should be included in any other of the Great Walks being built in national parks around the state?
Look, there's different approaches in different walks. There's obviously, for example, the Clifftop Walk in Blue Mountains is actually off-park, utilising all of the beautiful places to stay in the Blue Mountains. It's a little bit case by case, so I don't have a blanket view on any of these things. What I do want is for as many people to be able to access parks, for people to be able to enjoy them, for people to be able to stay overnight in them. But that depends. There's a whole range of different accommodation types, from lighthouses through to tents, so it depends.
But it's a pretty broad proposition. Are you supportive of more cabins being built in national parks for those people to enjoy?
Well, as I
them and
said,
never
it's a
stay
case by
overnight, as you
case
suggest?
proposition, and it depends on the way in which it's suggested. We've got a number of different great walks. There are a range of different accommodation opportunities that are being considered, and it depends on what comes before me.
Okay, can I just go back to something we were talking about earlier, renewable energy? Do you agree? Sorry, you have said, but I just want to be clear about what you're indicating today. You said that you do agree that the renewable energy industry requires certainty and massive capital investments are dependent on it. You agree with that?
Yes.
Earlier, you weren't able to commit to not slowing down or changing the published gigawatts of RESs as a result of the impending transmission planning review. Those comments have caused some concern in the renewable industry. Would you like to clarify that position or expand on it?
Well, I don't really understand the actual nature of the question that you're
All right,
asking.
well,
So obviously
specifically, I'll go there.
All right,
Yep.
well, tell me what it is.
Yeah, sure. Specifically either to the slowing down of the rollout or of changing the published gigawatts of RESs.
Okay, so there's two different. You're conflating a number of different issues that require making different
Right,
decisions.
let's
at
do
different
with
times.
each of them.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do that. As I've often stated, and nothing has changed here, the rollout of transmission lines needs to happen as quickly as possible. Obviously, working closely with communities. You might want to talk to some of your National Party friends in terms of some of the hostility
I'm
that
not
they
sure
have
that's
in
gonna
relation
happen.
to
I'm
these
good, I'm here
matters.
to ask.
But having said that, we're working. Well, you don't talk to each other, so that's fine.
Some of us
but
are
the
clear
point
about our
that-
roles.
But look, it's a very serious matter, and we're trying to roll these out as quickly as we can. And then there's no doubt about that. And I don't think there is any concern in industry in relation to that.
Well, I
if
think
you're
there
talking
are. I
about
think
the
there's-
transmission,
sorry,
no, if you're
just to
talking about the
clarify that,
transmission,
the
you can let me
feedback
finish
is-
the transmission review.
Plenty.
I'm just responding to your point that there's no concern in industry, and the feedback that we have received, and the reason I'm asking the questions of you today, Minister, is that there is concern in the industry from
What
those comments.
specifically is the concern?
No, I asked the questions. I'd ask that you
can't tell me what-
clarify.
I'm trying to
no,
tell
I'm
you,
not
but
here
if
to
you're not
answer your
specific, I
question, so
can't
you
answer
can
your
filibuster
question.
all you like. I'd ask that you clarify your position on each of those two, slowing down the rollout or changing the published gigawatts.
One, doing
Let's
the
do
rollout
them.
as quickly as we can.
Yep.
One. With the caveats that some of the National Party need to get on board, and you need to talk to your federal colleagues around nuclear, because if you really want to slow down transmission,
Now let's
and
talk
the nuclear
about
plan's
you
actually
and
gonna
your
get there.
ministry and
but
your
the third part of it
department
is
and your
the
response.
transmission review. Okay, the reason that we're doing the transmission review is we want to make sure that we've got the right process. The challenge that we have is that the previous government sold the transmission lines and we have one
So,
monopoly provider.
Will you slow
The
down the
work
rollout?
that the bipartisan roadmap has delivered is contestability in relation to transmission, which has been very good, and that's ACE Res, and there are others that are working through. As I said, we're working with Transgrid on
Sure,
the
but let's
HTP,
get to
and
those
we're
two
working.
specifics, given the limited time.
Yeah, but I'm
Slowing
trying
down.
to explain to you what it is. The review of the transmission planning is about making sure that we've got the right levers in the architecture of government there. That doesn't stop for a minute the work that we're pushing at that's already being undertaken.
So you don't want to expand on those two specific propositions, the slowing down of the rollout or changing the
Well,
published
I've
gigawatts of
asked and
presence?
answered. No slowdown,
Not
as
really.
quickly as we can. Transmission review important, but doesn't stop the work that's already underway.
All right, anything else you want to clarify on that so that the industry concerns are allayed?
Well, the other thing I'd say is that transmission planning doesn't affect the size or the timing of the reses.
All right, so will the transmission planning review potentially change the published gigawatts
No,
of
I've just
reses?
said that, no.
You happy with that?
Yep.
Right, let's go back to the state of the environment report. Why hasn't that state of the environment report 2024 been produced and tabled in Parliament?
It's
The last
closed.
report was
No, I'll hand to
Soon.
Mr. Chappell. He can tell you where it's up
Sure,
to.
the last report was tabled in 2021.
I think it was 2022.
Well, it's a 5-year report.
So why hasn't 2024's been produced and tabled?
It has been produced. It is in final peer review. So there are a number of sections finishing their refinement, and it will be shortly presented in final form for tabling. It's very much on track. And my understanding actually is that the previous report, whilst it dealt with data up to the end of 2021, was actually tabled in 2022. So it's quite a standard
So the
timeline.
2021 report has been tabled. The 2024
Yes.
report, we've got another shortly. Can you clarify what shortly might? We're getting a lot of shortlies today.
Just so
and
they're done.
soons.
They're every so just
They're every
Ms.
3
Ward, They're every
years.
3 years, and so it's soon.
So when?
Soon.
First half of 2025,
Soon.
second half of 2025.
Soon. It's a really important report.
Lots of soons today. We're getting a whole lot of clarity around soon.
Yep.
All right. Don't you find it concerning that the most current state of the environment report is still not available?
No, I don't find it concerning. What I want to do is make sure that it's right, that it's peer reviewed. This is not something that is just written internally. It's something that's has got very important data sets that measure over time the health of our environment, whether it's waterways, soil, air quality, all of those things, threatened species. We need to make sure that it's correct. It's heavily based on science, and we'll put it out as soon as we can.
So important but not urgent.
Everything I do is urgent, Mrs. Ward.
Good to know. As of today, no new marine parks have been established in New South Wales since you've come to office. Do you intend on creating any marine parks?
That's not currently the plans, no. But obviously there's the work in relation to the Marine Network Management Plan, which I'm working with Minister Moriarty on. There is a need to refresh and work through a lot of the kind of rules of the various marine parks, extremely important. There's 2 real opportunities for new marine parks, as you'd be aware. One is Sydney Basin and one is further south, but at the moment, no, there's not an intention to create new ones.
So there's potential but not any plans to do so at this point. Good to know. You met with the Mayor of Waverley Council in April last year about shark nets.
Yep,
Do you remember that?
yep.
Her
that the
views
previous mayor?
on shark nets are very clear, along with most councils.
Yep.
She wants them removed. You clear on that?
Very clear.
Yep. Have you asked Minister Moriarty about whether she wants to remove shark nets once the nets come out this season?
Well, the first thing I'd say is obviously I'm not the minister responsible for shark nets, but there is a very good process that's currently underway, which I know Minister Moriarty, and I'd refer you to her comments in her budget estimates, talked about in terms of working with councils around whether they want to have other mitigation methods rather than nets into the future. That work is ongoing, and I encourage that work to be undertaken.
Sure, but my question to you, Minister, is have you asked Minister Moriarty about whether she wants to remove them?
Well, let's just say I talk to my ministerial colleagues all the time, Minister Moriarty being one of them. I'm not going to disclose to you the ins and outs of every conversation.
Well, there are a number of, in fact, many stakeholder groups who are very interested in this answer. Are you saying that you won't, if you haven't already, that you won't raise it with her?
Well, as I've said to you, I talk to Minister Moriarty around a range of different things all the time.
Sure.
But I also don't disclose in public forums the nature of all of those conversations. Suffice to say, the two of us are very interested in what's happening with the shark meshing program and will continue to be so.
All right, and so you have no plans to raise it with her, ask her about it, otherwise clarify it?
We talk about many issues all the time. It's not about whether I have plans to talk to her about it or not. We will continue to liaise. We will continue to liaise on the issues that impact both of our portfolios, as we always have done, and will continue to do.
What certainty can you provide to those stakeholder groups then that are interested in understanding whether that's a possibility?
I'll asked and answered.
I'll tell them that.
Well, you can tell them that I continue to talk to my ministerial colleague on all areas where our portfolio intersects.
But that you won't disclose anything specific. I mean, that's a reasonably below par set of answers to.
Well, I just disagree with
hang
that.
on, I haven't finished.
Well,
may I finish?
You're
May I ask the
challenging my
question?
answer. I'm trying to give you the proper answer here, which is that actually, and you've been a minister, so you should be aware of this.
This is not about me.
Ministers
This is
talk
about
to each
you
other
and
all
your
the time about a
portfolio
range of
in the
issues.
8
There are a
minutes I
number
have
of things that are actually under cabinet confidentiality that are worked through.
Wow.
I'm not in a position to tell you about those. But having said that, I think that it's very clear that both Minister Moriarty and I have a great deal of interest in relation to marine conservation. We have some joint responsibilities around that, and we continue to pursue them.
So given those lack of clear answers, if I can put it that way, in your portfolio as you sit here as a minister, particularly in relation to the marine environment, no new marine parks, keeping shark nets in, is funding in the marine space an issue?
Well, you just made a lot of assertions, and I'll just say I reject those assertions. But
Well, I
having
asked
said
you to
that,
clarify. You weren't able to provide any further clarification. You said you're having conversations. My question is funding in the marine space an issue?
no.
Really? All right.
Sorry, if you want to go into the history of the funding that was provided previously, we can go into
What
that.
I'd
You don't like me
to
talking about the previous
understand,
government, so
and
let's
this
move
committee would like to understand is your current position and you providing
on.
clarity
Which I've just
to
told.
this
I've given
committee and
yes
to
or
the
no. How much
community.
more clarification do you need?
Well, the community have asked questions, and I think it's pretty
I'm giving very
lame to be
clear
able
and
to
direct
say
responses.
that you're not prepared to answer it or provide that clarity, given the great opportunity.
Do I think
you've
there's a
got to
problem with the
do
budget?
so
No, I
today.
don't. I don't know how much
Okay.
clearer I can be.
Good to know. What's your view on energy from waste? Do you think we need it in New South Wales?
Well, you'd be aware there's a couple of things to know about this. There's a policy that was created by the previous government, which we have continued, which is that there is the possibility of 4 energy from waste facilities in 4 designated areas across the state. At this point in time, there's only really one project that is viable and currently in the planning system, and that's the one at Tarago, and that's going through the system. We're currently New South Wales Government has just actually put out a discussion paper with the EPA, and you can raise this with Mr Chappell later this afternoon, in terms of consulting about where that's up to and what's going on with that.
Do you think we need it though in New South
Well,
Wales?
look, I suppose the thing that I would say to you is that we've got a waste crisis, and I'm open to all options. So we're basically on track to be running out of landfill for Greater Sydney by 2030. There's a range of activities that we're undertaking. Examining the future of energy from waste is one of those things. The other thing that I'd also say is that I've been asking the Office of the Chief Scientist to give us an update in relation to the regulations around that. New South Wales has the strongest regulations in the world, as I understand,
Sure.
for this. But yes, it's part of the conversation.
You mentioned Mr Chappell, and I'll take up that opportunity this afternoon, but the EPA says that the need for any additional energy from waste infrastructure precincts will be determined by a future needs analysis to be conducted in 2025. Is this underway?
Yes, so there are a range of different things that we're doing around the waste issue, because the window for us to actually fix this is closing very, very rapidly. So we're doing work in relation to the waste infrastructure needs, so that's about processing and future needs. People will be aware that we've done FOGO. We're also doing a review of the waste levy and how that's driving recycling. We're looking at repair and reuse. We've got our plastics work, and we're looking all of the ways, because we're currently, there's been some stagnation in relation to recycling rates. So all of that sits together, and that's where energy waste comes from.
Sure. All right. So when can we expect to see this report?
It'll be
Soon?
2025, absolutely. We've been
Another
consulting
soon?
with industry and local government. I think there was a workshop just a week or so ago, and so I think in the next month or so we should have a public version.
We've been working
Of
very
the
closely with industry because they need to be partners with it, and with local government. We've had a waste summit. There's a whole lot of work going into this.
So that will be completed this year, the
Yeah,
report?
yep.
Okay. All right. Won't be like the State of the Environment report?
State of the Environment's an external report.
That'll definitely be completed, Ms Watt, and released
All right.
as required.
Let's go in the little time we have left. The Chief Scientist, speaking of which, in his report regarding asbestos, has recommended that your government considers bringing an end to the long-held zero-tolerance approach to asbestos in waste. Do you support this?
We're currently looking at the report. I got the report in December, made for some light
11th?
summer reading.
11th of December, I think.
Yeah, I did, and I read it. But the government's doing a whole government response. Asbestos, as people would know, is a very challenging substance to deal with. It's very ubiquitous in the environment. This is why we asked the Office of the Chief Scientist to deal with this. Ms Higgins knows this better than ever. This was long delayed. We've been waiting actually on this report for quite a long time.
I think actually it was a coalition that asked the Office of
exactly.
Chief
That's what I'm
Scientist to
saying.
do this report.
Exactly. So very good. Thanks for that.
And
Took a
refer
while.
to previous governments.
But we've got it now, and so we're working through that. We've actually got an asbestos committee across government. People will be aware through the asbestos mulch challenge, which is currently before the courts with over 100 charges, that these things are not simple to deal with. But we'll be making, recommendations. I'm not making any commitments around what we will or won't do, because I need to get the input from all of our different agencies.
All right.
It's not just a matter for me.
Okay, but you support the zero tolerance approach?
I support making sure that we manage asbestos properly within the environment in a way that's safe.
What do you mean by that?
I have nothing to add.
Well, more than 4,000 people die from asbestos-related illnesses in Australia every year, Minister.
Yes, I'm very well aware of that. I've been very involved with asbestos
May I ask the
campaigning my
question?
entire political life.
Are you moving quickly enough on these reforms?
Yes.
But you can't answer about the zero tolerance approach.
No, because these issues are very complicated. You may be aware, for example, that within workplaces that there are different limits, that there are changes in terms of what's going on federally. I'm not making any commitment either way, because I need to see all of the advice, and I haven't received it yet.
Mm-hmm. Are you aware that the EPA is only investigating 34.5% of contaminated sites that it's made aware of across New South Wales? And that figure has dropped from 92% in 2018-19.
I'm happy to get Mr Chappell to answer that.
I'm happy to get some more detail on
All right,
that
we
as
can deal
well.
with that this afternoon, perhaps, Mr
so-
Chappell. But COVID is being blamed for that delay, but there were no lockdowns in 2022-23. Surely this is unacceptable to you, Minister?
Well, you're in government for half of that. But look, let's just see. I'll take it on notice and come back to you.
All right. There are more than 200 notices of significantly contaminated land on the EPA website. Yep. Does the government have a long-term plan to clean up these contaminated sites across New South Wales?
We do, and I'm happy for Mr Chappell to talk about that. But as you would be aware, we need to move through with the resources that we've got.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that we do as many as we can with the resources that we've got.
Do you think it's acceptable that those sites languish as contaminated?
Well, just to be clear, those sites I inherited from the previous government, who were in government for 12 years.
But it's on you. You've been in for 2 years now. It's
Well,
on you. You can blame the previous government as long as you like, but the fact is these sites need to be, they need to be cleaned up.
You can't draw a line under 12 years
But
of inaction.
don't you think it's
and
incumbent
go,
on
over
you
to
today to indicate to
I've
the
been
community that
more
you
upfront than Minister Etter was.
prioritise? You can filibuster all you like, but the fact
filibustering going on
is
here.
that you are the minister sitting here today
Yep.
answering for these contaminated sites. Do you think it's acceptable that these sites languish as contaminated sites?
I think we're trying to clean up contaminated sites that have been in place for a long time as quickly as we can.
And so the blame game is not acceptable, is it? Action is
You're the one
requirement.
sort of doing some sort of weird blame, but again, I inherited
No,
these
Minister,
sites
I'm
from
just
after
asking
12 years of
questions about
government from you,
contaminated
so
sites
fine.
that the EPA seems to be only investigating 34.5% of.
Well,
across
Mr
New
Chapel
South
can
Wales.
take you through. If you want him to answer now, or you can take him through this afternoon, that's fine. I'm not across the detail of every single one of those sites. I'd simply say
But
that
dropping
we've got contaminated land.
92% has got to be concerning to you, doesn't it?
Well, I'd let Mr Chapel answer in terms of where we're up to with that.
So you have no concerns with that? You haven't raised it with him? Why are we dropping this so much? What's going on?
I'm aware of contaminated sites. I want them to be cleaned up with as quickly as we can with the resources that we've got.
All right.
Over to you, Ms
Madam
Mahalik.
Chair, thank you so much. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
All right, so can I just ask you a couple of quick questions, because I was listening to your claim earlier that you had a mandate for the net zero targets, or the New South Wales net zero targets. Can I just ask you if the federal coalition has already pledged to scrap both the 2 offshore wind farms, will that impact, in your view, your net zero targets?
No.
It won't have any impact
No.
whatsoever?
No.
Okay. Well, is that because aren't you factoring those transmission lines in as well for
Not offshore wind, no.
not well connecting it to the grid and so forth?
No.
No. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't affect the energy roadmap?
No. The energy roadmap's about onshore, not offshore.
Yes, but won't that have to connect into?
Well,
it does.
Offshore wind is being explored by the federal government.
Yes.
If it is pursued, then it would start to factor into our modelling. But I'm just checking. I'm 99.9% sure that it has no impact.
It's not
because
factored in your
being built.
modelling at all.
No.
That's what I want to make sure.
No.
Okay, so as the federal coalition makes those announcements, it has no impact whatsoever on the New South Wales net zero targets. That's
No, what will have an impact on the New South Wales net zero targets is the proposal that we perhaps might move to nuclear energy rather than renewables, because what it will do is it will mean that we'll need coal-fired power in the system for longer. It means that there will be delays in terms of the rollout of the renewable energy zones, and there will be a delay in relation to transmission being built, because there won't be the certainty or that there has there has been to date.
Yes.
With the
Minister,
roadmap. So that's my concern,
That's your
but
concern.
offshore
Okay.
wind is not.
So having said that, in your view, would you be revisiting then these net zero targets if the federal coalition win? I mean, if they get a mandate to
Well,
pursue
no, the state
nuclear, if
government
they
will do-
win,
sorry,
so,
just to be
so to
clear-
speak, they'll have a mandate for nuclear,
Well,
right?
we're a long way. We're a
You
long way.
just
We're
said
a
you
long
had
way
a
from that.
mandate for your net zero targets
Well, I
when
don't
you
think
won
I
in
said that. I said
23.
I
You
talked
did. I've
about
been
the
listening
mandate for the
intently
koalas,
all
but that's
morning.
okay.
No.
I'm not walking away from it. We've
Yeah.
legislated targets in New South Wales. We're committed to them, and we'll do everything that we can to meet them, regardless of what the federal government
Well,
does.
if the federal coalition win, will you revisit the net zero targets that you've set for New South Wales?
Well, let's just wait and see if they're one. That's a hypothetical.
All right, Minister, can I just ask you, because I've taken an interest in this New South Wales Plastics, the Way Forward consultation.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Excellent.
that you've put forward, September 2024.
You're going to ask me about straws?
No, I think I'll leave that for the Libertarians to ask you about straws. But I must note that was banned under the former government, right? I'm interested more in what you've banned under your government in relation to plastics, Minister. Can I just ask you, you did note in your presentation, I think in your minister's message, that there's 891,000 tonnes of plastic waste and only 14% of that is recycled.
Correct.
And I want to turn your attention to page 14.
Sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but just
Okay,
read
but
out
I'll tell you
it
what
is.
the issue is.
Yeah.
It's about the single-use plastic beverage bottle lids and tethered lids.
Tethered lids, yep.
Yes, and right now, can you get those bottles in New South Wales or you can't?
No, they do have them across Europe because they're required in Europe. I'm not
Yes.
sure that there's other places, but no, in New South Wales and Australia, generally tethered lids are not used.
Right. Okay. But I'm just trying to understand. In your report, there, you've said that you will. You've got a couple of actions, namely that you're looking at a design process. Is that? I mean, if Europe's already got it, so I know they mandated in 2019. It's already up and running. And we've already got bottles in New South Wales because we import quite a bit.
Well, the good news is
And-
that most of the bottles now, as a result of the CDS program, I don't know exactly what the percentage is, I don't want to mislead the committee, but
Yes.
recycled, it's very high. And they're manufactured and they just go back, they actually are being made into bottles, which is the idea, which is good progress.
Okay, but what's the progress with tethered lids? I don't understand why we're not proceeding with that. Your action
okay,
plan,
sorry, got
all
you.
your action plan says,
Yeah,
and
got
this is
you.
why I'm interested, because you talk about plastic straws.
Yeah.
That was a decision
Yeah, that's been
under
previously
the
voted
coalition
down.
government. As far as I can see, Labor hasn't actually done anything with plastics yet. You've got a consultation paper. That's what you've presented. You've said in there that you're going to be looking to introduce, one of your actions is a design standard requiring these plastic lids to be tethered. Why wouldn't you just take on what Europe have got if they've already got it all mandated?
Oh, well,
and we're
it's a good-
importing bottles, by the way. In fact, I wanted to bring you one.
Have you got me one?
Yes, I do. Because
Show and tell. Here we go.
I love it.
um,
Is that a tethered lid?
I
No.
buy, yes, it is.
Oh, it is a tethered lid.
Yeah, well, I broke it, but
Oh.
I'll show you one that's not broken. But it
You
took me
never
a
break
lot to
things,
break it,
Tanya.
okay? It took me a lot to break it. So they're like
that's
that,
a tethered
right?
lid. Yep, very
and
familiar.
I get them from Fred's. I'll plug them. Fred's Fruit Barn in Denzer Park. If you want,
Excellent.
we can go together, Minister. But
Yeah.
and they sell them for $2.50 a bottle, pretty
Yep.
cheap. But what I don't understand is they're everywhere now. In most like
In
Western
import- if
Sydney,
they're import- if
Southwest
they're
Sydney,
imported
you can
ones, they
find
are.
them
Yep.
because everybody imports stuff from
Yep.
Europe, right? But Australian bottles don't have it. And I don't understand why you haven't moved faster on that,
well, I'll
because
tell-
as far as I can see, all you're going to do by 2030 is actually introduce, you hope, a design standard, and then you want to work with other states to ensure container deposit schemes across Australia accept these plastic bottles with tethered lids. So what else is your commitment to tethered lids?
So just so you understand what the process is. So we've already got quite good legislation in relation to plastics. There was the first phase of what we do. There's a number of things that we're trying to do. We're working with the feds in relation to reducing packaging from the beginning. I mean, ideally, we just don't want this stuff in the system altogether at all. We're also moving on the design of plastics and the plastics that can be used, because there's always going to be a need for some plastics. What we're wanting to do in terms of packaging and those kind of things is that whatever plastic is in there can actually be recycled, because there are unrecyclable plastics that we're working through. There's then the discussion around how we. So then we're also looking at the CDS, but that paper is the next phase, and then the government will move to
But
do
what's your
phase
commitment about tethered lids? I
it's
just
just
can't
to be-
understand.
so there's an
I
issue-
looked
so-
it up after I found this
Yeah.
bottle, and all your
good.
commitment is to look at a design.
I'll tell you why. New South Wales already takes lids through our. We're a bit different to other states. So New
Yes.
South Wales already takes lids through our CDS. South Australia, for example, doesn't. One of the conversations that the holy grail of the Australian Federation is that you get the states all to work together and move with the feds in one place, so we actually make it easier for industry. I think that is good for us to do. That is often quite challenging to actually work out, because each
Yep.
system operates.
And that'll take till
it's like rail
2030.
gauges. Exactly.
That's your target, till
but
2030.
No. Just let me finish. We'll be we're working through the issues of the plastics plan, and we'll be moving on further changes to reduce plastic this year.
Well, that's not what your report says. It doesn't say this year. So are you
No.
going to?
Some of this is that
Yeah.
report is about the options.
Right.
And it's about when you could phase it
And
out.
it's actually
we're
your
trying
actions.
to balance.
It's your actions. It says your actions.
Yeah. We're
Time
trying
frame
to,
from 2030.
yes, we're trying to balance national harmonisation, working with industry, working with community, and being able to do this. I'm not apologetic about that. I've been very
I'm not asking
clear.
you to be. I'm wondering why it's not quicker. I haven't got an issue with
Great.
tethered lids.
Well, I look forward to
can
you
I just-
supporting the tethered lids.
I don't. I don't probably won't even be in Parliament by 2030 when you eventually have an action. But can I just ask you, what about?
It's a bit pessimistic.
Well, being realistic. It's introducing a design standard. Who's investigating this?
Here
Have
we
you
go.
already got-
Talk to Mr.
can
Chapel. He can
have
tell you
already got
about.
someone investigating this?
Talk to
yes.
Mr. Chapel. He can tell you all about this. This is his job.
Thank you, Minister. The process has been the government released an issues paper.
Yes,
and
I've
then
got it.
The paper I think you're referring to is actually what came subsequently, which is a proposal of measures, proposed set of measures, including some regulatory measures across different problematic plastic streams. The design standard is a piece of architecture already available in the Circular Economy and Plastic Reduction Act, and it would essentially
But if it's already
involve
okay,
issuing.
why is the time frame 2030? What's taking? I don't understand why. If you've already importing bottles that have already got this in New South Wales, right? Why wouldn't we go to the next step?
Well, I think
Quicker.
what the minister's indicated is that later this year the government will announce further steps to go to that next step. So I think The
Okay.
2030
We're
But
gonna-
I
emissions-
welcome
We're gonna
your,
announce
I
some
welcome your
steps and
support for
further
action
steps.
on plastics.
All right. Well, all I know so far is it was the former coalition government that banned the straws. So far, you haven't done anything in plastics, Minister. No offence,
well, I-
but
well,
I mean,
I would
and I
disagree
went to
about
have a
that.
good read of your report, and I thought, wow, these targets are pretty far away. I mean, it's nice to put 2030 targets up, and then it's not really much
Well, I
of a
look forward
target
to your
when all
support in
you're
the
doing is a
Parliament for
design
faster
standard.
action.
A design standard. Well, you put the legislation up, Minister. I'll wait. Put the legislation
Well, I
up.
look forward to your support
All right,
when we do.
I've got a minute. Sorry, I've got a quick question. Need you to give me an update to your heritaging listing our colonial statues. How's that going?
Well, I'm
Have
not.
you heritage
Just to be
listed
clear,
any
some
of them in New South Wales?
No, because that's not the process. Some of them are already listed. Some of them have local listing. Anything else that goes
What's
on the
happened
state
to the City of
heritage
Sydney
register?
Council once?
Well, they're already got local protection, and so I'm not required to list them, and they need to come through the Heritage Council. I don't even know whether there's been a nomination. I don't nominate them.
Okay, over to you, Dr. Con.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
I've also got questions about the implementation of the plastics plan, and particularly noting that action on some very obviously harmful plastic litter, like balloon releases, has been delayed to be able to be part of that plan. What is the timeline for implementation now that the consultations have?
Yeah, well, sorry, I'm not sure you're here. I think we're wanting to put legislation into the Parliament this year.
So by the end of 2025?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I also note that in the context of the crisis of landfill rapidly filling up for Greater Sydney, that there have been particular instances of significant community opposition to waste processing or recycling infrastructure. The most obvious recent examples, the Plas Refine facility in Southern Highlands. I'm now hearing community concerns about the environmental impact of the proposed landfill expansion at Lucas Heights. What do you see as the role of government in the provision of waste processing infrastructure?
I think we've got a problem, and I think that all governments have kicked this down the road for too long. I think that the reality is that we're out of landfill capacity by 2030. That will require the Lucas Heights site to be enlarged. And I understand they're going through that process, but we're going to require that to be done. But what I'm trying to do is actually do all of the other things that we need to actually try and get out of landfill altogether. Ideally, that's what I would like, but we're just not in a position to do that. So that's why we're doing the infrastructure plan. There's never been an infrastructure plan in New South Wales for waste. It's a critical and very important part of all planning, but we don't actually have a system for it. So the EPA is doing a lot of work, which is, I think, very close in relation to crunching all the data. How much do we need? What streams? What's the processing like? How do we need to do that? We're working closely with industry and local government in particular, who are of course critical partners in this. What are the processing facilities that we've got? What else needs to be built? Where's the best way to transport it? How are we going to manage all of that? And that's sort of part one of the levers we have within it is within the waste, the changes to the waste levy and looking at all of that. There's a whole lot of work, whether it's plastics, whether it's container deposit, whether it's reuse and recycle. The FOGO legislation, which recently went past, really important, takes a third of people's rubbish out of their red bins. It's one of those things that no one wants a waste facility near them, but everyone wants to have their bins picked up, and we have to work through it. My real focus, though, on all of this is how do we make sure that that anything that's recoverable is not wasted. That's actually, for me, that's the system that we want. People talk about circular economy, they talk about a whole range of things. For me, is how do we make sure that everything that is valuable that can be reused, how do we do that? So there is genuinely very, very residual waste at the end where we're using these things as many times as we can and hopefully reducing the inputs from the beginning. So that's where I'm trying to get to. But we do have a serious issue with the landfill. I'm sure that there will be community concerns around the Lucas Heights, expansion. But I'm not going to pretend that we're not going to need it. We will.
And no disagreement in principle, Minister, with the comments you've made from the Greens. And I suppose when you look at recycling infrastructure in particular, so things like plastic recycling infrastructure, which we will need in the short to medium term, even if you start the important process of phasing it out. Do you see an opportunity for better collaboration with local councils in finding the right way to actually provide that infrastructure?
I think that's right. And I think you referenced the Plas Refine system. The planning system, I think, worked as it intended, which was it was the wrong facility in the wrong place. And I mean, I'm talking to, Minister Scully all the time about, within the planning system, waste is never really considered like a special case. We've got lots of different things that are considered special cases. What does that look like? I don't think we've got an answer to that, but given the need for certainty and knowing where is the right place, working with local government, they've got a whole lot of facilities already operating. I think all of that is part of it. How we fund it is always the question, and that's partly what the review of the waste levy is looking at as well, but we haven't made any of those decisions. But we're sort of grappling with it all at once, and there's just different fronts.
Thanks, Minister. And you also mentioned in your answer the new FOGO legislation, which we were really pleased to support.
Yes, very pleased.
Have you got any further details, particularly for local government, about funding that might be available to support them?
Well, so we announced that we've done. So there's $87 million to support the rollout of that. Some of that's already with councils, which is about. Sometimes it's the really small stuff. It's just the plastic caddies and some education. We're putting extra work into education as well. So there is support for local government and. Really thank those, particularly those local councils that have been doing this for a very long time. Many of them actually in regional New South Wales who've been showing how it's done and really great results, saving money, but also creating excellent compost that isn't just going to landfill.
Just moving to a different topic. As you would know, there's ongoing health risk and community concern about historic lead contamination in Captain's Flat. And appreciate that that's occurred well before the time of this government, but impacting people very seriously now. How are you going to support the remediation work that's needed, particularly for public recreation facilities for that community?
No, I think that's right. And, as sort of we've mentioned before, some of these contamination issues have been decades in the making, and a lot of them are historical. I'm not across the I am aware of the issue at Captain's Flat, but where it's up to, I'm not sure. Can I take that on notice and come back to you, and we'll try to get some information for you this afternoon.
Thank you very much. And in taking that on notice, can I also ask about, so there's a grants program to support residents who are impacted by the smelter at Lake Macquarie, and there's been a lot of interest from residents in Captain's Flat in a similar scheme. From that community's perspective, they're in a similar position and are interested in that kind of compensation. So there's two parts to this question. One is about the council being able to remediate things like playgrounds so that the community can actually access them. And then there's a second part about individual residents. And I know that the EPA funds soil and water testing for residents in Captain's Flat. But the trouble is then what if you get a testing result that says you've got lead in your garden?
Well, it's the big challenge that we have, particularly in Broken Hill, for example. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, happy to get that on notice. Just quickly, Tanya, can I tell you that the City of Sydney statues, some of them are already on the State Heritage Register, the ones that are in Hyde Park, because they're actually part of the precinct. But not all of them necessarily. And my understanding is that most of them the others have some sort of local listing. I apologise.
I'll go back to you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Minister, the EPA's produced the greenhouse gas guidelines, which were expected to apply to new projects.
Yep.
But some coal mines have been exempted, such as Moolarben. Can you explain why exemptions have already been granted and what steps are being taken to ensure climate policies apply consistently?
Sure. I'll get Mr Chappell to answer that.
Yeah, no, thank you, Minister. So the specific, the publication of the guidelines and their finalisation came after various projects had progressed through certain points in the planning system, but the EPA since 2023 has been giving consistent advice to our colleagues in planning about all the key elements in those guidelines. There are a number of short-term modifications where the major impacts, for example, are diesel fuel emissions from the activity, where complementary measures, best practice guidelines and licensing conditions over time are going to apply to those projects as well. So
we might come back to it in more detail because I think there's quite a bit. Does it concern you though, Minister, that we're not taking a fully consistent approach going forward, or?
Look, I just think that there is a difference between those that were in the system before and those that are after. We don't apply a lot of the challenge in the planning system is how much retrospectivity, or do you actually do that? Generally, that's not been the case. But having said that, the guidelines influence all of the advice that EPA is giving in relation to approvals as they come through. So I think they are being picked up, but I think that we need to recognise if something's been in the system for a long time, we don't go back when they're almost at the end of that and then completely rechange the system for them. What I'm really happy about is that these guidelines are put in place and that they're progressing.
Just on Moolarben and their planned expansion, there's obviously significant problems aside from their massive greenhouse gas emissions, but are you aware of the reports that the koala colony that will be, probably decimated, because the plan is to clear 113 hectares of koala habitat, that it's actually a breeding population in that area?
I'm not aware of the detail of that, but I'm confident that all of those issues are being dealt with through the EIS and through the planning process. So they'll continue to do that.
Are you aware that Yancoal's own environmental report noted that this population is likely to be critical to the survival of koalas in New South Wales?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Will you provide advice to the Minister for Planning on that koala population?
Well, I believe that's already occurred through the internal processes. But yeah, let me take that on notice and let you know where we're up to.
If you could, I think that there was an awareness that koalas were present, but I think the new research is that this is actually a breeding colony. Could you take on notice, and in particular, whether you will now provide updated advice to the Minister for Planning about this particular
Yeah, I'll take that
colony?
on notice. That's fine.
Thank you. Opposition time.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I just want to clarify something that you said earlier. When I was asking questions around the conflict of interest with Mandala, you indicated that there were conflicts and that they were declared and being managed. Then later, when I was seeking an elucidation of that answer, you said, when I said that there was a conflict of interest, I believe, you indicated and spoke over the top and said, we've listened to the tape, and said, well, we disagree with that. Now, Minister, do you accept that the department was managing a conflict of interest with Mandala and that there was indeed a conflict of interest?
I would refer to the answer that was given by Mr. Lean in a far more articulate fashion than perhaps that I did, which is this. Mandala provided advice to the department about the work that they were undertaking. There was an assessment about whether there was a conflict of interest. The view from my department was that there was not a conflict of interest. However, the perception of conflict of interest meant that they were very dutiful and worked through very clear protocols, which I advised earlier today, around data and those kind of matters. So that, I refer to Mr. Lean's answer and I support it.
Minister, while I accept that, it was indicated that there was a declaration of a conflict of interest. Are you saying that at no point there was no declaration from any parties that there was a conflict of interest here?
I might have to give to Mr. Lean. As I said, I don't manage these matters. Mr. Lean does.
My understanding is that when, and I haven't got the letter in front of me, but when Mandela raised the issue with us, their view was that there was no actual conflict of interest.
Okay,
but
so
I
they
can confirm
didn't
that on notice.
They didn't declare a conflict of interest. There has been no declaration of a conflict of interest. What you were simply doing was managing the perception of a conflict of interest. Is that correct?
So, as I said, I think they indicated that they didn't believe there was an actual conflict of interest, but they acknowledged there was a risk of a perception, and various protocols were put in place to manage that perception, and we accepted those protocols. There was internal advice provided by our legal and governance area, and we sought confirmation from Mandela at the end of the process that they complied with the protocols, and we were satisfied with that.
So,
Do you
Minister,
actually have, what is your concern here?
Well, my concern is that it was indicated that there was a declaration of a conflict of interest. Now, the subsequent answer that Mr. Lean's just given would indicate that there was no declaration of a conflict of interest. Minister, was a declaration made or not? And if it wasn't, was the department determining that there was a conflict of interest?
Okay. I think, well, I refer to my previous answer, but I will take on notice to provide you, once I've looked more carefully at the transcript of what you're actually asking, and provide a written answer for you in relation to this.
Do you think it's Mandela's job to determine whether they believe they had a conflict of interest or not, or do you think it's the department that should have determined whether they had a conflict of interest?
Well, as I said, let me get the information, but the point that I would make here, as I made very clearly, is that all procedures have been provided, that the work of Mandela in relation to perceived conflict of interest, or whether you believe there's a conflict of interest, I make that it's a different issue. We'll get given you're very interested in 2 or 3 words, we'll get the clarification in relation to that. But I don't believe that there's a problem here. If you've got an allegation to make the allegation. Otherwise, let them get the answer.
I'm simply asking a question.
Well, I think you're making an allegation that I'm not quite sure what it is.
The fact that you're becoming extremely defensive when I ask questions about conflicts of interest and Mandela is particularly interesting. But I'm going to move on. Minister, can you explain the difference between land clearing, native vegetation and native forestry and private native forestry?
Yes.
Do you accept that native forestry and private native forestry are not forms of land clearing or land use change and are regulated by separate instruments?
Yes.
Okay. Can you provide a indication of what you believe the differences are and how the instruments differ?
Oh my God. Well, different parts of government regulate different parts of the way in which either harvesting happens on private land or whether it happens on public land. There's obviously different arrangements around native vegetation and through the native vegetation map.
Right. So you would accept then that land clearing isn't forestry?
Well, the land is cleared, but that's not the way it's dealt with under the law.
Minister, are you suggesting that land clearing is forestry?
No.
Well then, I'll re-put the question, do you accept that land clearing isn't forestry?
What's the definition of land clearing?
Well, yes, but I'm not quite sure I don't understand what the distinction that you're trying to make here. As I've just said, there are different
the point I'm making
regimes
is there
across
is
different...
very clear distinctions between the two, and
Yes,
that they operate
yes.
under separate instruments. They are not the same thing.
The minister just said
I just said that.
And I don't understand why it was so hard for you to agree with that. But I'll move on.
Well, it's very hard to understand some of your questions, Mr. Fang. I'm sorry.
Well, they're just questions, Minister. All you need to do is provide an accurate
Some of them make no
response.
sense, so that's what I struggle with. But anyway, here we are.
Well, I don't believe so, Peter. But anyway. Minister, have you had a chance to look at the PMS results from Energy Co?
Sorry, is this the public service?
This is the
People Matters survey, is that what you're talking
yes.
about? I'm aware of them, but I haven't looked at them in detail.
You haven't looked at them in detail?
No.
Would it concern you to know that on the question of my organisation shows a commitment to ethical behaviour, it is down to 56%, which is down 28% from 2023?
Well, I mean, I'm always concerned if there are big changes in relation to agencies. I think that Energy Co is doing an incredible job given the pace with which they need to work. And I think that they have been through a big change. As you know, we've reinvigorated the board and there's a new chair. The CEO has left the organisation as well. So
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, so, I mean, my point is, would I like to see higher numbers? 56% is actually pretty good. But would I like to see them better? Yes.
But it's in relation to the question of ethical behaviour by their organisation.
I'll just answer the
About
question.
half of the organisation believes that they're operating unethically.
Well, I think that is a big stretch and I wouldn't accept that. If you've got an allegation to make, please make it.
Well, 44% of the organisation believe that the organisation isn't operating ethically. That's not a stretch, that's the numbers.
Sure.
And that's the People Matters survey, Minister.
Well,
Does that not concern you?
I haven't looked at the detail of how that question is asked and I'm willing to take on notice, but as I said, would I like it to be higher than 56%? Of course I would.
Thank you. I'll pass to my colleague.
Minister, I'm going to go back to the concept of energy from waste. In 2018, when you were the Shadow Minister for the Environment, on a proposal for a waste incinerator in Western Sydney, you stated this project shouldn't be going ahead and the government should stop it now. Do you share the same concerns for waste incineration in regional New South Wales?
That's what we're working through in relation to the regional plan. We're implementing the plan that was put in place by the previous government. I was glad that they didn't proceed in terms of the Western Sydney program. As I said, we've got to talk about what it looks like into the future. There's only one active project, which I'm sure you're really well aware of outside Goulburn, which is going through the planning system, and the future of any other thing really depends on what comes forward through the planning system.
Well, as you well know, the New South Wales Labor government announced proposed changes to the New South Wales Energy from Waste framework last week. Notably, one of those changes relates to the removal of Richmond as a proposed site for waste incineration. Why is Sydney's waste suitable for incineration in regional New South Wales and not Western Sydney?
Well, as I said, we're implementing the policy of the previous government, and that's why we're consulting at the moment.
But Minister, Labor's country conference moved a motion for the government to ban waste incineration. Do you agree with this?
Well, I'm glad they're paying attention to what happens at Labor conferences. I think
You've
everyone
invited me
should.
to the other side of the chamber,
They're very
Minister.
important. They're very. Well, we've got some very passionate members with many views in relation to those things. As I said, we've got the consultation paper out for discussion. We are not hiding from the waste challenges that New South Wales faces, but any future decisions are yet to be made.
But seriously, Minister, given your previous position on all of this, is this refusal to ban waste incineration, now you're in government, hypocritical?
No.
So then, you support the transfer of 380,000 tonnes of Sydney waste, approximately 250 kilometres via road and rail, through prime agricultural land, small communities, past primary schools, as a viable solution to Sydney's waste issues?
Are you talking about the Tarago side?
Yes.
Well, you know that it already takes 40% of Sydney's waste.
And have you gone and met...
Just to be clear, it's been doing that for decades.
And have you gone and met with local groups, residents, landowners,
Yes.
Around their concerns
Yes.
about this growing trend of dumping Sydney's waste in the regions?
Well, look, what I would say is that the challenge of waste is something that we all have to deal with, and the short answer to your question is yes, I've met with many proponents both before the previous election and since the election in relation to these matters. The Tarago site is currently going through the planning process. That's an independent process that I do not get myself involved in. It's actually separate to me, as it should be. And that process is ongoing. But no, I'm very aware of the issues. I've met with many different people. I've met with local government. I've met with farmers. I've met with local Labor Party people. I've met with many people over a long period of time in relation to this project.
And so in that case, you should be very aware of how pronounced, shall we say, their concerns are in relation to this. So in saying that you do support waste incineration as a suitable form of waste disposal, particularly in regional New South Wales, can you assure the residents of regional New South Wales that waste incineration is safe for human health and the agricultural environment?
Well, this is the point that I would make. One, New South Wales has the strongest regulations, I believe, internationally, and I have fulfilled the commitment which I made to locals in Goulburn and surrounds in relation to seeking further advice from the Office of the Chief Scientist, which I have done. That's why we have the consultation paper out, where I'm sure people will have input in relation to that.
Okay, moving along in my few minutes that I have. Do you know Braidwood, Minister?
Yes.
And do you know it's the only heritage listed town in all of New South Wales?
I thought Broken Hill was as well, but sure.
Take that on notice. We can clarify that. It's like I'm sure that someone from Braidwood will let me know, and that was a Labor implemented decision.
I'm not sure when it was made, but sure.
So how much has Labor done to assist and further this town under that quite specific classification?
I need to take that on notice in terms of the work that we're doing. Heritage listing is a particular process that then provides, it sort of depends on what levels of protection it does. I'm not across that detail. I'm happy to find out and come back to you.
That'd be great. And are you aware of the Braidwood Heritage Centre, a significant part of the town's history and future?
Whereabouts is it located?
Right in the main street, right on the corner, can't miss it, beautiful old sandstone building.
I think I know the building, but let me take on notice if there's other things that you want me to know about that. I'm not familiar with the details.
Yes. Are you aware of the significant project that was awarded, $3.75 million as a bushfire recovery grant aimed at creating employment and economic stimulus for a district severely affected by the 2019-2020 bushfires?
If you say so, that's right.
And are you aware that that project is now $2 million over budget, a number of years behind schedule, and no money has been spent in the region?
Well, I think that, one, the bushfire recovery funding is not under my portfolio nor my responsibility while I'm the Heritage Minister. So you may have needed to ask.
No, and I will be asking Mr Graham that as well.
Great.
I think it's very important that it's your government is fully cognisant of what's gone on with this very serious matter, and it is heritage related, and the fact that the greater concern around all of this are other similar heritage projects at risk of being similarly subjected to overcomplicated processes of delivery, and as a result not actually being delivered, as we're seeing with the Braidwood Heritage Centre at this point in time.
Well, I'd need to take, as I said, I'm happy to take on notice any impact that we can help in relation to this. I've just been given some additional information though, which is with the Braidwood listing, and I know that there are other towns who've been interested, Camden for example. One of the things that I believe Heritage New South Wales and the Heritage Council is looking at is how sort of whole of town listings works and whether adjustments are needed. So there's actually an opportunity for people to have input into that.
Yep, and I appreciate that. That is very good to know. But I'll come back to the Braidwood Heritage Centre project.
Can I just be clear? It's not my project. It's not within my portfolio. I mean, I'm happy to take on notice anything else we can do, but I'm not sure that I can help you with any more of it because
well, Minister, I think
it's not actually my. It's not within my purview.
Heritage New South Wales has been involved in this project as well, and that's part of the problem. And I quote here the President of the Braidwood and District Historical Society, Mr. Peter Smith. Bureaucratic ineptitude and waste have led to considerable disappointment because of the level of crossover of so many various departments and also trying to work with the local council as well. So that has led to, and again, going on what's been put forward by the society, the waste that has occurred as a result. This project is now stalled halfway through. The Heritage Centre can't continue its operations until this is attended to. There is almost a $2 million shortfall. So I'm raising it with you as the Heritage Minister to say that will you commit to ensure that the necessary resources to ensure the completion of this project continue, and not only that, there is a June 30 deadline on all of this.
I'll take on notice where it's up to and the role that Heritage New South Wales has in it, and we'll come back.
Thanks, Minister. And back to you, Wes.
Oh, thank you. Minister, in an earlier answer to one of my colleagues, you indicated that the transmission issues or projects don't affect the size of the reses. Do you stand by that comment?
I'm not quite sure what you're actually asking me.
If you have a res that's capable of generating X amount of gigawatts, what good is that energy if, unless you can actually...
Sorry, just to be clear, there's generation and then there's also transmission capacity, which is slightly different.
Yes.
So I'm trying to answer your question, I just don't quite understand it.
So, if you haven't got the transmission projects in place, are the reses of any benefit to you?
Well, the transmission lines need to be built, that's why we're doing them.
So the transmission lines do impact the size of the reses, in fact?
Yes,
because without the transmission lines, you can't actually move the energy for the res. So they do impact the size. Do you accept that that's the case then? Well,
yes, but if you're tying that to the transmission review, that is not about the size of the reses. So the reses have been gazetted. So as you would know, that the Central West Arana started at I think 3, and I think then it's 4.5, and now it's at about 6.
Is it 6 or 7?
It's 6.
Or at least 7.
Beg your pardon?
Or at least 7.
Why do you think it's 7?
Well, I don't know. Here I've got a question. When Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone...
Okay, did you write the question?
No, I didn't.
How about you explain the question then?
Well, Minister, I'll try and ask the question without being interrupted, and we'll see how we go. Minister, when Central West Arana Renewable Energy Zone was first announced in 2021, it was slated to generate at least 3 gigawatts of power, which is what you indicated. You've increased that recently to at least 7 gigawatts. How much more land is needed and how many more projects will there be?
I don't know where the 7 has come from. My understanding is that the Gazettal is 6. Is that right? Yeah. Generation of the Gazettal is 6. So, when you're saying the 7, what do you... I mean, I'm happy to answer the question. I'm trying to understand
let's assume that it's not at least 7, as the question says.
Well, I'm not assuming anything. I don't assume anything.
Okay. Well, I will assume, for the question, it's 6. How much more land and how many more projects will be required?
So the advice I've got is this, is that the network capacity, this is what we're getting, what the issues are. So there's been consultation, and we increased the intended network capacity of the CWO res to 6 gigawatts, noting initially it was operated at 4.5. In relation to the projects that go within the res, they're going through the planning system. I can take on notice whether there's an impact, but I don't believe there is.
All right, I might ask the rest of these questions a bit later because it seems like we might not have.
Well, it
all
would
the
help if
details
you
there.
understood what you were asking, and then we
Well,
might
I
be able to
understood
provide
it,
specific. If
Minister,
you want
I
to
mean-
talk to us over lunch, we're happy to provide the answers that
That'd
you
be
want,
right.
or if you need to seek clarification.
Minister
that's
Scoville,
fine.
the OTU site out at the
Skyville.
National Park, Skyville.
Yep.
The issues around the Commandant's House, where Heritage New South Wales have issued a note or instruction, I'm not sure. There seems to be varying reports as to what was issued to National Parks in relation to that site. But there's no question that it's heritage-listed building,
Yep.
and National Parks has not maintained the site. What have you done in relation to ensuring that National Parks abides by its requirements for heritage-listed
Well,
buildings?
we've been talking about. I know that you're very interested in this site, and I know that there's been very close work going on there with the Hunter Anzac Memorial Limited. So the advice that I have is that there are almost weekly meetings with the chair of that committee. That there's been extensive works that have been done, and that my advice is a lot of the works were completed in January 25. That there's discussions around the occupation licence for the non-exclusive use of the operation.
Sorry,
This
Minister, can I
includes
just
4
clarify?
buildings.
Are you talking about the Commandant's House, or are you talking about the wider project now?
It's probably the wider project. I'm happy to take. I'm not aware of the things that you're specifically
The Commandant's
asking
House
about.
is heritage listed, and
Yes,
it is
and it
literally
has-
about to fall down. The heritage.
Okay, Mr.
heritage-
Lean. Mr. Lean's got better information than I'll hand to
Okay.
him.
So, in relation to the farm manager's house, which I think is the same property that
Is
you're
that
talking
we're
about,
talking about the same thing?
No,
where
there's-
Heritage raised concerns about the condition of the property. We'll clarify exactly which one it is, but we're undertaking structural and hazardous material reports at the moment to assess the overall condition. Once we have those, we'll then undertake further works to meet the requirements.
Can we just
of those
clarify we're talking about
reports.
the same building? I'm not sure that
So
we are.
it's been referred to in all my conversations as the Commandant's House because it was
We'll
when
come
it was
back
the
to
OTU.
you. We'll come
it
back
was
to you.
the-
We'll come
thank
back
you.
to you. There's a lot of work going on there, which I think you're aware of.
Mr. Raddick.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the New South Wales Parliament passed the Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Act last November, marking a significant shift in the state's biodiversity regime. This legislation aims to transition the biodiversity offset scheme towards net positive biodiversity outcomes. However, many of the key changes depend on the development of regulations and a nature positive strategy, which have not yet been introduced.
Correct.
Regarding the timing of these regulations and strategy, the New South Wales Government has provided some general indications but no precise date. Commentary from various sources, however, including legal analysis and government statements, suggests the regulations are not expected to be finalised until mid-2025 at the earliest.
Yep.
For instance, it has been noted that applications under the current biodiversity offset scheme regime will continue to be assessed until the new regulations are in place, implying a transitional period extending well into this year.
Yep.
However, no specific date has been confirmed in official government announcements at this point. When will a specific date be provided for the new regulations to take effect?
Well, I think we're still aiming for mid this year. There is but just more broadly, I mean, part of what this is in response to the Ken Henry review, which obviously showed that we need to do things differently if we're serious about biodiversity conservation. The first tranche of our work has been the biodiversity offsets work. The second part of work that's well underway within my agency is the development of the New South Wales Plan for Nature. So a lot of that work is being informed by a lot of information, including the State of the Environment report and a whole lot of other things around what we do next, whether it's in legislative space, in policy space. But unless Mr. Lean wants to tell me differently, I think that with the mid this year regs is probably where we're working to.
Okay, thank you. How much has the government raised by the developer contributions to the Biodiversity Conservation Trust?
I need to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Sorry, so just to be clear, is it BCT? Because there's other, there's different funds. BCTs for the sort of private land conservation. We have other areas. So, do you just want to know how much money's been paid into the various funds?
I do, yes.
Yeah, all right, we can do that.
And Lord, you may not be able to answer this question, but
So for
hopefully...
BCT, here we go. I can tell you BCT, 285 million. Is that right?
From
Can't
when?
read that, I'm too blind.
From when was that?
yes, so the Chair is asking...
Sorry,
Since-
from
since
what
when has-
period
That was from
that?
BCT. So, sorry. I can't read it because it's too small. Just give me... we've made it 25 font now. It's all good. Okay, so... since the scheme began to the 31st of December 2024, the BCT has received 285.19 million as payment from developers, transferring 74,649 credit offset obligations.
Thank you.
So you said that money's just been raised since last November?
No. This is the whole system to the end of December this year. This is
I see. Sorry. Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you might have just answered my next question. How much of the funds so far raised have actually been applied to offsetting obligations by
Yep,
the
I
buyer?
can tell you this. So this is to December last year. 54% have been purchased or contracted for purchase. These credits are that's about $140 million of the funds paid in.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now following on the questions from Mrs. Mihalik. So we are approaching a federal election, as you know, and
Yep, I'm aware.
many pundits are expecting that it's quite possible that there could be a change of government.
Here.
I hope
And
not.
the coalition is campaigning on a long-term Libertarian Party policy of an Australian nuclear power industry, which we're very pleased to
I'm
see.
glad that you're leading.
Thank you, yes. The coalition policy would require state cooperation in terms of regulations if they did want to bring that in. So you agree that would require your cooperation?
Yes, because it requires it will require cooperation from a whole range of people. So it will require cooperation from our parliament, not from the government, to actually lift the current bans that we have in place that are legislated. It would require the private companies, so Liddell and Mount Piper, to agree to hand over their sites, which might require compulsory acquisition. That's not a matter for the state, that's a matter for the government, for the federal government. There's also the challenges that come with pretty much having coal fire retire and not having anything to replace it. Even at the best case scenario, in terms of nuclear, even if everything went well, and there's no evidence internationally that that ever happens, is that basically we're not going to have nuclear online until 2040, and the cost is currently unknown. So yes, that's where we're at, but the New South Wales government's made it pretty clear. We have an energy plan which is about affordability, about reliability, about security, about actually putting in place the future prosperity of this state based off renewables, and that's what we wanted to undertake. The greatest risk of the federal government being elected in relation to these matters is that all of that goes on hold. Our emissions increase, we have more blackouts, we have higher price spikes as old coal-fired power stations using an unlimited amount of taxpayer money are used to be extended while they try to fill the gap.
We were told, sort of, when this whole thing began in 2007, when Al Gore came out with an inconvenient truth, that the renewable industry would deliver lower energy prices. Now, you'd agree that that hasn't happened.
Well, we need to understand what is the cheapest form of replacement of coal-fired power, and it is definitely renewables, and I'd point you to the CSIRO report. Whether there's a cost to actually transitioning our electricity grid, yes there is, and that's what we're working through the roadmap.
Okay, well, implicit in your reply there is that you are admitting that coal produces energy at a cheaper price
Well,
than renewables.
if the coal-fired power stations were working well, if coal prices were stable, if we could deal with their emissions, then yes, we could do all of those things. But the reality is that we have coal-fired power stations that are reaching end of life, that no one will fund to replace, that the replacement costs are too high, and what's driving spikes in relation to wholesale prices of electricity is the breaking down of these coal-fired power stations. Now, we can try to patch them up for a little while, but at the end of the day, what's actually driving increased prices is not the rollout of renewables. It's the unreliability of these coal-fired power stations, which have been incredibly important. I went to Eraring recently, actually met with the workers who've been there. They've got their 40th year anniversary. Things are changing there where they're now building batteries and they're moving on from that. It's a really big challenge. It's why the government was, it's why we made the decision to support Eraring to stay open while we're building the renewables in.
So you're saying that during the transition period, yes, electricity prices might go up, but when we get past the transition and we're into this brave new world of windmills and solar panels, how far away are we from having energy consumers in New South Wales, both domestic and industrial, benefiting from these promised energy bill reductions?
Well, I think first of all we're showing that renewables can work. We've gone from a state where 80% of our energy was derived from coal. Depending on the day, and it is a bit of a day-by-day proposition, it can be over 50% now. The other thing that we've got is the incredible rollout of rooftop solar, where people are finding benefits for that. We've got over 1 million people with rooftop solar. We're working very hard to support people to put batteries in, and we're also doing a whole lot of work around energy efficiency. So the whole sort of transfer to renewables is absolutely underway. And we're seeing improvements all the time. We've just recently done our most recent tender in relation to meeting our renewable energy targets. We're going to be supporting a pumped hydro project and 2, again, very large batteries. We're about to have the 2 biggest batteries in the world open literally just up the road here in the Hunter. The transition is well and truly underway.
When can we expect the transition to have been completed? Is it like 2 years away, 20 years away?
I don't know. We're getting to net zero by 2050. That's what we're working to.
Okay, so my last question is about our plastic straws.
Yes.
There was a study done last year at the University of Antwerp in Belgium, which actually concluded that the paper straws, which we all know don't work, are also have high amounts of PFAS in them. Were you aware of that report?
The University of Antwerp? No, I'm not.
Well, I mean, they're a respected institution.
I'm not quibbling with who they are. I just
Yes.
am not across every university's report on plastics.
Should be, you're the minister.
Well, I mean, for what they have to put chemicals into these paper straws to...
Some of them, not all of them.
Yes,
Yep.
well, a lot of them. And
Some.
Those,
Do you know how
those
many?
chemicals are required to give it some strength for 2 minutes before it
Well, it
before it
depends on the
dissolves.
type.
Oh,
Yep.
10 seconds.
So that 10 seconds, thank you. So there is so I mean the whole purpose was to sort of remove the PFAS from the
Just use
system,
your lips.
but we're still
Just use your lips.
yeah. Well, you're probably right about that, Chair. Yeah.
Just use your lips.
No straw, no one will be able to drink again.
But anyway, look, I will forward you that report.
Yeah,
But-
the one thing I
Straws.
can tell you, which Mr Chappell's
The
just told me, which is a
world's
good
cascading into
reminder, we
fascism,
passed
and we're worried
ICAM's
about
legislation, which is about dealing with these very difficult, ubiquitous chemicals that have made their way into our environment. And PFAS is actually banned from 1 July this year. So if there are paper straws that have got PFAS in them, they won't be allowed in Australia.
Good to hear. Thank you.
Minister, last year my colleague Kate Fairman wrote to you about the Hunter gas pipeline and asked you not to approve the renewal of the authority to survey, given concerns by landholders about Santos's strong-arming behaviour. Have you received... Oh, and then there was the independent investigation, but the authority was renewed nevertheless. Have you received any further complaints about Santos's behaviour since the investigation
Yeah,
concluded?
it's a good question. I don't know. Let me take it on notice. I'm sure we can get back to you this afternoon. I'm not aware of any new complaints, but my department might be, and I'll let you know.
Thank you. What was the main reason to renew that survey?
Well,
The authorities.
because basically under the planning system, there was a view, and I know that some people don't share this view, that there had been, the work had been undertaken and that it should continue. And so there was a request to deal with the authority survey. I did take really seriously the concerns of landholders there. I know many of them. I've dealt with them for many years. That's why the investigation was undertaken. But in the end, I decided to allow it to occur. We also did that the bill that we recently went through the Parliament in relation to authority to No, that's a separate issue.
The
I'll stop
pipeline
talking
stuff.
that.
Yeah. No.
That's a separate issue.
Thanks, Minister. Could you provide any update on when we might see the Upper Nepean State Conservation Area declared? I know, again, my colleague, Kate
No, that's
Fairman
fine.
wrote-
I'm just not aware. Let me take it on notice. Happy to get back to you. We should be able to get you something this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I think it was waiting on easements in relation to Sydney Water, perhaps.
Yeah,
or water for
if
New
it's up
South
there,
Wales. Sorry.
if it's up there, it's probably in the catchment area. We probably need to work it out. But yes,
Okay.
let me. I'll get you proper information. I'm just not across the detail.
Thank you. Minister, are you aware that Centennial Coal, who has been storing wastewater from coal mining operations, is seeking permission to dump its dirty water into the Warragamba Dam, and that it's going to do this by seeking an amendment to its EPL? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware. I am very aware of the issues in relation to Springvale Mine, its interaction with Mount Piper coal-fired power station. As people probably are aware, you probably are. I'm not sure of everyone else, but it's almost wholly supplied from Springvale. So the actual energy security aspect that Mount Piper provides is actually linked, obviously, to what's going on in the mine. I am aware of this. We've been monitoring this really very carefully. There is obviously a planning modification that's been submitted, and that's going through the process, and my various agencies, and I'm sure if you want to ask Mr. Chappell later, he can tell you, we've been very actively involved in this. It's one of those issues that's extremely challenging. But we're working through it.
And so what about the, would the government, it's 42 million litres of mine water per day.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of scientific evidence now that the dilute and pollute strategy is not effective in keeping Sydney's water clean. So is this something that if the government had to step in to prohibit that from happening, that's something that you would consider?
Well, we've been looking at all of the options. I think what I'm really saying to you here is that there's no easy option in relation to this. It's very challenging. My agencies have been actively involved in this for over 12 months, probably since almost I was elected. So, I'm not in a position to say yay or nay to all of it, because none of it, there is no easy solution here. We can't just ignore the flooding of that mine, and we need to work through. There's some other challenges there. Mount Piper actually uses a lot of water. So the way in which they've been able to take the water to date, which has helped, is that Mount Piper uses a lot of the water through their processes. They're about to do a fairly major shutdown to do a whole lot of maintenance work, so there's actually excess water as well. So even ways that we've been able to manage the water to date is ongoing. There's been challenges around the Veolia water treatment site. So look, yes, I'm really aware of this. I don't have the easy solution because there isn't one, but my agencies are working through it, and you should really talk to Mr. Chappell about it. He can tell you about how closely we've been looking at this, which has been very closely.
Thank you. In relation to the EPA, if I can just touch on something quite broadly in terms of the EPA's regulatory functions. So I'm not sure whether you get concerns or complaints. Obviously, I talked to Mr. Chappell
I
about
get people
these.
who tell me that they're too officious and that they're too over the top, and I
Yes.
get people who think that they're too weak and they're not doing their activities.
Of course, of
Yep,
course.
That's the feedback that I get about the EPA.
So in terms of that, do you have a system as the minister responsible for actually reviewing and looking at the EPA's regulatory functions and working to? Do you have any kind of methodology of assessing the
Do you have something
effectiveness?
specifically that you want to?
Well, I could give you really clear examples of every
So
regulatory
I'd say
function.
a couple of things about that.
Yeah.
Obviously, I support a strong EPA to protect the environment and human health in New South Wales. That's been a long-standing position of all the parliaments in relation to this. Is there ongoing criticism, as I said, of being too much or too little? Well, there's a lot of that. But I would make a couple of points. One is that the regulatory function of the EPA is independent from me, as it should be, and I support that independence. But having said that, I work very closely with the CEO, the board, and the staff at the EPA, and all of the work that they're undertaking.
So just in relation to that, I'm just trying to be a bit more specific. So you do have, as you know, and I've discussed this with you in Parliament, you do actually have powers under the Act to issue directions to discuss.
But also,
what I'm trying to ascertain is, do you have a matrix of success in terms of the EPA's regulatory functions that you analyse?
So the board provides that oversight, and they actually provide to me an annual report in relation to, their sort of regulatory assurance and how that's been going. There's obviously independent issues that crop up at various points in time, but I think it's probably this. So the annual reporting, we deal with that, but it's a more dynamic situation than that, based on what's happening at the time. But can I also just say this? We made changes to legislation last year to strengthen the role of the EPA and the way in which it's able to conduct its business, which was broadly supported through the Parliament, for which I was extremely grateful. The EPA went through a period of time where there were many different CEOs. I'm very grateful that Mr. Chappell has been here for now how long?
2.5 years.
Which is actually quite a short period of time, and I'm very grateful for the board and the work that they're doing. They have an enormous task that often issues emerge that couldn't be predicted. Asbestos mulch would be one of them, and they're then undertaking one of the largest investigations the EPA has underdone. So what I'm really saying is, I have great faith in the board, I have great faith in the CEO, I have great faith in the staff of the EPA and the work that they do. Do they always get it right? Probably not, because none of us always get it right. But are they actually progressing and defending the environment and human health in this state? You bet they are.
And so where do you think people should go if there are serious concerns about the EPA, or if they're experiencing what they consider regulatory failure? Where can they go? I'd suggest three things. I'd suggest people can write to me. We always take those things seriously. I think that actually writing formally to the board is also the way in which they should do that. And people work through the process. I'm sure that Mr. Chappell can probably give you more detail about how you manage such issues, because a lot of them would come not through me. I will take it up with Mr. Chappell afterwards. I'm putting on your radar, Minister, that the system can only work if you are having oversight of the EPA, that we all accept the EPA is independent, we need a strong regulator, but unless there is some kind of matrix of success, that can be...
You might call it a matrix. I would call it the ongoing works of the Minister, who is constantly talking to her agency and working through those issues, and has formal reporting via the kind of regulatory assurance that I get from the board. And so then are you satisfied across all of the regulatory functions? So, for example, if I was to give you examples of forestry breaches and concerns that people have brought and that the EPA hasn't followed up, or is that something that you would be willing to take on board and look at? And I'm talking across each of the regulatory functions, and in particular, at the moment, the chemical and pesticide regulation across New South Wales. I mean, I'm sure you should talk to Mr. Chappell about the sort of detail of where all of that's up to. But yes, I mean, I think that the community, environmental protection really works at its best when the community is alert and is working closely with the regulator and is able to provide information. There may be the cases sometimes where the community think that one issue is more than what the regulator assesses as being really where the harm is. And let's be honest, you can't chase down every single thing that you get. But broadly, we welcome, I think that everyone welcomes, I think the EPA welcomes input from everyone in relation to these matters. If they see something, we get them to report it to the EnviroLine. The further kind of more systemic work around regulation and whether there's a kind of debrief at the end of a process, so whether once we've finished with the asbestos mulch, we sort of sit down and go, okay, well, what did we learn here and what can we do better? I'm always open to that. So just really encourage people to interact with the EPA, because I think that our staff really value that.
Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, when was the last time you met with the New South Wales Threatened Species Committee?
I think it's been a while, like quite a long. I need to tell you when it is. It hasn't been recently.
You take it on notice?
Yep.
But not any time that you can remember recently?
Not recently, no.
Okay.
Just to be clear, since being elected, I've done almost 700 meetings.
Sure.
They're the ones that I've
the Wild
taken.
Deserts Conservation Program has been a very successful program. It has a 10-year contract, which, as you know, expires in 2 years. Do you envisage continuing that funding?
Saving our species, sorry, I just didn't.
Wild Deserts Conservation
Yes,
Program?
I've been out there twice.
So you do
Sorry, I've been out there
envisage
once.
continuing the funding on the 10-year contract?
Well, we're working
which
through the budget
expires in 2
processes, but
years?
yes.
Sorry, which is that? You're working through the budget
Well,
process?
we're
or
working
you
through the budget
envisage-
processes, but do I anticipate we will fund them? Yes.
Okay. The new UNSW has been a great partner of the
Yeah, I
program.
know.
Do you envisage extending the contract with the UNSW team?
Yes.
Good. How are the various feral-free areas around the state
They're going gangbusters.
tracking?
They're going really well.
Do you think
So,
the program's worth continuing?
Yes. So feral-free areas. So the first thing I'd say up front is that I wish that we didn't need feral-free areas. I wish that we were able to eradicate invasive species wherever they are, and a lot of the focus that we work on, and a lot of the work that's done within national parks and across other land tenures across the government is about that. And
So if you
obviously
think
we've got
it's
the vice
worth
security. So
continuing,
yes, I like them.
will you commit to further funding?
Well, as you know, I have to work through my own budget processes, but yes, that is ongoing, and yes, they're working very well, and yes, we're finding that previously locally extinct animals are being reintroduced into those areas.
All right. The state's at risk of losing over 1,000 of our precious native animals, plants and ecological communities. Is the Saving Our Species program going to receive more funding in the upcoming budget?
Nice try. You used to be a minister. There's no way I can tell you what's happening at ERC or what's going to be in the budget.
Are you
But let's
gonna
just say
passionately
Saving Our
fight
Species
for
is a
it?
great program.
Will you go and see your colleague and passionately fight for it?
Look, if you want to lobby me about that, I'll lobby on your behalf. But let's just say I am on ERC. I am aware of all of the issues, but no, I'm not going to be pre-running them at this hearing.
Do they have enough funding to given the task at hand?
Well, I think we could always have more funding for the environment, but I do say that to the Treasurer quite regularly. But that's as much as I'll say.
Minister, what are the latest koala numbers in New South Wales?
Sorry,
What are the latest koala numbers in New South Wales?
I can get the numbers across the state. Obviously, there's always been the issue of that there's a variance in terms of how many there are. When we did the koala inquiry, I think it was between 15,000 and 30,000.
Can you take that on notice?
No, I can take it on notice, but I'm actually answering the question.
All right, I've got 6 seconds. I'll just ask if you can take that on notice and what's the projection
Sure.
for 2030,
Sure.
2035 and 2040?
Sure. Well, it'll be better than Matt Keane, who just decided to double them without even knowing how many there were.
Just answer
So,
the question,
we'll do with
Minister.
that.
Just do your job. That would be great.
Well, 2026 will actually have the full count, so that'll be
2030,
helpful.
2035, 2040. Thank you.
Minister, just in, I think we've got 3 minutes, yeah, just in the last couple of moments, I just want you to please take on notice, because I think you will need to take it on notice, that with the biomaterial reports that I referred to earlier, and that those reports for quite some time provided material in them that was not accurate, has now been revised and we are told is accurate. I'm not certain that there's a high degree of confidence in that. But one of the things, and I will take it up with Mr. Chappell, but I would really want you to take this on board, is that there is a clause, so a regulatory function of the EPA, that the Forestry Corporation cannot log if the primary purpose is to retrieve or obtain low quality products. Now that those material reports have been modified and changed, it would appear that the Forestry Corporation has been undertaking whole activities, particularly in the southeast forests, completely in breach of the coastal integrated forestry operations approvals. This has a major implication for the way the Forestry Corporation has actually degraded the forest estate. It is, whilst I understand it's forestry, it's EPA's regulatory function. The reason I'm bringing it to your attention is that there are organisations that have raised this with the EPA now over months and months and months. They first raised it as a regulatory issue back in 2023. It was raised in 2024, and then this year the Forestry Corporation has admitted to those errors. There just seems, for whatever purpose, for whatever reasons, a regulatory failure there, and that now there have been, as appears to be, operations that have been undertaken that are wholly inconsistent and contrary to the approval for forestry. if it is an area that is an EPA function. So I'm just asking you, Minister, if you would take that on notice, that you would follow that up directly.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think you should talk to Mr Chappell this afternoon, but I'm happy to get a briefing specifically on that issue, no problem.
Thank you. And then the other one that I am concerned about and would be very grateful if you'd be willing to get a briefing on is the EPA's regulatory functions in relation to spray drift and agricultural chemical uses. It seems to be an area of regulation that is, from where I sit, a rather contested space. EPA seems to take an approach of issuing notices but not taking follow-up regulatory action. They are the two primary areas.
Sure, I'm happy to do that. I am aware that there is some significant trouble in terms of some of the pesticide work in terms of understanding the source and being able to get the proof needed to take further action. But I'm very, I'm as concerned about it as you are. I'm happy to get more information if you'd like me to be further briefed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I just also let the committee
please
know
do.
that I met the chair of the Threatened Species Council on the 6th of June 23.
2023.
And
It's a long
yes,
time ago.
Just to clarify a question Ms Ward was asking about the contaminated land site assessment process. That data, I understand, is from the EPA annual report and relates to a 4-week commitment to complete the assessment within 4 weeks. We don't stop the clock when we require additional information, and it's a relatively small number of reports, I think about a dozen, that's reflected in those numbers. And the performance, I think, has improved in the last reported year to about 65%, but we're certainly on track to get back to that 90% level, but there's no harm that results from that delay. It's really just about when we need further information, sometimes it takes more than 4 weeks, and therefore we don't meet that 90% target in those cases.
Chair, could I just
Thank
have a
you.
quick point of clarification too? Minister, just for us, Broken Hill was the first city on the National Heritage List.
There you go.
The whole of Braidwood Town
Yep.
is
No,
on
I
the
know.
State Heritage
I know,
Register.
that's
and was
good,
the
and it's very
first.
precious. And
It is
let's
indeed.
make it work. That sounds
Great
very
bakery.
good.
Stuff.
Two
Very,
cups.
very good.
And
Just
Minister,
at
I
the
think
point
you
where-
had some things you wanted to bring back.
Yes.
If you want to do that now in government time, I
Yes,
think that would
okay,
be
but-
appropriate.
My job, Chair.
That's all right.
Thank
Mr
you.
Lean's got something, then I've got some various things that I'll update the committee about.
Thank you.
So, in relation to Mr. Fang's question, the farm manager's house is the commandant's house. The reports that I mentioned, the condition assessments, have actually been completed in late February and provided to Heritage New South Wales, which raised the issue with us. There was no breach notice, of course. We'll look at funding some of those works through the budget process.
I've got an update on, I think others have interpreted what your question was, Mr Fang, and this is the advice that they provide. One is that the transmission review really is about future projects, not the ones that are already underway. As I mentioned before, the Central West Renewable Energy Zone is 4.5 gigawatts of transmission capacity. That enables 7.7 gigawatts of generation. That doesn't mean that no new land needs to be made for those transmission lines. The increase to 7.7 actually enables batteries to be added. That's the big change that's really occurred since the roadmap started to roll out, is the use of batteries to be able to soak up all of the solar that we've got and then have it ready to discharge into the system when we need. The other issue, which I'm not quite sure was exactly where you were getting at, Ms Hankinson, but there was just, if people have other issues in relation to the EPA, the Ombudsman does have a role as well, and they can do that. I obviously don't really, my preference is for everyone to work with the EPA, but if they're very aggrieved, they can actually go to the Ombudsman.
I had one. I did have, just to Dr. Cohn's earlier question around Captain's Flat, apart from the sampling at the household level, there's also a community focused soil sampling program which has been conducted in recent years in the community. If there's other sites they'd like sampling, they can request that. The Legacy Mines program, which is led through our colleagues in the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, leads on delivering that program, and there's broad sampling that's occurred, and that all feeds into that program as well. But I'm happy to discuss it more this afternoon.
Oh, here we go. My very diligent public servants have also asked me to update so that I do not mislead the committee. But I In terms of the National Parks and Wildlife total workforce, 10% identify as Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, but the higher percentage of staff reporting is particularly in field-based roles. For example, 24% are in field officer roles, so on the ground, on country, doing that work. And the other part, if there's any... I think that this was clear, but just in case anyone wants to put words in my mouth, aerial shooting, of course, remains an option within the Great Kosciuszko National Park.
Well,
But you know, as really what I was trying to say, and I know that Ms Overall's really interested in this, is that we've reduced the numbers significantly. Like, we're very close to meeting the target that was legislated 3 years early. 2 years early. It's a really important milestone. What we're looking at is in the retention areas, seeing what we can do around population control. If horses are moving outside of those areas, there will be control on them. Whether it's aerial shooting is less likely now, but they do aerial shooting around a whole range of things. Whether pigs are a huge problem, deer. That does mean that under the right circumstances and following the right protocols, that will still occur. I don't want anyone to be... We're not ceasing it, but I think it will not need to be used, particularly in the retention areas, because the program has been so successful to date.
Sorry, one last clarification, if I may. Just on that contaminated land piece, I mentioned 4 weeks is the target. It's actually 4 months. I misspoke.
Right.
There. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from the
Nothing
government?
on conflicts of interest?
No.
No, I think
No?
it's all been
Okay.
cleared up.
All very clear.
No, nothing
All
on
right.
conflicts
Nothing
of
on conflicts of
interest.
interest?
Yeah,
Oh,
barking
interesting.
up the wrong tree, mate.
I don't think I am, Minister, but that's okay.
Thank you, Minister.
Hannah.
Thank you so much for
Thanks very
attending
much.
this
Thank you
hearing.
all.
We've finished with your questioning, and we will return at 2 p.m.
But feel
for
free to
more
come back like
questioning
Mr. Hazard.
of all the other people. Thank
If you're too
you.
naughty, I might come back. So we'll
Great. Good afternoon, all. We'll get going again, but before we do resume questioning, we have some witnesses that will need to be sworn in. We have Dr. Mamouni, Ms. Owers, Ms. McCoy, Ms. Stevens, Ms. Pepper, Ms. Malloy, Ms. Harrop, and Mr. Albury. So would you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? And if we could please begin with the witness to my left, Ms. Pepper.
Yes, that's you.
I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Dr. Louisa Mamouni. I'm the Acting Deputy Secretary of Conservation Programs, Heritage and Regulation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Naomi Stevens, Acting Deputy Secretary, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hannah McCackey. I am ex-term CEO of Energy Co. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Owers, Acting Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Malloy, thank you. Did I not read her before? Oh, yeah, I did.
Sharon Malloy, Executive Director, Nature and Natural Capital Strategy. And I solemnly and sincerely, truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Hi, Trish Harrop, Executive Director, Conservation and Aboriginal Partnerships with the National Parks and Wildlife Service. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Ash Albury, Executive Director of Planning Communities with Energy Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And for all other witnesses, I remind you that you have already been sworn in before this committee and during this inquiry and therefore do not need to be sworn in again. But I note that there are witnesses over in the overflow seating area. I would like to remind you that if you do come forward to answer a question, if you could please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table, because this assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. And there is nothing more important than pleasing Hansard and making sure that all things run smoothly. All
Chair,
right.
Just on that, if I could just very quickly clarify one point on behalf of the Minister. She mentioned $87 million in funding for organics programs. The correct number is actually $81 million. So if Hansard could just capture that, please.
Thank you very much. Hansard's nodding diligently. Thank you.
I think we need to do that formally through the committee. If that was the number she said, that needs to be a footnote.
All right, we'll resolve that. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you.
Ms.
Thank you,
Ward.
Chair, and thank you all for coming back. Secretary Lean, I think these questions are to Mr. Chappell. Mr. Chappell, EPA, various organisations in the waste industry have raised significant concerns about their treatment by the EPA. I know we had some reference to that earlier from the Minister. Do you feel the current regulatory settings allow for fair treatment of waste industry participants?
I do. Would you like me to elaborate? Yes. Look, Minister touched on some of this, but there are lots of occasions where regulated entities either feel the EPA is being too tough on them or not tough enough on their competitors.
All right.
And it's quite a common part of what you might think of as the regulator's dilemma. But the EPA is accountable through a whole series of mechanisms. Our licensing and other decision making can always be challenged in court, as it is on various occasions. The Minister mentioned the regulatory assurance work the board does and the role of the board more broadly, which is independently to determine a whole host of significant matters. Of course, there are integrity agencies like the Ombudsman, ICAC,
Can we go
and so
to
on.
that? Yeah, and I welcome you if you'd like to add on notice any additional
Sure.
methodologies that might assist answering that, to be fair. But in relation to conflicts, would EPA officers that have a conflict, either perceived or real, with a waste operator normally participate in an investigation?
No, I mean, all EPA staff are required to annually update their log of disclosures and interests and any conflicts, real or perceived.
Just annually, or is there updating opportunities?
So at a minimum, every EPA
Right.
staff member under our code of conduct must complete that annually. But of course, if their circumstances change, they need to declare that immediately.
Sure. So then what protocols are in place to ensure that conflicts of interest, once declared, are appropriately managed?
Well, we have a series of policies regarding the appropriate management of conflicts. We use the guidelines from the Public Service Commission and ICAC, and we review regularly when any concerns are raised if if those procedures have been followed.
We saw how that worked out with Kira Nash, but that's different estimates. In relation to
Sorry, I didn't.
No, I'll just. I was referring to Kira Nash. So in terms of contaminated sites, which I think I asked the Minister about earlier in that time, if I can just follow up on that, why have the site visits of contaminated sites dropped so significantly, particularly in the past year?
So they haven't dropped. I think the numbers you mentioned earlier, I think the 22-23 annual report showed a significant drop, as you said, down to about 34%, and the last data set in the more recent annual report, 23-24, I think it's about 65%. It's a small number of sites that measure tracks, and the team running it take a very strict view about meeting that timeline. The measure is about resolving the status of contamination within a period of 4 months. And where additional information is required or other circumstances delay hitting that milestone, then it doesn't count. So in many other processes, the clock is stopped when that happens. We don't do that. So it's a very sort of strict measure we hold ourselves to, but it's perhaps not the best indicator of outcome. It's more tracking a process over a particular period of time that often is not material if it's delayed slightly longer than that because of needing further and better information to resolve it.
And are you confident that is the reason behind the reduction in these site visits?
Yes, I'm not aware that visitation to sites or inspections or that kind of activity has actually declined. The advice to me is that this is a process measure and it's reflective of some of those delays on a relatively small number of particular complex matters.
Okay. So do you think the licensing system for waste needs an overhaul?
Look, I think as we move to a circular economy, all of our settings need to be reviewed, and a number of them, I think, do create unintended consequences, and there's significant opportunity to improve those. Perhaps the better focus, in my view, for the waste sector in the near term is on some of the resource recovery orders and exemptions and the issues we have around when a product ceases to be waste and comes back into the productive economy, as well as enabling innovation pathways and more streamlined licensing for businesses to try new technologies and succeed or fail before they move into the formal licensing regime. So I wouldn't characterise it as a challenge particular to licensing, but more broadly, I'd certainly agree. There's an opportunity for those settings to better enable innovation and
Right.
protect community
I
safety.
might come back to that if there's time. Just in relation to green waste, so we've heard of a circumstance where a large green waste operator hasn't been audited on site for 20 years, and a smaller operator has been, in their words, harassed by the EPA for over 2 years now, coming back to your initial point. Are all these operators treated in the same manner?
Look, I'm aware of the circumstances you're referring to. I don't think that characterisation is accurate, though, by any stretch. I think that data is perhaps 2 or 3 years out of date. In the last 3 years, there have been significant statewide programs of audit and inspection across different organics processing parts of that sector. It's been a major regulatory and compliance priority for the EPA in the current financial year as well. I mean, I should also say that as I understand it, the company you're referencing has had for more than a decade a real struggle with complying with the basic requirements of their licence that's culminated in escalating regulatory action and a number of legal challenges that the companies avail themselves of as they're entitled to do. But I have commissioned a review of that process, but everything I've seen through my own engagement on this issue since it came to my attention is that there's an appropriate escalation of regulatory response where a company is refusing to put in place the safeguards required under the licence. The courts have validated that view as well. And in terms of the specifics of individual licences, scale is one variable, but so too are the activities on site, the local conditions in that catchment or area, and a number of other factors that mean licences will inevitably vary significantly.
All right. I might come back to or if you'd like to take on notice, the auditing of that particular one, though, for on-site. For the
Sure,
last 20
happy
years,
to
if
take
that's accurate and
any-
what that might be behind that. So do you think a statewide compost audit, why do you think a statewide compost audit would see a review of some small sites but not the larger sites in the state?
I don't think that's an accurate depiction of circumstances. So the EPA every year publishes regulatory and compliance priorities. One of those this year is organic processing facilities, and we've completed a series of assessments across the state on the inputs, the processes, the safeguards, and the quality of the outputs in those processes, and that's been done consistently without fear or favour, and certainly without any steering towards smaller or larger scale operators.
Okay. But if reporting, say, from a green waste site showed no environmental damage and no complaints had been made about the site, why then would the EPA commence action against the operator?
That's a very hypothetical question, Ms Ward.
It is,
I can
Mr.
give you a
Chapman.
few potential answers, but the issue of environmental impacts on site is one criteria to consider. Equally relevant is the risk of environmental impact outside the site and the type of material being brought in to the site, the risks that might pose, the kinds of activities that are proposed to be undertaken, the legacy contamination remaining on site, perhaps from previous uses, which may pose a risk in certain circumstances to neighbours or more broadly. Those are all relevant factors.
It's not a trick question. It's literally, some people judge it on site only and think that they're the only factors. It's helpful to understand what the other opportunities are to prompt
I've
that.
also, I think if I could just add, I understand that as a matter of practice, we visit every site a minimum of once every 5 years. So, but over any 5-year period, we would have visited every site.
Okay. So does the EPA, would you say, have a strong working relationship with the waste industry, or is there need
Yes.
for work on that relationship?
I think any relationship where part of the role involves holding operators to account for various standards. We'll always have challenges, but I pride myself on having a very productive, open relationship with the sector. They're a real priority for us to engage with. We engage with them deeply, and I think many of the peak groups would agree that we engage very collaboratively around key policy questions. The recent work the government's progressed on battery stewardship and managing those risks.
Do you mind if we go to the batteries
Sure.
issue? Yeah. So just on that, are you confident that the government has the right approach to dealing with lithium and other e-batteries?
I'm certainly confident that the actions being taken and proposed to be taken will deliver a step change reduction in the risk. I think as batteries proliferate and technology continues to change, there may be more to do as well. But the government convened a waste industry summit at the end of last year with many of these key stakeholders, both from recycling sectors, but also the battery manufacturing and recycling sectors particularly. And there's pretty strong endorsement for the steps that have been proposed around a mandatory stewardship program. In fact, we've been working closely with colleagues in other states to ensure that's a national solution, given the Commonwealth government don't have the capacity to act in this space.
And do you think energy from waste is safe?
Look, I think any technology poses risks, and the question for regulators is how those risks are best managed to ensure the community and the environment are safe.
Okay.
So it's no different to many other technologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. I might move on to, direct me if I'm incorrect, Mr. Secretary, just in relation to the Great Koala National Park, probably Ms. Stevens, is it? Vitavissi, thank you. So just in relation to the Great Koala National Park, and take it yourself if you'd prefer, how much money are you spending on consultants in the Great Koala National Park?
We'll need to take that on notice to provide you the detail.
You don't know that amount?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't know. Unless
No, I don't have that figure either.
All right. Are you able to bring that back this afternoon?
We'll try and do that, yep.
All right, thank you. In relation to consultants, would you publish the advice from those consultants?
Sorry, which advice from which consultants?
Yep. You retain consultants, presumably. Yep. You spend some money on that. The advice that you get, is that something that you would consider publishing?
Well, it would depend on the particular piece of work that was being undertaken.
What sort of work is being undertaken by consultants in relation to?
So, off the top of my head, there's the Mandala work that we've spoken about. There's been briefings provided on that work to the various stakeholder panels. The other engagement that I'm aware of is in relation to the ACU work. And there's recently been a plain English document which outlines the methodology that we're seeking, which has been published. But it's horses for courses. It depends on each particular piece of work, whether it's appropriate to publish. So I can't give you a blanket commitment today that yes, that is what we will do, but we'll certainly look at it on a case-by-case basis.
For those, though, given that there is some work ongoing, it's taxpayer dollars, are you able to take on notice what consultancy work is being done and whether that is published or will be published, or if it won't, the thinking behind why it won't?
We'll consider that and respond on notice. Yeah.
You will take it on notice?
Yeah.
Thank you. So is the funding for the Great Koala National Park new funding, or has it been diverted away from the original koala strategy?
As there was an initial amount provided in the state budget of $80 million.
Yep, that was 80 million.
And there'll be a need for a further budget submission when government considers establishing the park. And that will proceed through the usual budget process. No, it hasn't been taken away from the koala strategy. The $80 million was new funding.
When you say when the government considers establishing the park, you mean that it hasn't? That's still a threshold?
When the final decision comes back for consideration by government.
When do you anticipate that will be?
I think the Minister sort of dealt with that this morning, soon.
Yeah, I'm asking you as the Secretary, when do you anticipate that will be?
I mean, you heard what the Minister had to say.
I did,
It's
I'm
ultimately a
asking you.
decision for Cabinet, and I'm not going to speculate when Cabinet will make a decision on a particular issue. That's not appropriate.
So just back to the consultants then and the funding, I'm just wondering what, if any, consultants' reports would not be published? What would be the secrecy around this project?
I mean, government agencies, and you would know this from the time that you were a minister, commission a
which is
range
why I'm
of
asking.
reports, and I'm pretty sure you didn't release every consultant's report that the Department
not on
for
me.
Transport
Sure.
received. So
It's not on me,
I
but my question is based in that experience and understanding that there are consultants retained by taxpayers to provide reports and look into issues in relation to the Great Koala National Park. What areas do you envisage that could not be published? What is the secrecy around these reports and this work?
I didn't say there was any secrecy. I said that we would look at it on a case-by-case basis. So we'll do that as part of the ongoing process.
All right. As part of that $80 million, how much of that $80 million is left?
I'll take that one on notice, but we should be able to come back to you this afternoon on that.
Ballpark?
I'd rather get you a precise answer rather than speculating.
All right. And so the current budget won't include a new Koala National Park?
There'll be a need for a further budget submission to be made.
So it doesn't fit within that present window?
No, I don't believe so.
All right. And have you prepared that submission already?
We're getting into sort of, issues that ultimately have to go to Cabinet. I don't think I can speculate too
All
much
right.
on
Is
that.
it
I mean,
part of the
ultimately,
budget submission? The
the
current,
budget,
current submission,
can I
it's
just
not
say
far
that
away.
the budget process is underway at the moment.
All right. So, but you can't say whether the current budget so it would absolutely need a new budget submission. The current budget doesn't include it.
Well, I mean, government needs to make its decision around the park, and the budget that will be needed will depend on the size of the park. So, I think you're asking me to engage in sort of a degree of speculation. So,
It's important for those koalas, I would have thought, but I'll move on. Well, then, so what programs have been delayed in the koala strategy to make way for the Great Koala National Park?
I'm not aware that any are being delayed. I think I clarified before that the money, the $80 million didn't come out of the koala strategy budget.
All right, so none then?
I think there may have been some delays to the statewide koala survey in view of the need to prioritise the surveys for the GKMP. But aside from that, I'm not aware of anything else that has been delayed. And certainly, as I said, the funding that's been provided for GKMP to date didn't come out of the koala strategy.
Okay. Can I just go to the State of the Environment report? Do we know where that is at? Where is that?
Certainly, I can take that. It's functionally complete. There are a couple of minor refinements in terms of content and peer review process for a couple of chapters, but it's really imminent in terms of its completion.
Really imminent is better than soon, so we're getting some progress and some clarity. We
need a spectrum.
Really imminent. Yeah, we need
with
the
graph.
the pendulum. Terrific. Okay. Well then, can I just come back then quickly? It seems that some of the programs are being delayed. Can we have any further clarity this afternoon? I invite you to provide that if there's any clarity on any of those programs that we've mentioned about any delays and clarifying whether that is or isn't the case. And I just wanted to go quickly back to asbestos, Mr. Chappell, if I may, just on the investigations. And I think we've covered that slightly, but is there anything else that you want to add, given that dropped? And I think COVID was at some point given as a reason, but there haven't been those lockdowns. Is there anything you wanted to add to that? I had suggested we come back to it.
Look, I'm happy to come back to it. And just on State of the Environment report, I just need to reiterate that the report is not delayed. The 2021 report wasn't published until first quarter 2022 or slightly afterwards. So we're still on a normal timeline for publication. Parliament should be confident the EPA will acquit its obligations under the statute as required.
Thank you.
Mr Raddick.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Mr Lean. As you're aware, there's a new administration in Washington, and President Trump has said on multiple occasions that he is sceptical or even dismissive of the global warming orthodoxy. If the world's biggest economy and our principal ally reverses policies designed to change the weather, do you think that will have an impact on the renewable rollout in New South Wales, or will it be business as usual?
I think it's probably too early to tell what impact that might have. Certainly, my understanding is that he's looking, or has in fact decided, to dispense with programs under the Inflation Reduction Act. I guess one of the benefits that could flow from that is there'd be more interest in investing in a jurisdiction that's committed to rolling out the renewable energy that's needed to tackle climate change. But aside from that, I mean, it's I think it's a very broad, open-ended question. So I'm happy to address some specifics.
What could potentially be some of the downsides
of the US not?
Yeah, well, it sounds like Trump's going to pull the public funding on all this stuff. So now that's that could have some impact on New South Wales, since we're so invested in it. So, what do you think? You're saying it's an open-ended question. What could be sort of a worst-case scenario?
Well, we have a range of programs. I mean, we're rolling out the electricity infrastructure roadmap in New South Wales. I mean, I can't see that would be impacted in any way, except that there might be an appetite for greater investment in New South Wales. Beyond that, in terms of our broader net zero plan, again, they're all very focused on New South Wales. So I'm not exactly sure what you think the implications might be for New South Wales.
Well, I was asking you as the expert. I'm glad you referenced the Inflation Reduction Act, because it came out over the weekend, the efforts of the Department of Government Efficiency, that about $400 billion was used from that fund. And it was basically a slush fund for the Biden administration to hand out money to climate businesses, which was enriching crony capitalists. A lot of them had no experience whatsoever in this field. Are you confident that New South Wales is not also enriching people who are very skilled at extracting public funds into their pockets under the guise of trying to change the weather?
Well, our main program is, of course, the Net Zero plan. That was developed in 2021. Whilst I wasn't around then, we have rigorous processes in government that ensure that we have good project design and good project management to ensure that, and good monitoring and evaluation frameworks to ensure that what we're proposing, and as we go through and deliver it, that we actually deliver what we set out to do. And if needs be, we will reset programs if they're not delivering what they're meant to deliver. I mean, I can't really comment on what the situation is in the US, but I'm confident in the process that we have in place in New South Wales around the design of programs to ensure that they're targeted and effective, and if they're not, we review them and we can reallocate funds.
Okay, my last question is for Tony Chappell. Nice to see you again, Tony.
Mr. Raddick.
Who I've known for 30 years, and he doesn't age. So
Neither do you, John.
Mr. Chappell, in 2014, President Obama instructed his EPA to declare carbon dioxide a toxic pollutant. But when I type into Google, I say, what is the gas of life? It says carbon dioxide. So does the New South Wales EPA consider carbon dioxide to be a toxic pollutant or the gas of life?
Well, firstly, let me just thank you 30 years ago for helping me out with my first mortgage.
Yes,
as my broker. So I appreciated that, and I, of course, appreciate our interactions.
Still making
I don't think I need to disclose that, I mean, I think like many things, it depends on the quantum involved and the system. So you can have a bath that you fill 3/4 full and gives you a great bath, but if you leave the tap running and even if the plug's pulled out, if there's more water coming in than out, eventually that bath will overflow and it'll do terrible damage to your bathroom and your house. And it's greenhouse gases, including CO2, are much like that. Naturally, of course, they fluctuate and they remain relatively in a balanced state, with other factors sometimes pushing them out of balance. One of those factors, and quite a significant one since the Industrial Revolution, is the combustion of previous carbon that's been stored for millions of years as fossil fuels. And so in the context of how the EPA considers greenhouse gases, those sort of human-induced sources are considered pollutants, and that means they need to be managed to safe levels, not necessarily absolute zero, but to levels where they're not going to contribute to further shifts in our climate system.
Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Lean, this might be for you. So DQ released the report, the Koala Survey Assessment Area with the Great Koala National Park. The sister report with the survey results for the endangered greater glider, I don't believe has been released. Can you tell us why, or if that will be released? Perhaps Ms. Stevens may know more.
Probably. Yeah, can we take that on notice? I mean, at this point, we've released the data around koalas largely through the panels, I think, and it's also been published as well. Yes. The reason for that, I think, is largely because we're looking at the Great Koala National Park, but we'll take on notice the release of the other data.
All right, thank you. I'd like to know, if it's not going to be released imminently or very imminently, why it's not being released. Thank you. Mr. Chappell, I'd just like to follow up with you about the Forestry Corporation's biomaterial reports.
Yes.
And so the understanding that I've managed to ascertain from all of the complaints and various things that I've seen is that it appears that these biomaterial reports have produced inaccurate material since 2018, but there is actually question around the whole last decade, and that comes from Forestry Corporation themselves. The inconsistencies include reclassifications of high quality logs as lower value logs and reductions in reported yields. Forestry Corporation has said publicly that there's an underlying data issue, but there's no clear understanding of what that means, and I've tried to work out what that means and look at the data to suggest, well, if you took one column of data and put it in the wrong column, or you doubled it, but it's still, no matter how you dissect the numbers, it doesn't quite add up. The EPA was first notified in 2023, as I indicated to the Minister, about misreporting and inconsistencies. The South East Forest Rescue identified with the EPA in 2023 about the 2021-2022 biomaterial reports, and then the North East Forest Alliance and South East Forest Rescue have made various complaints. Can you explain? And one of the allegations, of course, is that this breaches the IFOA.
Yes.
And then also, as I pointed out to the Minister, now that those reports have been recalibrated or changed or whatever, it seems that there are now whole operations that have been primarily for the purpose of low quality product extraction, which, as we understand it, violates Condition 13 of the CFIOA as well, which says basically you can't undertake an operation for primarily low quality. Can you explain to me or to the committee, why did the EPA, or did the EPA act on these complaints in the past? How has this gone on for so long? And what does it mean materially now?
So yes, I'm aware of a series of complaints around some of these issues, and I'm obviously aware of the disclosures and updates to the data sets Forestry Corporation made just very recently. I think part of the disagreement from my team with some of these reports is that the IFOA is a regional document, and I think some of the reports and complaints have been wanting to construct that distinction compartment by compartment. And I think the way the EPA reads the IFOA is that we're required to take a sort of the regional approach. But I mean, I can say that there is a live investigation into, I think, the data from 22-23, and so we are looking at that.
Would you be willing to expand that inquiry or investigation, given it seems that the material, so the misreporting in 22-23 now has carried over to 23-24, and it seems like there were complaints made about the 21-22. And it also, I am informed, and it seems to be the case, that even the revised biomaterial reports are still not complying because they're still reporting on that operational, they're still reporting at the compartment level or the other level. Are you looking at it?
I'm very happy to look further at it. I'm not sure. I'm happy to take on notice any other questions on that or come back to them. But yes, very happy to look further.
Okay, and so can I just ask, was the EPA contacted by the Forestry Corporation before it amended its biomaterial reports back in October and then again in January this year?
I think I'd better take that one on notice. I just need to take some advice. I'm not aware that we were, but I'd like to confirm that.
Okay, and is it your expectation that if an entity that you're regulating does change something that was misleading or false information that was presented, that you would be notified?
Yes, certainly if it's material.
Okay. Is there an implication that it might not be material?
I'm not aware of all of the years of data that you're referencing. I mean, I'm aware of the broad issue you've referenced, and I think the issue that volume of timber has been overstated in various ways through these errors from the corporation. But I think I'd have to look at the specifics to answer in that context.
Okay, thank you. So can I take it that that the EPA is taking on notice, and perhaps can I prod that bit further, that you are looking at these concerns? So one, the breach of the IFOA in terms of the reporting, like you say, and it's not just the volumes, it's also the classifications of the products that have been taken, as well as the concerns around the primarily produce low quality operations.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I just turn to EPA's chemical regulation? So obviously the Pesticides Act New South Wales imposes conditions on pesticide use. In 2023, the EPA, as I understand it, and I could be wrong, launched several compliance campaigns on spray drift, issuing nearly 130 advisory letters and conducting 15 investigations across key agricultural regions. Can you provide the number of enforcement actions that were taken against pesticide misuse in the last 3 years?
Yes, I'm sure I can. I might get it this afternoon, if that's all right.
Thank you. And perhaps another one to take on is how many EPA inspections of chemical and pesticide use have occurred in forestry and agricultural sectors in the past year?
Of chemical use of pesticide use in the forestry sector?
Yeah, occurred forestry and ag sectors.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the past year. Do you consider that at this point you have adequate resources and staffing to enforce chemical compliance across the state?
Look, I think chemicals and pesticides are an area that, in my view, warrants significant reform and improvement in how all governments collectively work and agencies across government. And the EPA has spent the last 12 months working hard with our stakeholders inside government and now externally as well on what we call an outcomes hierarchy of the ultimate outcomes we want to get to, both in terms of pesticides and chemistry. Was a very positive reform last year. The Parliament adopted the ICAMS legislation that gives us strong tools which we can use, but we are also dealing in a context where the federal pesticides regulator has, I think it's had dozens of reviews on foot for over a decade, and so I think at the Commonwealth level that's now been addressed. There's a new leader and management team in that agency, and the federal government, as I understand it, comprehensively reviewed that agency and is implementing a series of reforms. But I think there's certainly room for a real step change in effectiveness to make sure the right chemistry is used in the safe way and doesn't impact ecosystems or people adversely. And so in the near future, the EPA will be consulting publicly on these outcomes and key risks and how we address them, and then that will inform our budget and resourcing. So I'm confident we're doing the work to comprehensively, properly consider those risks as a whole of government perspective, because it goes to the Food Safety Authority and these other agencies we need to work with as well. But I think there'll be more on that to come. I mean, my colleague Mr. Beeman, I'm sure, can add some more detail as well. Would you like to add anything, Steve?
Thank you. While Mr. Beeman's coming up, would you also take on notice, I'm curious to know how many repeat offenders from last year may have faced stronger penalties or any prosecutions over this period, this last 12 months?
Yes,
Thank
happy
you.
to take that on notice.
Mr. Beeman, I'd be very interested to know what is happening in terms of...
So in the pesticide space, in 23-24, the EPA visited 163 properties across New South Wales, 50 premises in Narrabri, Moree, Walgett, 32 in the Macquarie Valley, 58 in and around Griffith, and 23 in Narrabri and Moree. We've got a strong record on taking action for pesticide non-compliance. So for the period 1 March 2020 to 30 June 24, we issued 173 advisory letters, 48 formal warnings, 44 official cautions, 9 clean-up actions and 22 prevention notices. Issued 36 penalty notices totalling $68,500 under the Pesticides Act. And for the period 1 March 2020 to 21 February 25, we've prosecuted 16 pesticide-related charges in the courts, 2 convictions being recorded, 11 charges being subject of a Section 10, which is the offence proven but no conviction recorded, and 3 acquittals.
Thank you. Is that reported anywhere in an annual report? Is that available?
There'll be in an annual report for each of those
for
periods.
each of the periods.
Absolutely.
So 16 over 5 years have been commenced in courts.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And so, in terms of the that public reporting and the transparency, the EPA maintains a public register of the pesticide licences and enforcement actions.
Yes.
Are all of the violations and penalties publicly accessible on those registers?
They should be, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the one of the challenges, I think, from an evidentiary basis is proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Something like overspray, when the report comes days later and sampling is very difficult at that time. So there are some sort of practical issues as well that go to perhaps the need to rethink how you approach the problem holistically. But all the positive convictions or other outcomes would be reported.
Thank you. I know I've spoken with you many times, Mr. Chappell, about the serious concern about mass defoliation incidences across the certain agricultural regions. Given that EPA officers are also in those regions and those environments, do they ever report these incidences themselves to the EPA as they're occurring in the landscape?
I'd have to take that one on notice just to confirm.
Thank you. I'm also curious about the monitoring program at Macquarie Valley. A similar concern I've raised with you, but will the EPA, or have you already somewhere, released the full data from the monitoring program conducting in the Macquarie Valley?
I understood we had. I think that monitoring program was, you might call it a relatively unsophisticated program detecting presence simple presence or absence of various chemicals. I think we're considering, in the context of what I talked to earlier about the outcomes hierarchy and the risk identification and mitigation measures, how to consider a more granular and effective monitoring regime. But yes, if the data released,
I
Mr.
understand
Bean?
we had released the outcomes of that
I don't think the
surveillance
actual
program.
Yeah, I don't think the actual data. I think there's been analyses, but the actual data. So, and there has been commitments that it will be released, and there's been discussions that it has been released. But could you please take it on and make sure that it is provided, the full data sets of that monitoring program to be made available? Thank you. Right, it's over to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for Heritage New South Wales.
You might invite Elizabeth Owens to come on.
Thank you. So the Auditor General made mention in the 2023 report into state heritage assets that Heritage New South Wales was progressing work to draft reforms to the Heritage Act. How's that work progressing?
Yes, the legislative reforms will be covered off after the heritage strategy, so that is in development at the moment, and there'll be an action that falls out of that.
And the heritage strategy then is how far away?
So we're expecting to go for consultation later this year.
And how much longer after that? Is there a period of time?
Look, the strategy would need to be approved, presumably by Cabinet, so we'd be at the whim of them, really.
Okay, so we're probably not even at a soon for that one.
No, maybe a little bit longer than soon.
Okay.
Maybe in due course.
In due course, yeah.
All things being equal. What feedback can be taken on board from the Auditor General's report, perhaps?
You mean in general?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of the focus from the Auditor General's work was, for example, looking at our State Heritage Register and data gaps within that. We've been doing a program there. The Heritage Council has signed off on a policy for how we amend the State Heritage Register. It's not an easy process. So that's been done last year. The team is currently doing an analysis of the register and working out where those gaps are around significance. Also where contemporary heritage values may need to be captured, like Aboriginal cultural heritage, for example. That's expected to be finished this month. We'll be taking that to the Heritage Council in April. Their meeting's in the first week of April, and then looking at how a strategy for how we actually put that into place and deliver that.
So just for my own information, obviously being new to the Upper House, how long has this all been going on?
So what exactly?
So the Heritage Register, the analysis, the amendments to the register, has this been an ongoing process for couple of years now, or is it a newer thing?
So the State Heritage Register, to give you a little bit of background, prior to that there was a thing called, I'll have to check the name of it, but conservation registers, and they were all tipped on and became the State Heritage Register in 1999. So a lot of those did not have the heritage significance assessments done, but have been managed as part of the State Heritage Register. So it's been a known issue for, I guess, 25 years. What we have been focusing on lately, though, is, and that's just in, the Auditor General picked up something that we knew, but focusing on understanding what is the extent of those gaps and how do we fill them.
Okay, so when you're talking about lately, you're pretty much indicating from the 2023 report
Since
that you've been doing
we've
this
been
work.
actively working on it, yeah. The analysis piece, though, has been done in depth since the Christmas shutdown period, over the Christmas shutdown and now.
Right, okay. So does Heritage New South Wales have capacity under its current funding model to have adequate oversight of the state's heritage assets?
I think so, yes.
Fully, to the degree that it's fully being addressed in every way possible?
Look, under the Act there is a lot of functions that could be done on a scale, so I guess it's depending on where it is. I think we've been given a reasonable amount of funding to be able to deliver what we can. There's obviously things that we can do to improve, and we are working on those.
Because, just a couple of specific examples, and coming back to community opinion, that out there, in regional New South Wales, it's not necessarily felt that the government are taking good care of heritage assets. And two examples that I'm referring to, the old Tamworth ambulance station, it's more than 90 years old, value for the local community, Currently, the Department of Health is holding on to it. It's been empty for more than a year now with no maintenance, no care. The police station at the Braidwood Courthouse is another example of this. So what's your response to community concerns that not enough is being done and that the oversight isn't as complete as it should be?
Yeah, look, I understand where they're coming from. We've got over 1,800 items on the State Heritage Register. I'd have to check the number, but I believe it's between 30 and 40% are owned or managed by a state agency. So our focus, we're not the landowner, our focus is to support them to be able to meet their requirements under the Act. We, in a response to the audit report, released guidelines last year around how those agencies should be managing those assets. We work with them very closely to understand where they're having challenges and how we might best be able to support them during that process. The other thing that we did last year was our heritage management system. We've been able to agencies are required to do a register called a Section 170 register. We've been able to create a digital platform to support them to do that and then provided the training. So that's being rolled out at the moment and we're actively working with agencies through that. So I guess to loop back to your question around regional communities, there's always more that we can do, but we are actively working with agencies to get a good heritage outcome.
And what about working with local government in the very, very big responsibility of looking after heritage assets?
Yeah, so we, again, work closely with local government on this. Local heritage is managed, DeFi has responsibility for local heritage. I think, again, there's things that we could do to improve the relationship there, but it's a matter of being able to educate and help people understand their requirements under that. Local government is also an owner of a lot of state heritage assets as well, so we work with them in that regard.
And again, just for the qualification for myself, when it comes to the heritage assets overseen by local government, they're financially responsible for those, or is some assistance provided as well?
We don't provide, as Heritage New South Wales, we don't provide assistance to that. And local government, just to clarify, may also be looking after local, state or even national heritage items as well.
Right. A really big
if I could
responsibility
just add,
then.
we do have grants programs that are open to all heritage owners, I think, correct?
Yeah, we don't provide them to state heritage agencies. Local governments do get $25,000 each, and they're able to use that for a range of activities, whether they wanted to use that to invest into an asset themselves. The large majority use that for heritage advisors or to run devolved grants programs. So they receive $25,000 over 2 years.
$25,000 over 2 years?
Yes.
So as you know, caring for heritage assets can be a very, very costly exercise, so it perhaps doesn't go very far on that. Now, what about when it comes to the reuse of heritage assets? And the Auditor General has also said Heritage New South Wales has a role to play in encouraging government agencies to reuse heritage assets. So what's the current policy for adaptive reuse?
So adaptive reuse is allowed for under the Act. It's one of the objectives of the Act. So we would argue we've been doing this for a long time, the second part of the question, the adaptive use, the policy.
So the current policy for the adaptive reuse of Heritage New South Wales. Do you have anything, I guess, that you're actively providing to or encouraging when it comes to adaptive reuse?
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that heritage items that are used and well used and loved by the communities are the best. That's the best outcome for the heritage items. So we work with applicants and owners through our pre-lodgement service to work out what they want to do with an item and how we can help and support them through the heritage process. Also, as part of our Heritage Grants program, activation is a core component. We have one of our grants, it's about $1 million, which is purely for activation to again show and help owners understand what they can do with the property.
Is there much...
Could I just add as well to that, the heritage strategy, which Elizabeth mentioned before, it's likely that adaptive reuse will be a particular focus of that strategy as well once it's finalised by the government.
Okay, and has there been much opposition then to the policy? Is there much feedback about it? Are you finding that there's disagreement in the sector or the community over adaptive reuse? Is it controversial, I guess?
Look, I don't think you would find many items where you get whole unanimous agreement for people about one item. I think people know and understand the value of heritage. I think the extent or what adaptive reuse differs and is interpreted differently by different people. So I can't say there's everyone agreeing on it. But I think there's a general acknowledgement, again, to make sure that heritage items are used, loved, supported within their community, and to do that often involves activation.
Hear, hear. Now, I do want to preface the next question by declaring that I have had the great pleasure to be the patron of the Cooma Monero Railway Group. Heritage New South Wales are providing input into Transport for New South Wales Regional Rail Heritage Strategy. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
And what details can you provide about any or all of that? Are they looking to preserve their heritage assets, offload them? Are they open to adaptive reuse?
Yeah, look, Transport, I think, is best to lead on the conversation here. So we've been participating through the Heritage Council on working groups that are feeding into that process. It's been going on for a little while now. I personally haven't attended any of those sessions myself. I know they have presented to the Heritage Council on a number of occasions, and they are looking things, adaptive reuse is a key component of that. But the strategy isn't finalised, and I think it would be best for Transport to discuss that further.
Great, I will certainly do that. If I could now turn to the Braidwood Heritage Centre project.
I thought I was off the book.
Don't look so happy about that. From the aspect of Heritage New South Wales, are we able to get the details on Heritage New South Wales' involvement and the part it's played in that project?
Yeah, absolutely. So firstly, I'd say Braidwood, we acknowledge that it is a difficult state heritage register listing to manage. It is very large, it is a precinct. It is not alone though, we do have a few others. We have Catherine Hill Vale, and we also have Millers and Dawes Point. So we just completed a 15-year review of the management of Braidwood, and it would be fair to say there were some learnings come out of that. The community was consulted, the local council has been actively involved, and I guess to summarise it bluntly would be, there's a need for ongoing ongoing engagement and support for owners in order to be able to understand what the listing means and what they can do with their property.
And that they can be penalised as well.
Yes. So I actually was down in Braidwood in October last year with the Heritage Council. They went and visited that, and I also went we met with the council and we discussed the challenges that we have around this and the challenges the council has as well too. So we've committed to working with the council to provide guidelines for owners about what they can and can't do within the Heritage Act requirements. In terms of the Braidwood Heritage Centre, yes, so our role in that, so my understanding of what has occurred there was an integrated development application was put in, but there was no archaeology work that was done prior to that DA being submitted. So we provided advice that needed to be done beforehand. We didn't mandate that needed to be done. That was actually a requirement under the Conservation Management Plan. I understand the Council's Heritage Advisor had provided advice around that after, let me look at the word, post-ground penetrating radar and a state heritage, a SOE or Statement of Heritage impacts needs to be done. So the key thing is when we got that IDA, we didn't have the archaeology information in order to be able to determine that. So it was longer than the statutory time frame. We provided the advice to council that we were okay for the IDA to be approved as long as there was a Section 60 under the Heritage Act came through with the archaeology information as part of that. So that's not our usual practice, but we wanted to make sure that Mr. Smith and the Braidwood Historical Society were able to move the project on as quickly as possible. But it's not our grant. We are just, doing the regulatory changes around the state heritage item.
But as part of that and those delays that have contributed to the situation that we're in now, there were costs blowouts that were not adequately covered by the budget as a result of that?
Look, I can't comment on that.
Are you able to provide any costings for the work that Heritage New South Wales had to undertake?
I'll take that on notice, but we do the work in-house, so that would have just been covered within our existing budget what's the word I'm looking for? Within our existing budget, yes. So I'm not aware that we
I think there's been some, and I'll check that as well. I think there's been some indication of some costs involvement, but I'll potentially put that forward as a supplementary if you're able to look at that as well.
Yeah, sure.
And are there any concerns about any other projects around the state that are similarly impacted from the perspective of Heritage New South Wales. I mean, I know that Braidwood is a different circumstance, but it is the bushfire recovery grants that are taking place in this way. Any other projects that are of concern?
In terms of the bushfire recovery
Well, in terms of
grants?
any other projects that Heritage New South Wales might be involved in a similar capacity, where the crossover of so many different departments, etc., are impeding the development and eventual realisation of these projects.
Yeah, look, it's very broad because in the planning system, and within Heritage, there's a myriad of projects going on at any point in time. I'd have to take it on notice to see if there's anything specific that we could provide.
So what you're suggesting is this situation is hopefully unique in that we don't want to be seeing it more broadly, but one that most certainly needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I think there's complexities in this, and look, we're happy to work with the Braidwood Historical Society in terms of the heritage aspects of that, and then also help connect them with other parts of government if that can help as well.
Yes, and we've certainly got to do that by June 30, so there's quite the hurry on with that as well. Just one quick one to finish off with, please. Historic cemeteries around the state, what, if anything, is being done to protect and preserve them, given their incredible heritage significance? And I'm not just talking about Rookwood, which I understand is overseen by 3 trusts that have funding provided by the New South Wales Government. What about our other historic cemeteries around the state?
Look, to give kind of a general answer on that, the ones that you can either nominate things to be on the State Heritage Register, they could be captured in that, they could be locally heritage listed. So we look after those items that are either on the State Heritage Register under an interim heritage order or through going through the nomination process, but I can't comment generally across the state.
Okay, so that's pretty much the only action that can be taken at the moment. Communities could nominate them for the register, but there's no other plan or remedies or support that's available.
Not within Heritage
Like there
New
could
South
be
Wales
individual
remit.
grants, for example, but there's not an overall plan.
Yeah, so the grants, no, there is no overall plan, and the grants that we provide are for state heritage items that are declared as an Aboriginal place or local government.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Lean, back to my favourite topic. And I've got many, I know. I appreciate that. But today's one is around the mandala. And I'm just trying to understand and seek some guidance from you as to how the conflict, or not conflict as it may be, was originally raised. Did you indicate it was in the letter?
Yes, so under the pre-qualification scheme, which the engagement occurred, there's a standard form of agreement and standard terms and conditions. And as part of that, there's an obligation on them. They have to sort of warrant at the start of the agreement that there are no conflicts of interest. And then during the course of the agreement, they have to notify us of the potential existence of a or possibility of a conflict of interest.
So who started working for who first? As in,
so
did they work for your department prior to taking on the Australia Climate and Biodiversity Foundation?
So Mandela was engaged by us in 2023, December, I think, is when the engagement was entered into. Towards the end of that engagement, they were due to give us the deliverables at the end of May 2024. I think the date I gave before was the 16th of May. They notified us of the potential for a perceived conflict of interest, and they notified us of the steps that they were taking to address that.
Okay.
So their work with us effectively finished at the end of May.
Yes.
My advice is that they then undertook the work for at the Australian Biodiversity Council. That work finished in July. We re-engaged them in July.
Okay. Can I just take a step back?
There was a variation to our original contract, and they undertook further work.
When were they engaged by the Biodiversity Council?
I don't have the precise date, but I understand the work that they undertook for them was undertaken during the period in which they weren't doing work for us.
So it was prior to the engagement in 2023, is that correct?
No, that's not what I said.
No,
Between May
So you're talking
and
about the
July
second
24th.
when you disengaged with them in May or June 2024. You then so they advised you in May 2024 that there was a potential conflict because they were taking on a new client who happened to be in complete, in contrast to the work that was potentially occurring.
Well, no, I don't actually accept that. The work that they were doing for us was a social and economic impact assessment around the GKMP.
Okay.
The work that they were doing for the ABCF was a statewide piece of work
around carbon
that was looking around carbon
credits
methodologies. I think
and
this
what was
is a very.
what was the variation that you? I've only got 19 seconds, Lex. What was the variation that you asked them to work on?
So they were doing further work on the social and economic impact.
Not on carbon credits?
Can I just finish, please, Mr. Fang?
Sure.
They have not done any work for us on carbon methodologies or accounting. Whilst that has been factored into the economic analysis that they've done, they've essentially taken outputs from other work that we've done. That's correct, isn't it?
I'm going to have to come back to this, but yeah.
Thank you. I think this may be a question for Mr. Ryan, just in relation to the most recent data. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. I also understand it may be a day to celebrate today.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Thank
There's
you.
no secrets here. These walls talk and Hansard recalls all.
That's the only reason you called him up, isn't it?
No, it's actually not true. Your name is on my page. And look, if it may be something that requires notice, but could you provide the most recent data on New South Wales emissions reduction up to 2024? And I think I did raise with the Minister earlier, we understand there's a 27% reduction in total emissions from 2005 to 2022, with an 18% reduction excluding the land sector. So I'm just curious as to whether you've got the most updated emissions reduction data.
So we're in the process of updating the data at the moment, and there will be a further report put out. I think sometime this year is the plan, which updates the emissions reduction trajectory that we're on at the moment.
So
the most recent public report that we've done is the one that reports, I think, 2022.
2022, that's right.
And that's it, isn't it? So can I just ask then, and sorry, Mr. Ryan, I've dragged you up for just to say happy birthday. So with that, are we going to see a kind of expectation, hey, we'll get the updated data this month, every year? Is that something that is intended so that we can all understand what we're doing and where we're at?
Look, at the moment, what we're looking to do is we're working out how to best sequence that with the timing of the Net Zero Commission's annual report, because obviously we want them to have access to the most up-to-date and reliable emissions data. It was a little bit out of sync for the first report because I think we put the original data out in April and then their report came out in November.
Mm-hmm.
But going forward, we're working out the best way to do that. I'd also point out there's part of the issue with trying to sort this out is there's a number of inputs into that report which come from other sources, and at any given point in the year, there could be some other data that comes out next month that would be useful, but we'll just have to work out what's the best time to do it to give the Commission the most up-to-date and reliable data.
All right, so we can take it that is a consideration, and that that something will happen now that we've got the Net Zero Commission, that there will be something that is consistent, reliably, so that between now and obviously as we approach our first emissions reduction target by 2030, that people can, because obviously it's not just the Net Zero Commission, it's the world at large, can see how we're tracking and when to look.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just in terms of something I raised again earlier, I think with Mr. Chappell and the Minister, the Net Zero Commission has put in its annual report that it's given some pretty strong signals around areas of concern that we should all be looking at, and I accept completely that we have the parliamentary committee, which obviously I'm on as well, and can have input into that inquiry about their annual report. But what is the consideration at the moment about their warning about extended or expanding coal projects, and the fact that we're just not seeing yet any clear indication that there will be will there be sector caps? Is that something that you're considering in terms of advice that you would give to government based on the net zero, or is it only the Net Zero Commission that will give that advice? How are we going to see this?
So that really is a question about future government policy, which it's more appropriate for the Minister to answer. But at the moment, what the government is doing is waiting for the results of the parliamentary inquiry.
Okay.
And it will then, in its government response, it will set out what steps it proposes to take to respond to the issues that have been raised by the Net Zero Commission. That said, I know that the EPA has been doing work in relation to coal mine emissions, which was touched on this morning. I don't know if you
And so, I'd be really happy if you could elaborate on the guidelines. I hear that reason that, because Moolarben's in the pipeline, but this is the whole conundrum, I think, that I'm trying to get at, which I think the Net Zero Commission has said, hey, there's all of these coal projects, new ones, they're all at various stages. So are we suggesting we throw our hands in the air about the ones that have already been approved or that are still in the pipeline, or what do we do about those?
No, I'd say far from it. I mean, to the guidelines themselves, whilst they were published in draft some time ago and they applied from that point and they've now been finalised, essentially the content of those guidelines in its substantive form has been contained in EPA advice to our colleagues in planning for the last couple of years. So it's been being fed in. But the issue of the performance and innovation and decarbonisation in the existing sector, it's a major sector. It's obviously a major contributor, as the Commission calls out, with other projects as well, yet to come to fruition or come through that planning process. There's a whole series of mitigations that will be complementary to the safeguard mechanism to consider. They need to be cost effective. Be aware there's quite a large difference between the fossil methane emissions of an underground mine typically versus open cut, and then it depends on obviously the technologies used, but in many mines about half their emissions is from combustion of diesel on site. So there are a number of opportunities there that the EPA has already flagged are part of our existing plan, and we'll continue to work now with the advice of the Commission and of course very closely with our colleagues in the department to ensure that regulatory architecture is complementary and maximises the cost effectiveness and impact of government policy more broadly.
Okay, and so do you think that the EPA ought to ask the Net Zero Commission to give specific advice? I know I asked this of the Minister, to give specific advice and recommendations on using, given they have a kind of head of power to be able to provide advice?
In terms of specific technology or
anything in terms of them flagging that these coal projects in the pipeline are, any new coal approved is a problem for meeting our emissions, and also their identification that there's a genuine inequity in there, in that they are a massive emitting sector and they're not perhaps doing other sectors may have to carry a bigger burden in terms of reducing than what the coal sector or the fossil fuel sector is.
I'm sorry, I'm just not quite clear.
I think the question is, would the EPA be seeking advice from the Net Zero Commission, given it has that power to provide that advice?
Perhaps I'd take that on notice. I think we've outlined a series of measures to comply with the Bushfire Survivors for Climate Action mandamus orders that were made on the EPA some years ago. But we were doing that essentially in isolation, in the absence of broader government policy or legislative architecture, which now there is comprehensive architecture. And so it's very much a case of how do we join up the science-based approach the EPA is taking to maximise complementarity and effectiveness with existing Commonwealth architecture, but also, of course, through the department and our government more broadly. So we'll be doing that very collaboratively. We will undoubtedly engage regularly with the Net Zero Commission. I probably can't give a specific
I think,
answer
look,
on
I think all I'm
requesting
trying to
advice.
get at is precisely what you're identifying. We've got this architecture. Everyone's been working like Billy O to create this architecture, and it's kind of, well, who's going to be operating in it? Is everybody going to be running from room to room, you know, occupying the space as well within the architecture? Or are we all just going to sit in silos and get to 2030 and go, whoops, gosh, we should have perhaps been more proactive in getting advice from each other and hitting the targets? I think that's all I'm trying to understand.
And I think, I mean, perhaps if I can just reassure the committee that not only did the EPA appropriately consider the report of the Net Zero Commission before finalising these guidelines we've been discussing, but more broadly, I think since the architecture was enacted by the Parliament, there's been an utterly joined up approach and a very, what I might characterise as a deep engagement from the EPA and our colleagues in DQ together, grappling with the systemic nature of this challenge and how to address it most effectively. So I don't think there's any danger of siloed approaches.
Thank you. Are you familiar, well, I'm sure you're familiar with the International Energy Agency's Global Methane Tracker, which states that a 75% reduction in methane emissions from fossil fuel operations by 2030 is considered crucial. They were talking about keeping below, limiting global warming to 1.5. We've probably busted that, but keeping it as limited as possible. In terms of the methane push, last year Minister Sharpe acknowledged concerns about the accuracy of fugitive emissions projections. Are you able to provide any update in relation to, I think the Minister said the EPA in partnership with other agencies is investigating using monitoring to improve the evidence base for coal mine fugitive emissions?
Yes, I'd be delighted to. I mean, we've been trialling a series of technologies, not only for methane and other greenhouse gas monitoring, but more broadly for environmental quality monitoring in the mining precincts and also in population centres such as Greater Sydney. We've conducted a series of pieces of work, I think with 2 universities, looking at identification of plumes. We've actually identified a number of those and worked with the operators on those. None of them pose a threat to a critical safety or human health risk in the near term, but of course we're also mindful, and we've said this publicly, that to the extent we can cost effectively reduce methane emissions, we're actually there's a multiplicative benefit for buying more time for the climate to address some of these other hard to abate sectors, because methane is much more intense as a greenhouse gas, but also much more short-lived. So it is a major focus. It continues to be, not just in the mining sector, but more broadly. And the Net Zero Commission called some of this out as well in other sectors. And I'm confident we'll continue to work with our colleagues in the department and through the Minister to make good progress this year.
Thank you. Do you know, are all coal mines currently actively monitoring the fugitive emissions using the sort of best practice top-down and bottom-up measurement and reporting, or only some, or?
I think mines above the safeguard threshold have to choose which methodology they use, and I understand they're all using an appropriate methodology as required, but I don't think there's comprehensive real-time monitoring at this point. That's where we want to get to, and obviously verification is critically important there.
Are you able to provide to the committee on notice how many mines are actually using the best practice measurement? Is that something you have?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure there's one best practice measure across all mining types and activities. But I'll certainly take that on notice, and we'll come back with a good answer.
Thank you. A consultancy that does a lot of work for the coal mining sector in New South Wales, EMM Consulting, posted on LinkedIn recently that they are, in commas, leading the development of guidance for the New South Wales coal mining sector, close, for the EPA. Is it correct that EMM Consulting was engaged by the EPA to lead the development of a greenhouse gas mitigation guide for coal mines in New South Wales, as claimed on their LinkedIn?
I wouldn't say they're leading the development of the guide. They're certainly one expert source. I'm aware they are also a member of the Minerals Council, but most of these technical service providers are, because they provide services in the ordinary course of their business to various mines and other connected operations. So I'm not aware of that LinkedIn post. I'm happy to take on notice the accuracy of how that's characterised.
Thank you, that would be good. But are you able to identify what they're doing in terms of feeding into the guide if they're not leading?
Well, I think there's certainly one source of advice, as is the Independent Advisory Committee in the mining sector, where we have representatives from the mining industry, but also academia and community organisations and other experts to help us properly characterise global best practice across various different mining contexts and understand the benefits and risks of all of that practice that will help us inform future settings.
Are you aware, and if not, I'd like to make you aware, if that's okay, that EMM have also currently been retained by coal proponents for the HVO continuation project, the HVO modification 8 and the Tarmor South modification 3 coal mine projects? Were you aware they're currently engaged?
I'm not personally aware. They may have... I expect they would have disclosed that to the EPA, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And were you aware that in preparing the response to submission document for HVO Mod 8 and Tarmor South Mod 3 proponents, EMM Consulting comprehensively failed to comply with the requirements of the EPA's own guide for large emitters in New South Wales by failing to set interim and long-term greenhouse gas emissions goals?
Well, I think that's a short-term modification.
So you wouldn't think that's a breach? Is that what you were going to say?
No, I guess what I'm getting at is I'm aware there's an HVO near-term modification for a couple of years that doesn't involve any mining activity that isn't already approved, but extends the temporal horizon by a few years, while I think the company goes back to consider a more comprehensive reworking of mining planning over the coming decades to ensure they meet the requirements of that guideline. So my engagement with the issues and with that joint venture has been very much around those longer term objectives. But let me take that on notice.
Do you think that it's appropriate that big consultancies like this are actively engaged in helping develop the guidelines that regulate their own interests, or the ones where they're also promoting the interests of big coal mining companies, and especially given the work of the federal parliament, this parliament, in terms of industry consulting?
Look, I guess I'll say three things. I'm very confident that the EPA has amongst the most rigorous practice and procedure for managing conflicts that is equal to or exceeds any standard in government. Mitigation of methane in the mining sector, particularly in the coal sector, is a very highly specialised technical area. It touches on lots of other interconnected issues like workplace health and safety as well, and the need to have expertise grounded in experience is critical in developing policy. But I would also say, and I hope the committee's aware of this in recent years, that the EPA understands the value not only of receiving work and independently verifying it, but being seen to do that. And so I'm confident whatever modelling or input this consultant is providing will be independently peer reviewed by my colleagues either in the EPA or in the science division of the department or externally if required, and I'm happy to give that undertaking.
Thank you. In terms of, it's not a particularly trust-instilling process when you see a consultant putting such emboldened claims on their own LinkedIn. I know that you don't have a role in that, but that impunity must come from somewhere. So I think that it's probably a good warning, particularly an industry and a sector that, has been identified by the Net Zero Commission as one that is a serious problem for us actually meeting our seriously important targets. Can I just briefly ask in the last 55 seconds, I know it's probably not going to do justice, but I just was interested in the BCT, the current fund. I think that we understood there's it seemed like there was a big increase from the 90 mil that was in the BCT fund, but I may have got that number wrong when Mr. Ruddock asked a question. There was the 90 mil that was sitting in the fund as part of the Auditor General's, I think, report that identified there was a lot of money in the fund and not a capacity to purchase credits. Could you provide an update on that fund and what your risk analysis around the current fund is?
Sure. So as the Minister said this morning, as at the end of December 2024, $285 million has been transferred by developers to the Biodiversity Conservation Fund, and the BCT has secured 54% of the total credits paid in at the end of 2024, so at the end of the reporting period in December 2024. As at the end of February, we've made more progress on that. There's now 62% of credits ever transferred to the BCT and to the Biodiversity Conservation Fund have now been secured. I don't recall the $90 million figure. I'd have to check the Auditor General's report. I'm assuming it was correct at the time. But just to answer your question, I suppose, on risk factors and on progress, I can say that we're making good progress on accelerating our delivery of credits transferred into the Biodiversity Conservation Fund as a result of several factors, one being increased supply. So through the department's efforts, Biodiversity Stewardship Agreement supply is increasing, and I think also the reforms that were made to the Biodiversity Offsets Payment Calculator in the middle of 2022 have also contributed to ensuring that there aren't disincentives for landholders to participate in the credit supply market. So all of that is to say that we're confident that we're making good progress, that as credits are transferred to the Biodiversity Conservation Fund, the BCT is able to secure those credits on the market or through a range of different delivery mechanisms.
Thank you. You've
Thank
got
you.
1 minute 30 seconds.
I'll use it all. Thank you. Mr. Lean, when did Mandala make it onto the pre-qualification scheme?
I'll have to take
it on
that
notice?
on notice. We don't administer the scheme. It's a government-wide scheme.
Excellent. I'm just curious as to if you could find that out for me, please. Do you know when Mandala Partners was established as a company?
No, I don't.
Do you think the government knows?
Take it on notice.
You'll take it on notice? That's fabulous. Thank you. We'll ignore the chair for the moment. Under what criteria were they fast-tracked onto the pre-qualification list? Are you aware of that?
I'll take that on notice. I don't know that they were fast-tracked onto the pre-qual scheme. I'll have to take it on
we'll
notice.
certainly have a look. Ms. Macaulay, if I've pronounced that right?
Close, Ms. McCackey.
McCackey. Look, no one gets my name right. It's tough. Could I just ask, in relation to the transmission projects that NGCO is, I guess, in control of, have they secured all their transformer equipment or placed orders for that transformer equipment?
So we're responsible for 5 renewable energy zones and 2 priority transition projects, and they're all in various stages of development. So I think it would really depend where you are. The most advanced project at the moment is Central West Arana, and we are currently in the sensitive commercial stages of working through that with ACE-RES. So that's a commercially sensitive.
Because I asked the question, the last estimates, and there was no clarity as to what equipment had been ordered, and my understanding is you're having trouble securing transformers for those projects.
Well, as I said, the Central West Arana is still in the state of commercial negotiations, and we're still negotiating those with ACE-RES, and there are sensitive negotiations, and I'm not.
I'll come back to you about the timelines of delivery for those things, such as transformers, which haven't been secured yet.
And just to finish off, I have one more question. It's quite a specific question. I've got a feeling Mr. Beamer may know the answer, or you do, Mr. Chappell, I'm not sure. But in relation to capping and containing hazardous materials as a method of remediation, could you please advise what materials should be used to cap an area that contains heavy metals, PFAS, asbestos and hydrocarbons? I know it's very specific.
Mr. Beeman is probably best placed. While he comes up, Chair,
yes,
I do have an answer to an earlier question you asked
Thank
about
you.
Forestry Corporation and the biomaterial report. So the EPA received notification on the 4th of February 2025 advising that reports have been updated and published on the Forest Corporation's website. The EPA was not aware of any advice from Forest Corp before the publication of the amended reports.
Thank you.
Have you got a site in mind?
I do actually. There is a site in Hornsby, in the Hornsby area. So I think it's all still in the kind of planning stage. But if you were to have a site that contaminated, that required capping, what would be required? Is there somewhere where we can look about best practice or?
Yeah, the first place to go to is the EPA solid waste landfill guidelines. They're on our website.
Yep.
That sets performance standards. The reason I asked, did you have a site in mind? It depends on the type of material.
Yep.
So it does really depend. But that sets performance standards for the type of material that you would use. And so we have rules around permeability. So how much water can infiltrate, and the idea is to keep as much water out of those sites.
Mm-hmm.
But also, if it's got gas in it, then you want to have a drainage layer. So there's a whole sort of design structure in the landfill guidelines about how to and what type of material should be used on its performance.
And just to fill up, I know it's time now, but just to follow up, does it matter what the next land use would be if for the site? Is that a factor?
Yes. Yeah,
It
yeah.
is. Okay.
Yeah, and also proximity to what's the hazard around. So how close is it to adjoining properties? Are they residential properties? All those factors come into play.
Thank you. Okay, we're now recessed for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 3:45.
You look
Thank
thrilled, Anthony. You look absolutely you, Summer.
Okay, thank you and welcome back. Over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to return back to the other issue that I was talking about, which was the provision of equipment for the transmission projects that EnergyCo are involved in. And one of those is obviously, as you said, Central West Orana, which is, you would say, the priority. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I would say that all of our projects are priority. I just think Central West Orana is our most progressed res. So, yeah, they're all important.
So, have you spoken to equipment manufacturers in relation to the equipment that's required for delivering the project? Those negotiations are underway, I think you indicated?
Yes, they are underway. I think it would just be important to clarify that, you know, the way that the model work is that we work with network operators to procure those, that equipment. So we don't do all of the network, the supply chain ourselves, but we are, we do talk to lots of industry, but yes.
Okay. So, in relation to, I guess, a deliverable like transformers that you need to order and there's a lead time, is my understanding. Have the manufacturers provided you some insight as to what that time frame is likely to be?
Look, we do acknowledge that transformers, which is an issue that you seemed interested in, there are lead times associated with those, and we keep a close eye on those. We do feel overall that we have factored those in, to timeframes, and we have with the Waratah Super Battery, which is going to be operational this year. We did manage to secure transformers, and they were Australian, so that's an indication that we are looking at these and we are across it.
Okay, I'll pass back to my colleague.
Thank you. Thank you all. Just relating back again to asbestos. Can we go there again, Mr. Chappell? In relation to the zero tolerance, the Chief Scientist in his report we talked about earlier has recommended that the government considers bringing it into the zero tolerance approach, this long-held sort of approach to asbestos in waste. Is this the right approach?
Is the Chief Scientist's recommendation the right approach?
Bringing it into zero tolerance, is that something that you support and something that you consider to be the right approach?
Well, I think it's important to understand that for any contaminant, absolute zero is a very challenging concept because there's a limit to detection with any material, and that includes for asbestos. I think the real value in the Chief Scientist's very rigorous and contemporary work is the identification that bonded asbestos in almost any context presents an extremely low risk, that there is a level of background exposure that we all are exposed to in daily life. In this building, for example, I know there's been significant remediation. There's still be very significant asbestos out there in Martin Place.
I think there's lots of contamination in this building. We can all agree on that, but certainly.
Indeed.
Is it a zero tolerance approach in this building as well?
Asbestos is one of these wicked challenges where we know that it was absolutely prolific. We've got almost half of our housing stock, certainly at least a third of it, still contains large quantities of asbestos. So we need to be able to manage that and manage that effectively and deal with that risk over decades to come. And I think the value of the Chief Scientist's work is what he's identified is the need for what I think in the health context they refer to as a sort of Swiss cheese approach to managing risk. So you actually lower risk by taking a series of interventions through the supply chain to a greater extent than you do by seeking to regulate at the end of that supply chain to an absolute number of any kind. And I think that's definitely worthy of serious consideration. I know it's getting the attention it should across government as government considers that report.
It's a very diplomatic answer and it's understandable, but do you agree or disagree with zero tolerance as an approach then, given that there might be other opportunities? Is that a way to understand that's the preference, if I can put it that way?
Well, look, as I hope I've indicated, there are very few contaminants where absolute zero is a policy goal. As Mr. Ruddock sort of elucidated in the context of greenhouse gases, the vast majority of toxic materials are quite safe in particular levels. I mean, you can go through the periodic table and most of those are not safe above certain thresholds. But the point about that I think the Chief Scientist makes very, very effectively is that you can more effectively manage the risk to a lower level through this series of measures through the supply chain than a current sort of zero, absolute zero at the end of that supply chain approach can deliver. And we've seen that. We see that across the economy. So I think it's a very useful contribution to the better management of a challenging legacy contaminant.
Is that something you think you might be heading towards?
Well, ultimately, government has to consider that report, and that's underway.
All right. And what's the sort of timeline for that consideration and response?
I think I'd best take some advice on that, or I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Can I just go back to energy from waste? So how long until you will finalise the energy from waste infrastructure plan?
The Minister talked about a waste and recycling infrastructure plan. It's not an energy from waste infrastructure plan, but it deals to all of the different material flows that need to be managed to create a safe circular economy and address the critical shortages in landfill capacity. So we're taking a chapter-based approach to that work. The first two chapters are food and garden organics and residuals. It's the residual component, which is essentially unrecyclable material, or material that might technically be recyclable, but it's not practically feasible in our Australian context, which I think is where energy from waste potentially has a role to play alongside other channels. And that chapter is subject of extensive engagement currently with both local government and industry stakeholders. So I'm confident that chapter will be finalised fairly soon.
When you say, I think we've got a new thing to add to the scale, but when you say fairly soon, is that something you envisage in terms of specifically that waste infrastructure plan, energy from waste infrastructure plan? What's the kind of thinking on the timeline for that? What else is needed in the interim?
One component of the infrastructure plan is the the energy from waste policy settings, which are currently the subject of a public consultation. So that launched fairly recently. I think that's open for a period of time, and it will then need to be considered, and that will feed into that plan. So I'd expect over the next 6 months or so you'd see that come to fruition. But I think prior to that, we'll be able to have some fairly public draft documents that can help inform planning and our engagement with our colleagues in the government side of the planning process, but also for industry and local government to use as valuable inputs into their own plans.
Okay, thank you for that. The Biodiversity Conservation Trust, who is Dr. Giuliani, thank you. And thank you for your assistance today. Just on that BCT, is the BCT happy with the amount of field officers that you presently have?
Our regional delivery staff.
Sorry, I just can't hear you. You might.
Do you mean our regional delivery staff?
You say tomato, I say tomato. If that's the same thing as the field officers, certainly.
Sure. We have a range of regional delivery and technical staff that support our landholders to deliver conservation outcomes on their land, and that's part of our statutory objectives. I'm very proud of the work that they do every day, and I would say yes, I am very happy with the work that the regional delivery and our technical staff do out there to
and the
support
work
landholders.
is great, but I think I was heading more towards, are there enough of them? Are you happy with the amount of those field officers?
For our current levels of work that we undertake, yes, I think we have a sufficient allocation of resourcing, but as our landholder support work grows, then there will be a need to consider how we also grow that level of resourcing, and I think that's reflected in our business model, but also in the fact that we have increased our resourcing over the last couple of years, particularly to reflect the rapid growth in demand for private land conservation.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at when you say that trajectory. Is that something that is increased in those field offices or in other areas or both? And what's your plan for future growth?
We've definitely increased our regional staff as a result of increasing demand in our program, and it is something that the board and the BCT management are actively looking at.
Okay. When you say actively looking at, what does that mean in terms of steps?
So we're always looking at how we can both deliver the work that we need to do in a more efficient manner. Government often has to take a risk-based approach to ensuring that we can deliver the requisite amount of support for our landholders, but it also means looking at how, as the BCT private land conservation estate grows, how that will be resourced into the future as well. So that's something under consideration by the BCT at the moment.
I might come back to that on specific steps, but just in relation to the offset scheme, does the BCT feel confident that the offset scheme is in a strong position following those legislative reforms last year?
I might ask that the Secretary, Mr. Lean, take that question.
I'll hand to Louisa.
Kick the ball around, kick into the long grass.
Yes, so the legislation was passed by Parliament on November the 22nd. We're now working on the regulations and other supporting implementation materials for the commencement. I think it addresses many of the issues that are outlined in the New South Wales Plan for Nature, which is really great. Obviously there's more work to do there. We are getting more and more interest in participating in the scheme, both from a development perspective and also from landholders as well. We now have 104,000 hectares protected in perpetuity under the scheme, which is really great to work with landholders and deliver those outcomes.
So do you feel that it is in a strong position now, or does it need some more work? And that's not a trick question, is it? Does it have
Well,
some
there's a way
to
to go in the implementation of those reforms.
What are those steps? What is required?
So we're working on the regulation at the moment, and there will be consultation on that regulation
When
in
will
the
that
first.
open?
Yeah, probably in the first part of this year. So we'll do a consultation paper first, and then we'll also be putting the draft regulation on public exhibition along with a regulatory impact statement. As the Minister indicated earlier, we expect to do that regulation about halfway through the year.
Okay, so what, 30 June, we can expect something around then, halfway?
Around then, yeah.
Add that to the scale. Very good. And so are there any concerns on the horizon for the BCT?
Any general concerns for
Mhm.
the BCT?
Mhm.
Is there something specific you'd like to ask? I mean, government agencies manage their risk every day, and they look at what the challenges might be in the delivery of their programs. There's nothing specific that I'm concerned about. I think that as the Chief Executive Officer of Biodiversity Conservation Trust, I am confident in the risk management and delivery oversight that we have through the Biodiversity Conservation Trust Board. And of course there's different risks that we have in our risk register and that we're tracking as an organisation, but I'm not quite sure how I should approach the question of am I concerned about anything, because there's lots of things.
Well, I guess in terms of prioritising what those concerns might be on the horizon, how would you prioritise those? What is it that you think might be of first concern?
I'm not quite sure what question that you're asking. It's a very general question. Is it a concern about...
Some might say a full toss to leg stump, but what would I know? Priorities on the agenda for you in terms of the challenges you face in the organisation?
Sure. So the Biodiversity Conservation Trust currently is coming to the very end of its 4-year business plan. Very pleased to say that we have exceeded our targets for securing an additional 200,000 hectares of private land conservation estate. We've secured around 250,000 since 2021. We have a new business plan that is currently in development, and that'll set out our strategy for the next 4 years, and that's something that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust Board considers and will consider very soon, and then ultimately the Minister makes that, brings that into force. And so we'll be publishing that this year sometime, and that will set out what our future strategy is in the next 4 years. But in the current legislative arrangements, we have 4 key objectives, and they remain our statutory mandate.
All right, and the first half of this year or second half?
It would need to be published by the middle of the year because the current business plan comes to an end in mid-2025. So that would be our aim.
And that's on track?
Yes.
Okay, great. National parks. Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Hi. Setting aside the Great Koala National Park, are there any plans to expand national parks, the National Parks estate?
National Parks has a long-term goal of adding ecosystems and landscapes to its reserve system where we have low levels of reservation. So, the government makes a provision for us of funding to be able to acquire land, and our focus is on ensuring that we're adding to the reserve system, bringing in both environmental but also cultural heritage values. So I think it's fair to say that over time that there is a plan to add to the estate.
Okay. All right. And then that plan, is that ongoing, or is that something that you have a prioritisation for?
Well, currently we're working on an establishment plan. It was a government election, and it's something that we're doing. We're looking at it being an integrated plan across all the work that DQ does in terms of conservation across both. Obviously, the focus for national parks is conserving land, but we're also very cognizant of the other programs that are going on in government in terms of conserving values. So we also do have a prioritisation process, and that prioritisation process is used every time there's any suggestion that there might be an addition to the estate, in order for us to ensure that the investment of the public's money in acquiring land and adding it to the reserve system is the right decision and gives the best possible outcome.
All right. So how has National Parks and Wildlife performed with its hazard reduction burns in the last 12 months?
So National Parks and Wildlife Service, as you probably know, is one of 4 fire authorities. It's very, very active in terms of its fire management. It works really closely with the Rural Fire Service. On average, we do 75% of all hazard reduction burning in the state every year.
How's it on track for the last 12 months?
In 23-24, we did 72% of the hazard reduction burning across New South Wales. The whole state's been impacted by the conditions. It's been very wet, but we 100% are prioritised. We had quite a few burns on the weekend, right across the Blue Mountains and Greater Sydney Branch and other parts of the state. As soon as the conditions are conducive and appropriate, we're out there burning, and we ensure that we have the planning in place so that we can meet all our targets if the conditions are right. So we'll be taking every opportunity for the rest of the current financial year to undertake burns, and we have the planning in place to do that.
The Great Walk strategy, is that your purview as well? Yeah, okay. So is that Great Walk strategy on track to be delivered in full?
Yes, it is. The Great Walk strategy is going very well. We have a number.
Have you got any updates on the Dorrigo Great Walk? Sorry to hurry you along. I have a minute.
That's okay. It's progressing well, and it's on schedule to be opened in 2025. Not the visitor centre, but the walk. Yep.
Terrific. Thank you. We've got a date. Can I just go to biodiversity? Whoever's dealing with that. So is the Saving Our Species program funded appropriately, Mr. Lean?
It's funded till the end of the 25-26 financial year, and we would of course need to seek funding through the budget process for that to be extended. Funding was reduced for the program, I think in 21-22, and that obviously reduced the number of species that were able to be directly targeted quite significantly. So we'll certainly be making a case through the budget process
All right.
to extend the funding, but also to increase the funding as well, so
All
that we
right.
can target more species.
Thank you. And marine parks, just the last one on that,
Yep.
perhaps to you. Surely the science suggests that the creation of marine parks is a good conservation outcome. So I'm just wondering why the minister's ruled out the creation of any marine parks in this term.
Well, I think that's a question you need to direct to the minister. So it's a question of government policy. And the other thing that I would add is that Minister Moriarty is the lead and has responsibility for MEMA. But obviously there's joint administration of aspects of the scheme, but that's really a question around government policy.
Is it something you've asked of her or her office or your counterpart?
Sorry?
Is it something you've asked of your counterpart or of her or her office?
Well, I'm not going to get into that sort of, what I said to who and when. It's a question of government policy. You ask the minister. I've got nothing further to add to that.
Thank you. Can I just briefly go back to chemical regulation and just with the EPA and the use of chemical control orders under the POEO Act, it appears that many emerging contaminants are not covered by chemical control orders. I'm just wondering, has the EPA identified any new hazardous chemicals that require regulatory action? I can see Mr. Beeman's
Yes, Mr.
coming.
Beeman. I'll definitely ask him to
thank you.
contribute.
Yeah.
I mean, perhaps if I can just talk briefly to the biosolids context, where
Thank you.
we've obviously been considering the risk of the presence of PFAS in some of those products, but also we've identified probably 7 or 8 other chemicals of concern that are persistent, including triclosan, glyxolide, and a number of others. They've been the subject of risk assessments, and we've also been collaborating with our colleagues in the Victorian EPA on these issues, as well as with the Commonwealth, to progress solutions to manage those products. Steve, what would you like to add?
Yeah, the great thing that's happened is we've now got a national scheme that's much more robust it's called ICHEMS, it's the Industrial Chemical Scheme, and all of those things will take effect from 1 July this year. So the topical one for the moment being PFAS, you can't use, manufacture, import, export PFAS from 1 July. That gets picked up under the Protection of Environment Operations Act, so we've got a section now in the legislation that allows us to pick those scheduled chemicals up. It also gives us some really interesting powers in that legislation. What we've built, I'm really glad you asked the question because this is the great piece of work we've done. We've actually worked with a New Zealand organisation to develop something we call HAZEL, which is a hazard evaluation tool. And that looks at ranking, so you can set it in for various contexts, but it actually ranks the persistent, bioaccumulative or toxic nature of chemicals, so you can then have a discussion about where we should be putting our regulatory effort. And when we designed this, AI didn't exist. Now AI exists. You can then use that to scrape the literature. So you're after in the literature, not like we know things like lead and benzene are a problem, but we're after the scientific community where they're looking at those chemicals, where there's contention, where there's debate, where you can see the emerging trends, and we can get onto those ones much earlier. And that's picked up things where we've done a worldwide search, triclosan, glyxolide, brominated flame retardant. So we're trying to look much more over the horizon.
And if I could just add one other point, I think one of the committee members asked previously about the Plastics Action Plan. In there, the committee will see a recommended approach to chemistry of plastics to have a green list and a red list, and this is really flipping the onus from the sort of historical approach to chemicals is they're all innocent until proven guilty. And we now have tens of thousands of chemicals that aren't widely studied, and so we need to, as Mr. Beeman's outlined, triage on a risk approach which ones to be most concerned about in terms of risk to the community. But where we want to get to is being able to be very clear with industry that this is the chemistry that's demonstrably safe, and we encourage you to use it, and regulation will make that simple and easy, and this chemistry is prohibited over here. And if you want to sort of deviate from that, then you'll need to make the case or demonstrate the efficacy. But I think that is a quantum shift in how chemistry is considered in the plastic space.
And so then how does that you know, how do we, so iChems though, what doesn't apply to the ag sector or to the use of chems in agricultural settings. So is there a way that we will kind of potentially harmonise the scheme through other mechanisms, or like, and I suppose that's why we raise the use of chemical control orders. Will there be a way of harmonising the kind of regulation through different schemes or tools?
It's often around the context that those chemicals get used in, be in an agricultural setting or an industrial one. Both use at a higher level pretty standardised risk assessment frameworks. But if you go down the pesticides route, that goes through the APVMA, and then we have pesticide control order powers in our legislation.
That's right. So I think therein lays an issue. So I think with the, I know that the CEO spoke about the APVMA, perhaps some reform in there and hopefully some better outcomes, but I think we've kind of been waiting for a very, very long time. There's things, is there something that we can do to pick up the kind of time lag or the slack that may persist with the APVMA system and the use of chems in agricultural settings?
Yeah, I think there is to the extent we're often going back to the APVMA asking for where they're, you know, trying to put pressure on them to finalise their assessment work. And the first in generation anti-coagulant rodenticides is a good example. There's provisions in the legislation where we can step beyond the APVMA, but then that I think only gets you so far, because then there's national labelling requirements. So as you know, the pesticide sort of world works on the standard provisions of labelling, where for the industrial chemicals world, we can use chemical control orders. So both sets of legislation have a power of control orders across them. It's just how we implement them works through both of those national frameworks.
So one of the chemicals, I've only got the DNOC.
DNOC.
Yes. Yeah, DNOC, which is one of the ones that I understand was reported in the Macquarie Valley, and this consistent or persistent use. And it's never been registered for use in Australia. And there's this correlation between incidents when cotton defoliation occurs. Is this something that's on your radar? And what advice are you giving to communities that are living amongst the sort of the cotton defoliation uses of DNOC? Or, sorry, not uses of DNOC, the correlation between DNOC being found in the air and this event.
Yeah, there were detections, my understanding was at fairly low concentrations, and we think that DNOC compound was actually what's the right word I'm looking for? A contaminant that was probably in the production, in the manufacturing process. We don't think it wasn't in there at a concentration strong enough as an active ingredient, so we think it's some type of cross-contamination, but we're still working through what that avenue, we're working through that line of investigation really to work out where that came from.
So when you say we're working through that, what are we doing? What are we doing to actually try and further explore what might have happened or how it might have been there?
Well, that's the research part of our sort of, I'm using the word investigation here in small I, but where else in the literature have people picked up DNOC as a co-contaminant, and what have been the circumstances, so we can work our way back up the supply chain.
Right.
And we've also done a global chemical scan, essentially looking at other jurisdictions, chemicals of concern, emerging science, supported by this Hazel tool.
Yep.
So for the first time, I think we can be engaging with the community around the risks that we see. And as I mentioned earlier in the session, Chair, we'll be seeking, we've been engaging with a number of participants in the sector as we think about the risks, and we're looking forward to now engaging more broadly with the community for their input as well, and that outcomes hierarchy that we are looking to operationalise this year.
Great, thank you. I just want to go back, if I can, to the BCT and some of the figures. I'm just curious. I think I heard. Oh no, sorry, I wrote it somewhere. Yeah, I think you made reference to 104
1,000 hectares.
Yes, that's right.
But I'm also hearing, so I'm just curious as to what is protected now through biodiversity agreements and what the breakdown of those are. I have looked at the annual report, and even that I've sort of seen a slight inconsistency in the numbers. There's 200. It's just reported in particular ways, which are good but not necessarily consistent.
The amount that I referred to, 104,000 hectares, is of biodiversity stewardship agreements, including biobanking agreements. So we are going back to 2010. But there are a range of other agreements that the BCT is also responsible for. So I'll pass over to Dr. Giuliani to cover those.
How many have we got in just agreements, conservation agreements, that are not stewardship or biobank?
Sure. So the overall figure for agreements that are currently being managed by the BCT is 2.1 million hectares of private land conservation agreements. However, of that, just over 550,000 hectares are protected in perpetuity. So the figures that Dr. Mooney referred to are within that overall 550,000 plus hectares. And there's a range of different types of agreements that span both legacy programs that were prior to the Biodiversity Conservation Trust being established and the work that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust and the department has done to establish new protected areas.
So what is the makeup of, so we've got 104,000 hectares which are stewardship agreements or biobank agreements. Then we've got 550,000 hectares that are in perpetuity conservation agreements. So, but where does the 2.1 million hectares, what's that overarching figure?
Sure. So 2.1 million hectares spans a range of different agreement types. It includes biodiversity offset agreements.
Which is 550. Oh, sorry, that's the 104.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes. It also includes conservation agreements, both pre-Biodiversity Conservation Trust and post-Biodiversity Conservation
Which
Trust.
is 550?
No, what I was referring to is of that 2.1 million hectare estate of a variety of different agreements, 550,000, and I think it's actually 564,000, are actually protected forever. So I was just making a distinction that...
So then with the other, thank you, so with the other ones that aren't protected forever or in perpetuity, what do they look like?
Sure. So there's a couple of different categories. Some of them are wildlife refuges that were established prior to the Biodiversity Conservation Trust.
What figure do you have on that?
1.465 million hectares.
1.465. Okay.
And just to provide some information about that type of agreement, they're actually revocable. So the landholder can request that they be revoked. There's a range of different types of agreement. I'm happy to go through them, or I'm happy to provide them on notice, but I do have the information here.
Yeah, if you're happy to provide them on notice, it makes sense now. I just wasn't sure where the big figure was, and obviously if it's 1.4 mil in wildlife refuges, that makes perfect sense. Because they're just the ones that people do lovely things and put up signs. I've got one on my place.
Fabulous.
But obviously mine's protected forever or something. But no, I understand. They're brilliant, but they're not long-term guaranteed protection.
They don't contribute to the National Reserve System.
And so and just for clarity, with the wildlife refuges, does the BCT ever offer any funding for those?
The Biodiversity Conservation Trust does offer grant funding that landholders who do not have an agreement that has an annual source of funding, i.e. that is invested in the trust, they may access grants. There's a range of different grants, but roughly speaking, landholders can access grants up to $15,000 per year for 3 years. And they're able to access those grants after a 3-year period as well. So you can come to the end of a 3-year term on your grant and you can apply for a new one. So yes, wildlife refuge holders are able to access grants.
Excellent. With the 564,000 hectares of in perpetuity agreements, how many of those have funding arrangements attached to them, and how long are those funding arrangements normally?
Sure. So I can come back on notice, but through our conservation management program, 151,000 hectares are funded, and that's through the work that the BCT has done since 2017. And the biodiversity offset scheme has the funding that comes through the purchase of credits through developer demand. But I can come back to you on notice in terms of how many of those specifically are funded across those two schemes.
Thank you. And in terms of the next, it might be premature, but in terms of the next 4 years, do you think that the BCT will be setting another kind of hectare target?
Yes.
And have you got advice on could you tell the committee what you're thinking that might look like?
I wouldn't like to advise that target today because it is subject to both the board's deliberations and the minister's deliberations, but we have used historic and future focused modelling to determine what an appropriate target might be, and we've also looked at what the appropriate balance could be across different types of agreements, and we're using our demand forecasting, and it's positive news to say that there's plenty of demand out there for landholders who wish to enter into an agreement with the Biodiversity Conservation Trust or through the department for a stewardship agreement.
Fantastic. And are you able to indicate at the moment, are there concentration of interest in particular regions?
I'd have to take that on notice, but what I could say generally is through our conservation management program, which is the funding that you referred to earlier, Chair, that work is typically focused around the biodiversity conservation investment strategy, which looks at where the best of the last vegetation is and where we should apply our efforts to protect that native vegetation. Our Conservation Partners program, which is a statewide program but tends to be typically taken up along the coast, there's also a great deal of demand for that program in particular. So I'm happy to give you some data on notice about where the highest demand is, but I would say that there's plenty of demand for voluntary conservation programs, whether that's through the sheep wheat belt in the middle of New South Wales or whether that's coastal regions as well.
Great, thank you. Mr. Chappell, just coming back to forestry and forestry reg, I'm just curious, I've been, some members of the community around the Nambucca area in relation to Little Newry and logging operations there and legacy mining. There was an arsenic issue and apparently the community contacted the EPA about it, said they were very, very concerned about the disturbance and the impact that disturbance would have in terms of increased arsenic contamination of the water sources. Are you aware of, so I think the EPA suggested a 30-metre buffer of some sort, but now there are reports of elevated levels of arsenic in the water. Are you aware of this?
I'm not. I mean, if there are any concerns from the community, they should be reported to the EPA and we will sample or investigate. I know that our regulatory operations staff have visited that forest, have conducted, I think, a joint visit also with Forest Corp. They've looked at the exclusion zones around that legacy activity and determined that disturbance was unlikely with some controls. But I'm not aware of any more recent information, so I'll take that on notice.
Thank you, because I think there is, I can indicate now that there is some concern about, and I think it's an issue that locals had quite a bit of local knowledge about, has written to the EPA a number of times about it, and I think now the logging operations have taken place, there's real concern that there has been disturbance and now more pollution incidents, so that's something you'll have a look at?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I know that those local reports informed a whole series of actions that the EPA took, but as I said, I'm not aware of any recent reports of pollution in the water or other impacts, so we will take that on notice.
Thank you. I just wanted to raise, I think maybe with you, Mr. Lean, about Hearns Lake. Are you aware of Hearns Lake on the just north of Coffs Harbour, Woolgoolga area?
No, I'm not off the top of my head, but
Is there anyone with any knowledge about Hearns Lake? It's an ICOL, one of our state's few incredibly important ICOLs, and it's an area that it's an ICOL that has been subjected to some pretty bad environmental outcomes in terms of its pollution and contamination. And I'm just curious as to why, if it is on the department's radar as an area that really should be included in the Coffs Coast Regional Park. It's an area of immense environmental importance and significance. It's an area that Coffs Council has undertaken lots of scientific research, water monitoring. It's also fundamental to the function of the Solitary Islands Marine Park, and I'm just curious as to whether it is an area that might be on an acquisition register somewhere, and if not, why not? Is that something you would take on notice?
Yeah, we can take that on notice, certainly, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm aware that where are we in the schedule? Sorry, I could go all day. I've got I've noticed my colleagues here as well, but you're in the next round, is that right? Okay, so happy to go back to the opposition now. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lean.
Yes.
Do you know if any councillors from Coffs Harbour have contacted the Minister or yourself looking to have themselves appointed to the Coffs Coast Regional Park Trust Board or any other boards?
There you go. What's your interest?
I might ask Ms Stevens to see if she has any specific information.
I'm aware that there is a process where we're appointing new councillors to that board, but I'm not aware of any approaches from anyone to the Minister's office about that.
Okay, so in that circumstance, how does the appointment occur? Is it discretion of the Minister only, or is there an assessment process?
There is an assessment process. If they're councillors, they're normally nominated by the council, and usually we ask them to give us a number of nominees,
okay.
And then we would brief the Minister, and the Minister would make the decision.
Okay.
We would often also convene an assessment panel comprising departmental staff that would assess and then make a recommendation to the Minister as well.
But ultimately, the Minister can appoint whoever she likes from those nominated people, or can they choose a councillor that's not even part of the group that it's nominated by council themselves?
It would depend on the specific terms of the legislation, and the Minister also would need to comply with the boards and committee guidelines as well.
But it would be highly unusual if that was to occur, correct? Well,
there are mechanisms for direct appointment in the boards and committees guidelines, so I wouldn't necessarily say it's highly unusual.
Understood. Mr. Lean, if one of your employees from the department was to leak details of another secretary visiting a departmental office to a group of activists who, when that secretary was leaving the office, found herself being stalked by those activists, and not only the secretary but other New South Wales government employees, being followed from their office to the car, etc., and being harassed, would that person face disciplinary action?
I'm not going to sort of comment on hypotheticals. If you could give me some specific
Let's assume it's not
instances.
a hypothetical. Well, let's just say Planning Secretary Kirsten Fishbourne was in was visiting one of the departmental offices across the state, and her visit was leaked by one of your employees. Would that lead to having a disciplinary action against that employee?
We would need to assess it to decide whether a preliminary investigation was warranted.
Okay.
And if there was a potential disciplinary issue, we would initiate a disciplinary investigation.
Let me ask, are you aware of any circumstances such as that?
Not off the top of my head that
You haven't
come to
been
mind.
there, you haven't been briefed by your department, nobody from The planning secretary's
well, the
office
planning
has
secretary
contacted you?
hasn't raised it with me, no.
No, but nobody from that office has raised it with anyone in your department that you're aware of?
Well, look, I'm not specifically aware. I would need to check with my HR department and my ethics or governance team to see whether that is a specific issue.
Excellent. I'm going to turn back to my second favourite topic, which is the Central West Arana Res. And I just want to better understand some of the deliverables that this project is locking in at this stage. So it's fair to say that Energy Co will deliver the transmission project and then it'll hand it over to hopefully an operator. You've got a preferred operator, is that correct?
Works a little bit differently than that. So let me sort of
please, by all means.
take you through the process. So effectively, Energy Co is an infrastructure planner.
Mm-hmm.
We don't actually build the transmission ourselves. So we, as infrastructure planner, hold procurement processes to find the best possible network operator that includes. So in the case of Central West Arana, that is currently ACE Res, who we signed a commitment deed.
And ACE stands for?
ACE stands for Acciona, Cobra and Endeavour. It wasn't able to, when they tried to put that as a name, it was already taken, so they've turned it into Acciona, Cobra, Endeavour, Res. So that's ACE Res, that's the name.
Understood. And they're your preferred operator, correct?
Yes, we've signed a commitment deed with them, and we are in current negotiations with them to build the Central West Arana Res.
So, in layman's terms, you'd say a commitment deed is like an engagement.
Yes, basically it's a legal obligation to work with that party while regulatory approvals and other things are ongoing.
Yep.
And you're finalising the details of
all your prenups and your, which band is gonna play, and who's the caterer, and are you gonna have 3 racks of lamb or 4 at the main? All these things that you decide at the wedding. What happens if one of the partners leaves the other at the altar, though?
So at the moment, the consortium is working together, and we are working together in a very integrated way where there would be it's not the way they work. They have commitment deeds where they're committed to work together, and they're.
Are you sure that one of the partners isn't getting a little bit of cold feet, thinking that maybe they like another res somewhere else, that, they might have tied themselves to a res too early and they're too young and they've made a mistake in life?
Now, I think, all of our reses are wonderful projects, but I think for all of the parties that are involved in the negotiation or part of the consortium for ACE Res, they've put significant amount of resource and time, and there is significant commitments and early works are ongoing, and so all the indications are there is serious commitment.
Serious commitment, but they haven't actually walked down the aisle yet.
No, because we have a commitment deed, with them, and the commitment deed doesn't last forever, and that allows us to enter into final project deed in the near future.
So, whose responsibility is it to ensure that the procurement occurs for the transmission projects? That would fall to ACE Res, is that correct?
So just going back, so the procurement process for the building of the renewable energy zone, which is the transmission and the infrastructure that connects the generation, that procurement process is run by Energy Co. But once that project is awarded, then ACE Res would subcontract the build of that infrastructure out to various, contractors, for all the various work packages involved.
Okay, so coming back to my previous favourite topic, which is the issue of transformers, whose responsibility is it to ensure that you have those contracts like transformers in place?
That's ACE Res.
That's ACE Res. Okay, and how are they going with that procurement?
They're going very well. They, while it
sounds almost Trump-like. They're going very well. They're the best transformers they've ever had.
No,
it was very animated.
No, thank you for your questions, but we can confirm.
I'm not sure if being compared to Trump is good.
I wasn't comparing it to Trump. It was a euphemism, you understand. I think.
I think in terms of, I know you're very interested in transformers.
I'm very interested because I don't believe that you're able to sign a contract yet for these transformers. I've heard that you're seeking a 40% discount from the supplier, and so far everyone's told you that you can't have them for that.
Point of order's been taken, Mr. Fang. Point of order. It's that time of day. We've made it so far with no points of order.
I did have to do something today, and now's the time to do it.
The witness is trying to answer.
Is trying to answer and constantly being interrupted, so Wes can make presumably amusing political points. If he just waits, I'm sure he'll get a thorough answer.
I do remind all members to please let these witnesses finish their answers uninterrupted.
Okay. So,
Not you.
How is the procurement going?
Okay, given this is a topic of detailed interest to you, we can actually confirm that for Central West Arana, the transformers have been ordered, so there isn't a problem. I can also confirm for you that for Hunter Transmission Project, the Transgrid has ordered the transformers, so I'm very glad that you're very keenly aware in these because they're a key component. But, we can feel very confident that these things have been ordered and they are on their way.
Excellent. So, in relation to the budget then for the procurement of those transformers, did you exceed the budget that was originally planned for the procurement, or did you manage to purchase them within the scope that was originally foreshadowed?
So if we go back to your, as you said, your favourite project, which is the Central West Arana Res, the way that works is, as I mentioned, is that NGCO is the infrastructure planner. We negotiate with ACE Res, but then ACE Res would take the agreement we'd negotiated and they submit it to the Australian Energy Regulator, and they determine whether the contract and the costs under that are fair, efficient and prudent.
Okay.
So that's the ultimate way that, the cost for that project is set.
Okay, but surely when they were signing on to the project, they would have been provided business cases that outlined the expected expenditure. Is it the case that ultimately the costs are just passed on to the consumer through the transmission costs that are usually passed on to consumers in energy bills and the like? So it doesn't really matter what they pay for it. Is that right? Or
this is the decision of the Australian Energy Regulator, and we stay in close discussions with them, but they are held by very strict regulatory standard to make sure the costs are reasonable and efficient and prudent, and if they're not, then they're borne by ACE Res. So there is a lot of work that goes in to make sure that the consumers are only charged what is reasonable, fair, efficient.
So in that case then, are you able to provide the supplier of those transformers for that project?
Not at this time. I will take that on notice, but I believe I've already said these are not decisions that are public. Given your interest, and wanting to show that we're making significant progress for these critical infrastructure projects, we're willing to share now that.
And are you able to tell me when you expect the components to be landed in Australia for the transmission line itself?
I take it that this is of deep interest, but just maybe let's take one case study. So the Waratah Super Battery, which is in the Hunter, that had actually procured its transformers from an Australian company, and so that is going to be. It's already partially operated. In fact, this year it was able to partially operate and help the market. So I know this is a really...
It was a very deft way of not answering my question, but again, I was just wondering, in relation to that Central West Arana, when will those transformers be landed so that they can be, used for the transmission of renewable energy from Central West Arana into the greater metropolitan areas?
So just just to go through, we are in the final negotiations with ACERES. They have a detailed schedule. They procure these issues. We have confidence that these long lead time lead are being, and so this is not an area of deep concern. In the range of the whole transmission, we're still on track.
I appreciate it's not an issue of deep concern. What is of concern to me right now is that I've asked now twice as to when the date landed will be, and I've not been able to elicit from you anything that's even approaching, an answer. Do you have a date for when they will be landed so that they can be rolled out for the transmission project?
Well,
because everything hinges on those transformers, is my understanding.
No, these are large infrastructure projects. They have many critical components.
Yeah, but you indicated to me in an answer earlier that ACERES has a program timeline that they are working to. Now that you've said you've procured those transformers, you must certainly be aware of the timeline for when they will arrive. That is the question that I'm asking. When were they expected to land in Australia so that they can be rolled out with the transmission project?
Okay, so just maybe so we can move on, just so we're clear, we do not procure them, ACERES procures them. It is not public. I've shared with you that we understand they have procured them. They have the deep timeline. I will take it on notice as to whether we can share that level of detail here, because it is a negotiation ongoing at the moment, and these are not public details.
Okay,
So
my
I'll
last
take
question on that, the transmission from central West Arana into the greater metropolitan area effectively, so that you can get renewable energy from regional areas to the city, is there any delay in the projected timeline for the rollout of that transmission line?
So at the moment, we are still within the EIIAC timelines, and also we are still within the projected timeline of the network infrastructure strategy, which was published, which is late 2028 for operations. So we're still within the stated timeframes, and there's significant
Okay, so there
work
is
going on.
nothing on the horizon or any of the procurement issues that are potentially on the horizon that's going to stop a late 2028 operation of this transmission line from central West Arana.
So I think these are very large infrastructure projects, and they have many risk components, and many of those risk components sit with ACERES. We are doing our best to manage all those risks. I'm actually going to call on, we have our Chief Project Officer here, Mark Westbrook, and I just asked him to come up, but we are working on multiple areas, and we are working on the timeline. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you. What I would like to say is that we're on track for the start. So we've commenced the early works for the main substation on schedule earlier this month. So I think that's obviously a good start. They are complex projects. In terms of program and schedule and everything we have to do, our program includes suitable contingency for events, but of course you can't rule out that there's going to be, circumstances outside of people's control, and there is some delay. But at this stage we are on track for late 2028 for first energy from the RES, which, as Ms McCackey said, is what we've publicly stated.
Okay, and nothing's going to get in your way.
As I just said,
that
there
you
are
can
always
foreshadow.
risks,
So
there are
there's
always risks,
there's no issues with procurement. There's no issues with planning. There's no issues that you've got on the horizon. Well, there's nothing that's going to be on the horizon that you can say this is a potential risk that might create a problem for us.
There are lots of risks, as I just said, but as Ms McCackey said, procurement of long lead time items is well advanced. The design has progressed under the commitment deed phase as well, so that's advancing well. So at this stage we're on track.
I'm looking forward to getting my answers to questions on notice so that I can see who is delivering them, and if I can also ask, is when that they will be landed, if you can take that on
We do
notice.
need to be careful because a project like this has a lot of different transformers of different sizes. So it's not there's the main transformers, which are 500 kV transformers, but then there are other transformers as well on the project. There's a whole range of equipment, so it's actually a very difficult question to give you.
Well, this is part of the reason why when you were
answer.
talking about the Waratah super battery transformers and the like, I was thinking, the Australian procurement's one thing, but the larger ones that need to come from overseas and that have a long lead time are completely different, which is why I didn't know why you were going down that path anyway, providing an answer, because I was focused on these ones that I know have been problematic for you.
So I think, Waratah super battery is the largest battery project in the Southern Hemisphere and potentially the world, and we managed to procure the transformers for that in a very short time frame and have it operational this year in a way that supported the national electricity market and has supported local supply chains. So I think that shows that we were actually able to manage the risks very effectively with the supply chain, and we've worked very well with our supplier and project developer. We've had over 170 people on site having jobs. So
I've got 50 seconds left. I do appreciate the very detailed answer, but one last question for Mr. Lean. The cost of the Great Koala National Park, if it was to actually be 176,000 hectares, do you have an estimated cost of what it would be to the New South Wales government?
That's the very issue that's being worked through at the moment.
Surely you must have a figure, though.
Well, partly influenced by the work that Mandela is doing.
But they have no conflict, so
it's heavily dependent on what the final number is, because that influences the compensation package.
In the 5 seconds I've got left, how much of it is coming out of the Snowy Hydro Legacy Fund?
I'll take that on notice. I think the answer. Sorry, I should say. I think the answer to that is none of it at the moment, but it's ultimately something that will need to be decided by government through the budget process.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to all of you. I just want to start. I've got a few things I'm just going to hop around, but I think I'll start with you, Mr. Chappell. I'm interested in the Vales Point NOx exemption.
Yes.
Which I understand they now don't need to have. As you know, it was, I think, 12 years of them having the benefit of that.
No, it's 2 years. It's expired now, but yes. So the clean air regulation required them to meet a more strict group of standards across multiple pollutants, and they sought and received an exemption which was for 2 years, which is now expired, and they haven't applied to have any further exemptions, and we understand they've been able to improve their performance as required through that exemption process to meet the clean air regulation.
I've been following this for some time. There was 2 lots of 5 years before that 2 years, so I believe in total it's 12 years that they've had an exemption from the limits.
My colleague Mr. Beeman might have some more detail on that, otherwise we'll certainly take it on notice, because
I remember bringing it up with the EPA at least 5 years ago.
Okay. Well, there may have been an exemption under the previous clean air regulation.
Yes.
But I also would imagine that was to a less strict standard. So the standard they have to meet today would be more strict than that, and then meeting it without an exemption.
Yeah, it's been, they've had some form of exemption for
Right.
12 years. I mean, I can just take my word for it for now, but then maybe
Sure.
you can confirm or correct me later. But the idea that they can suddenly now comply, I guess I'm very confused I'm a resident, but also someone that's been following this for a long time. We've been trying to get Vales Point to reduce its NOx emissions, and now it suddenly can. What happened?
One of the conditions in the exemption was to do a series of studies, peer-reviewed, global sort of expert work on how to operate the plant in ways that would be able to comply. And as I understand it, one of their challenges is, whilst most of the time they could comply, as they're ramping up and down more, which of course each year they're doing more of that as we build out more solar and across the state and other renewable resources. So the coal plant is operating in the market differently. It's those rapid changes from various levels of operation that were leading to the exceedances. And so I understand they looked at a whole variety of different options to either ramp in a slower way with other resources deployed, or to fine-tune how they were operating the plant, and the performance now is able to meet the standard. So I can take on notice the specifics of operationally what we understand the plant's doing differently now, but it is complying.
Okay, because it was subject to a less strict standard before, as you say, and I remember we had a bill in the last term of Parliament, the Clean Air Bill, that was trying to increase these standards on the pollutions coming out of the amounts coming out of the stacks. And during that, we had these companies come and tell us what they were doing. And I remember very clearly Delta saying they couldn't comply and trying to claim that there would be like a $500 million impost in order for them to meet even those less strict standards. So, yeah, the community and sort of environmental advocates are a little sort of confuzzled, I guess, as to why they can suddenly meet the requirement that they were resisting for so long. But yeah, perhaps if you could come back and notice exactly how they managed to do that, that would be really useful. But also it appears that, so although Bayswater and Mount Piper power stations need to meet Group 5 limits in 2027 and stronger Group 6 limits in 2030,
yes,
Vales Point power stations are already in Group 5 and will never need to go up to Group 6, is that correct?
Look, the Clean Air Regulation operates, it's quite a complex regulation, and it operates in terms of how it applies based on, I think, the specific start date of particular equipment that sort of constitutes the unit level generally in a power station. But perhaps Mr. Beeman, if he's here, can give you a little bit more detail.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Boyd, how are you?
Hello, good, thank you.
No, you are correct. So there was an amendment done to the Clean Air Regulations, I think in 2022. It removed the grandfathering provisions that have been in that legislation for a long, long time. I think everyone's got to meet Group 5 by 27 and then meet Group 6 by 2030. And so if the plant's proposed shutdown date is 2029, then they won't need to move to Group 6 because they won't be operating. Okay,
but they're talking about extending their the life of the station now. So if they extend past 2029, will they have to be then meeting Group 6?
I think we'll just have to, it's a bit of a hypothetical because I haven't got something in front of us to say that they're going to extend or not.
What does the regulation require in those circumstances then?
So 2030, they've got to meet Group 6.
Yeah.
Or, as you know, there's a mechanism under the POEO Act to seek an exemption.
Okay, all right. So at that point, they will have to work out what they want to do in terms of either extending. If they are to extend, they will then have to meet.
Yeah, and that section of the legislation has pretty tight arrangements when considering heads of consideration when considering an exemption around the practicality, being feasible, but also any impacts on human health, property, and the environment.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's all I have on the power station and the clean air stuff. Thank you. I think I've got just a couple for you, Ms. McCaughey. If I could ask you, there was a couple of different things here. The transmission acceleration facility, I understand the Energy Co is in charge of administering that. I'm finding it very hard to get much information on it. It was established in 2022. At some point, an extra amount was put into it, and it was said that it was up to $2 billion at that point.
Use a wedding analogy.
I'm not going to use a wedding analogy, but thank you. Is there, I guess, where does it live in terms of how do I find it on accounts? What is the amount of it at the moment, and how has it been spent?
Yeah, so the TAF is a very important part of Energy Co being effective because it enables us to fund upfront early works and development, so that's very important. As those costs are spent, it goes through a rigorous investment process, and we have Treasury who sits on the TAF alongside Energy Co. And once the projects reach financial close, it is reimbursed for those costs. So it's like a revolving
So it
revolving
sits at
facility.
$2 billion, and the idea is it
Yep.
keeps.
It keeps, yes. So
Okay.
it
Okay, so in terms of where I would find it in the accounts,
So
then,
on
is
that,
it-
I will just ask my colleague. You don't,
Maybe
I
take
think
it on notice
I'll
or-
just take it on notice
That's
as to
fine.
exactly, but you know, it is, yes, it's something that we work through, but I'll take that on notice as to exactly where it sits.
Okay, thank you. The Energy Security Corporation.
Probably either for me or Ms. Curtin.
Yeah, okay. I'm just curious, we asked about this in the House, and then I think the day after we got a media release came out saying that a CEO had been appointed to the ESC, is that correct?
So interim CEO has been appointed.
Okay.
His name is Mr. Paul Peters. That's an interim appointment because we're in the process, or Treasury is in the process of finalising the board appointment, and they will then conduct the recruitment for the ongoing permanent CEO.
Okay, because the ESC legislation requires that, doesn't it, for the board to actually be the one to appoint the CEO rather
yes,
than
I
it
think,
being the
yeah.
minister. Okay, that's useful. Why have an interim CEO? What's the interim CEO doing in the interim?
Well, Ms. Curtin's probably better placed to answer this in more detail, but essentially they're doing a lot of the work that will enable the corporation to start providing funding to projects within the next financial year once the board is appointed. So really they're focused on doing the preparatory work to get the corporation up and running. Did you want to add anything?
I think on top of that, they're also just preparing an initial pipeline of projects, talking to industry and the market to, get the word out that this funding is available. So no decisions will be made, because that will be for the board to make any decisions, but it's just trying to do that preparatory work as well as just set up the sort of, there's a lot of admin around setting up a new organisation, but particularly we want that pipeline ready to go. The funding is sort of hits from the 1st of July. So rather than have that be the starting point and then there's a long lead time before projects can be identified, they'll do that preparatory work, but ultimately the decisions will be made by the permanent team and the board.
Because it's been quite a long time now. It's been about, what has it been, 7 months, 8 months since we passed that legislation. And we spent 9 months, and it spent a long time trying to make sure that the board had a worker rep on it and the unions were represented and all of that stuff. We now have an interim CEO but no board. If we have an interim CEO that makes a bunch of decisions, or even if they are subject to the board coming in, what if the board comes in and says, well, don't like any of those, and gets rid of all of the things that the interim CEO has done?
So it's not so much making decisions, but coming up with that initial pipeline, which will then at least be a starting point for then the board to work through. So it's not, the interim CEO won't be having like a board come in and be saying, here's 3 projects to approve. It's more having that starting point of a pipeline to work through. So it's not starting from a zero, so they can work a bit faster when they do appointed. But there's only so much we can do until the board is appointed. So it's just trying to be ready for that.
Okay, I might ask some more questions on SUPs. I think my time's up. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm just curious if somebody can update us, the committee, on the coastal emu that was, and the coastal emu eggs that were found.
I think we'll have to take it on notice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And also, if you could inform the committee, I know that the unlawful clearing of Bindari National Park that happened, And I think there's some commentary around why that settlement was made out of court and that the outcome was the outcome. Can you inform the committee, is there any other investigations or anything else around the Forestry Corporation accidentally logging any other parts of the National Park estate that you're aware of?
Not as far as I'm aware.
And nothing as far as I'm aware.
Thank you. So the Bindari, so the outcome of that operation at Bindari, it was the view that the outcome that was achieved was the best outcome that could be achieved. Is that why that was taken? The decision was taken.
Yeah. So I took the decision to sort of resolve that through effectively an enforceable undertaking. The advantage of doing that is we obviously avoid the costs of the litigation that's involved or the prosecution that's involved, and that's for both ourselves but also for the defendant. We think that the package that we were successfully able to put in place through the deed or the undertaking would have been as good as, if not better than, what we would have got through a court process. When we make these decisions, Tony's probably more experienced in doing it in the EPA area than what I am, but we have prosecution guidelines that we follow, and we have to also obviously follow the Premier's memorandum as well around litigation between government agencies. But we were satisfied, given that what we were able to agree with Forestry Corp would have been better, at least as good as or better than what we would have got through a court process. We avoided the costs of that, and we avoided the uncertainty of litigation as well.
Is the deed something that should be made? Is the deed in the public arena?
I'll take that on notice. I think we do have to disclose the details of the arrangement on a register, but let us confirm that on notice and we'll come back to you.
Thank you. I'd be very interested in, if the deed isn't already publicly available, I'd be very interested if you could provide any reasons why it's not, and if the decision is not to make it public, if you could provide any public interest reasoning as to why it's not made public, and do that balancing act as whether there is a public interest in actually making that deed available publicly.
Certainly, yeah. Look, I understand the sentiment behind that around the need for transparency, etc. And it's something, if it's not public, we would need to talk to Forestry, but I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. I'm just interested in any regulatory or compliance activities that the Biodiversity Conservation Trust may have on its radar in terms of compliance. Sorry, I know you. Any compliance or regulatory activities that may be on your radar in terms of compliance with conservation agreements, whether that's anything that's being raised with the agency at the moment, the trust, sorry.
Sure. Can I just make a clarification about the Biodiversity Conservation Trust's role? So I think, as you understand, we don't have a regulatory role, but obviously are in constant interaction with our landholders. We do have a team in the Biodiversity Conservation Trust who look after what we call assurance of agreements, and our agreement assurance policy is on our website. Very dedicated staff who work in our regional delivery team, and their function isn't a compliance or regulatory one, it's to support landholders to meet the requirements of their agreement, and particularly to look at where things might go off track to help them get back on track. But when I'm speaking about assurance matters, it's really in the vein of ensuring that the annual report process is managed appropriately, that the works that are outlined in the annual management plans are undertaken, such that our landholder support officers can tick off that the work's been done, and the payment for the next year's payment can be
released. In terms of your question about any specific compliance matters, I would have to take it on notice, but I think it would be a question more for the department who has our compliance and regulatory function over things like land clearing and so on.
Okay, sorry. Thank you. That makes good sense. So, I mean, call it what we want. But so in terms of, I think what I'm trying to get at is if you call it assurance, then that's fine. Have you got any landholders who have agreements that aren't complying or have breached those agreements, I think is what I'm trying to understand.
I can take the question on notice, but what I'll say is what I would observe is that landholders are wanting to do the right thing. They've got voluntary conservation agreements. Sometimes
I think I'm thinking more like second generation landholders, or people who have purchased lands, perhaps didn't enter into the agreement,
Sure.
and are finding particular difficulty or
look, and that's
sort
where
of
our
thing.
landholder support officers really do play a critical role to help agreement holders meet their requirements. When a property changes hands, our landholder support officers will reach out to the new landholders to make sure that it's understood what the agreement entails. But often people who are purchasing a property that has a conservation agreement in place are also of conservation-minded type people who have an interest in conservation. To your question about whether there's any significant matters not on my radar, I can take the question on notice. In the main, I would say the overwhelming majority of landholders wish to do the right thing, and some of those areas of assurance really relate to making sure that the annual report is being handled appropriately, that the management plan is being delivered, and as I said, the overwhelming majority do want to do the right thing, and sometimes where we are seeing an agreement go off track, that's where we can use things like adaptive management or helping to look at what the annual management plan entails to work with the landholder to get things back on track.
Thank you. With just the few seconds
Chair,
I have...
we've got an answer on the
Yes.
coastal emu.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
So in September 2024, there were 3 coastal emu nests found, and those were monitored using drones and cameras. The nests were not abandoned, so there was a good outcome there, and the emu chicks did hatch successfully. Sometimes, I think in some cases, the eggs didn't hatch, but we also did secure some eggs for incubation, and 2 emus were successfully raised from those eggs. And they were released into the wild in December 2024. So that's the information that we have on those. So it's good news for the coastal emu.
And is there any, sorry, I know I'm in your time, is there any, is there a kind of monitoring program of sorts? Is there any...
Yeah, I think because we're aware of those nests in the area, we are keeping a close eye on that now.
Oh, I want to go and play with the emus. Okay, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Native vegetation, can you provide an update on the draft native vegetation regulatory maps?
Yes, so I wrote to key stakeholders and other government agencies in about September, I think, last year, indicating that I was proposing to finalise the maps. We had some feedback from farmers that they were concerned about the accuracy and reliability of the maps. Obviously, this has been an issue that has been asserted over a number of years since the legislation commenced. Just before Christmas, I wrote to New South Wales farmers and proposed that we undertake 2 pieces of work. One was to work with them to come up with strategies to better communicate the availability of the maps to landholders so that they're aware that they could seek a map review. And the second issue was we offered to do a sort of a sampling exercise where we look at a number of landholders, say 30 nominated by New South Wales farmers, to actually do ground truthing on those, to test the issue around accuracy.
So what happens with those maps next?
So I'm waiting for a response from New South Wales farmers. I had asked for that by the end of January, I think, or just before the end of January. We're following up with them at the moment.
Is a final map meant to be released?
Sorry?
Is a final map meant to be released?
Yes, well, once we've worked through this issue, we'll then look at whether we can finalise the maps under the legislation. You know, it's obviously an issue that's dragged on since the reforms were enacted in 2017.
That's the intention.
Sorry?
That's the intention, to release a final.
To finalise
Yep,
maps, but we are working with New South Wales farmers at the moment.
Sure. Just on biodiversity, a call was made for proposals for areas of outstanding biodiversity value a few years ago. It's not clear how many, if any, declarations of outstanding biodiversity value have been made in the last 24 months. Is that information available anywhere?
I'm not aware that any have been declared in the last 24 months. It's a legislative mechanism established under the Biodiversity Conservation Act, and the government's plan for nature indicated that would be reviewed.
So is it available anywhere, or is it planned to be?
Is what available?
Is that information available anywhere about anything that's happened? It's not clear how many declarations have been made. I think you've indicated none.
Yeah.
Is that information available anywhere?
Declarations.
Over the last 24 months?
In the last 24 months, no, that's just across all of New South Wales.
Yeah.
Was it specifically in the last 24 months?
Yeah. We'll confirm that for the committee, but yeah, we'll confirm
You'll
that for the
confirm
committee.
where it is available if it is?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just on that, if you could take on notice where the Garnabulla nomination for as an area of outstanding biodiversity value might be up to. The Mount Canobolas. Mount Canobolas, Garnabulla.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just in the last few minutes, I would be very interested if Miss Malloy has any update in relation to.
So close to getting.
I know. So, no, I'm just wondering if you could provide any update in relation to the natural capital strategy and where that is in terms of. I know under the former government there was a document that was released, and I think the minister here at some point said that was kind of not necessarily on track, or it was being reviewed, and whether you had any update in relation to...
I don't specifically on that, but you're not talking about the New South Wales Plan for Nature?
It was a natural capital strategy that was produced. I think it may have been under DPI or something at some point, and I'm just wondering if you could update us on what is happening in terms of natural capital and research and strategic direction.
Yeah, we might have to take that on notice if you don't mind. I don't have anything in front of me here, just talking about that strategy.
Okay. Yeah. So on that then, is there any update in relation to the further development of the strategy to get us to nature positive, and who that might be, if that's you?
That's certainly me in my new role, which I started in January. So essentially, we talked a little bit earlier about the amendments to the biodiversity offset scheme. So that was a key component of the Plan for Nature, so the Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Act 2024, so that was assented to in December. That's a key component of it. So the actual Plan for Nature is quite a large piece of work. In Part A, there was 22 recommendations, 4 overarching ones around the Biodiversity Conservation Act architecture, and then 6 pillars below that. So there's quite a lot of work that needs to be done. And also Part B in collaboration with our colleagues in local land services. And obviously that's at the direction of Minister Moriarty. So look, a big piece of work to be done, and I think we will be commencing kind of broader consultation around what the next parts of the rest of the plan for nature and the implementation of it look like. One of the key components is the development of the nature strategy as well. So we're starting to think about what that might look like, and any kind of further amendments to the actual Biodiversity Conservation Act. So there's the plan for nature has a lot of actions. One of them is the actual nature strategy, and another component, a big component of it, will be any potential changes to the Biodiversity Conservation Act.
And so, is there a kind of key time frame around when the, I keep calling it the nature positive strategies, I don't know what it's going to be called, but when that should be completed by? Have we set a time frame?
Not at this stage, but we're in consultation with the Minister and with the Secretary on what that time frame might be.
And so is there any kind of insight from the busy people who do it about what it might look like? Are we talking about, like, does it look like we might be able to develop one in 12 months or 24 months or?
Yeah, look, we're still talking about the time frames and what that might look like. If you remember from the Plan for Nature, it's a strategy that to be embedded in the legislation. So obviously we need to figure out what that looks like. So we're in the early stages of looking at what that might look like. Yeah, but there's a big body of work to be done.
Thank you. I believe we are now in government time. Was there, I think you might have wanted to give some updates in this time.
Butters might want to clean up some things first.
No, I think...
Chair, if I could just invite Mr Beeman to
Please
give a bit more detail on Ms Ward's question about the contaminated land inspections, but also your question on the particular site, I think in the Hornsby Shire. Mr Beeman had some additional detail to share.
I can do the Hornsby Shire one.
Yes, please do.
So the team have given advice back to the Northern Sydney Planning Panel last week. We were concerned the site wasn't going to be capped. It is going to be capped. It's also going to require licensing from us and oversight by our contaminated site order, and there will be a long-term monitoring, groundwater monitoring plan for the site. So if it's a site we're both talking about.
I suspect it is. Okay, thank you very much.
In relation to the POEO inspections, so there was a discussion around, I think someone thought someone didn't go to a site for 20 years. That's not the case. We have a system called risk-based licensing where we prioritise our sites. To give you a feel for it, risk-based licensing, low risk currently, as of the 13th of Feb, 1806 in low risk, 208 in medium risk, and 44 in high risk. At low risk, you have to be inspected every 5 years, and at high risk, you're inspected every 6 months. So there's a very dynamic sort of risk model that applies to the sites. We're also required under the Protection of the Environment Operations Act to statutorily review every licence every 5 years. So the assumption that we haven't been to a site for 20 years probably isn't correct. And in relation to contaminated land, you asked the question, that was in our annual report. We report that number. It's about us arriving at a decision based on information provided. So under the CLM Act, people have a positive obligation under Section 60 to notify the EPA if they believe land is contaminated, and then they have to submit documentation to us. For the last financial year, our rate was 62%. It's based on a fairly small data set, so we've only had 34 notifications and we had 21 completed in time. We often need to send back the notifications back to the people making them because they've got too many data gaps in them, but the team keep them open, so we keep the pressure on everyone to get them finished in time. So, and there's work we want to do this year with the sector, both the site auditors and and to make sure we get good guidance material out there so people actually submit good information with their notifications so we can get them done quickly.
Where is that 62% number found?
It's in our annual report. The annual report's up on our website.
Yeah, my number was from page 14 of your report. But
yeah, 62 for 22, 20, 23,
this is
24.
22, 23. Anyway.
Yes, but 23-24 is, I think, the 62%.
62%, which is in our latest annual report. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
I have a correction. I'd like to correct the opening date for the Dorrigo Walk. I had the wrong North Coast Walk. Dorrigo Walk will open at the beginning of 2027.
Right. Thank you. before March?
Hard to say.
Thank you.
I have two clarifications. One is about the Moolarben coal mine extension area and
Yes.
the survey work that's been undertaken by Lock the Gate. So the Lock the Gate survey
They're very
report, which details that breeding animals were observed, was provided to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure on 24 January 2025. DeFi has advised us that the survey report will be provided to Yancoal for further comment. Certainly DQ's advice to DeFi has highlighted the statement that the koala population is likely to be critical to survival of koalas in New South Wales.
Thank you.
And then I think you, Chair, also asked a question about the Upper Nepean State Conservation Area. So reservation of Stage 2 under the National Parks and Wildlife Act has been delayed, as there are a number of steps that need to be completed. I don't have a specific date that I can put on when it will be completed, but those steps include creating easements to provide Water New South Wales access, transferring land titles, including documenting existing infrastructure for Water New South Wales, formalising a right that Water New South Wales has to develop a bore field if required, and dedicating a public road to council. Once these steps are completed, Parks will then, MPWS, will compulsorily acquire and reserve the lands, which cover about 5,100 hectares.
Okay, but no even rough time scale?
No, unfortunately. Sometimes these property issues that we need to work through can take an extended period of time.
Nothing on Mandela? No?
Okay.
I thought I answered all your questions. I haven't taken any on notice, have
No,
I?
we took heaps on notice.
Mark,
Clearly
you've
on
got
notice.
nothing?
I can't wait for the answers.
No, as long as all the clarifications are out, that's
Yep.
fine.
Come on, buddies.
Okay, well
It's one
that
chance, mate.
that concludes
Think of
this
minister, think of
hearing.
ministry.
Thank you very much to all government officers for your attendance today. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any further questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. We are always incredibly grateful for all the effort, energy and time that goes into these hearings. I know I can say on behalf of all the committee, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate
definitely.
it.